Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. Yeah, it's only been a couple days since I talked about the NPC TikTok live streaming trend, and it is completely out of control now. It's spreading faster than the bubonic plague, and it's significantly worse for your health. It is tragic that this is the state of entertainment now. I don't blame any of the streamers hopping on this trend because it's an infinite money cheat code right now. This is a non-stop avalanche that's only gathering more and more steam, but instead of it being an avalanche with snow, it's an avalanche with doubloons. This is legitimately free money because people, for some reason, are just throwing all of their allowance, all the schmeckles from their pockets at every single TikTok streamer that's doing this NPC trend. I'm confident all of you have heard and seen this trend by now, but just in case, I'll introduce you to the patient zero that started this NPC streaming outbreak.
Grab, fire, fire, meow, hee-haw, yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl, let me write it, huh? Aw, thank you, Fruity, I love you. Balloon. That was good. Coconut. Hee-haw, yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl. Let me grab.
This is Pinky Doll, and with the rate at which she's growing from this trend, she'll end up being more well-known than the Bible at this point. She has exploded from this. 50,000 viewers during her most recent NPC stream, and apparently, according to reports, eyewitness accounts, she went for 5 hours of doing that non-stop. Can never fault the work ethic there. That is some fucking iron will. That is a certified top 10 anime never give up moment right there. 5 hours of just repeating the same emotes forever, literally just spamming taunts in a fighting game for 5 hours like this. That's not easy. That's beyond mind-rotting. But that's where the money's at right now. She has blasted a new market wide open here with weirdos that want to watch NPC streams forever. So it's really smart from her to capitalize off this, especially considering I imagine it won't last for too much longer. This is absolutely one of those lightning in a bottle situations. I would be shocked. And I've been wrong before. It's rare, but I have been wrong, like the time I thought I got bit by a bat watching Jurassic World in theaters, and it turned out I had just fallen asleep and had a nightmare. Point is, I have been wrong. And I don't think I'm wrong here. I believe this trend will probably fizzle out and die like a sad little wet fart within about another week or two. Two at most. I just really don't envision a world where kids will continue to keep coming back to these because it's the same thing every single time. Though, I'm going to go ahead and argue with myself here. On the flip side of that coin, kids do just endlessly loop Finger Family videos and Elsa making out with Spider-Man shit and you know, Crazy Shark or whatever his name is. Left Shark, I think is what it is. Baby Shark. Christ. Like, they do subject themselves to the exact same things on repeat forever, so maybe this will have legs for quite some time. I'm not really sure, but regardless, it's smart from Pinky Doll to keep striking while the iron is hot, because she is making a fat stack of cash from all of this here. And again, she's not alone. This has become the biggest trend right now. Either people hopping on ironically and then still doing it for like hours and then doing it multiple streams, or just people fully shamelessly copying and doing exactly what she does. If you go on TikTok and just scroll through live streams, pretty much all of them are this. There's been a bunch of videos posted of it, so I'll just show you clips from a couple of them that keep floating around of people that just scroll through TikTok lives, and it's literally every single one of them doing NPC streams.
Guys, thank you all for the likes. I appreciate it. The roses. 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 Roses.
The clip goes on for a lot longer, but I want to quickly interrupt before getting back to it. That roses to roses true combo there was actually fucking wild. That wasn't planned or anything from the person who posted this, I don't think, because they were just scrolling, I believe. So that just happened naturally. Like, that's how formulaic the NPC streams are. They're pretty much the same thing, just repeated forever. And they all generate a lot of attention from the audience, like thousands upon thousands of viewers for pretty much every creator that's hopping on board, as well as a ton of money, because again, the trend is NPCs acting out their emojis that people are donating. So they're getting donated roses, so it's smelling the roses. Roses! roses, roses, oh, roses, 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 like across the board forever. It's always the exact same shit for everyone doing it, and it's highly successful for them. And the audiences, for some reason, find it very entertaining and satisfying, which is concerning. It's the perfect illustration of just how bad for the human attention span TikTok is. Like, this is some fucking embarrassing shit for the future generations here. Because this content, the NPC streams, is basically just resetting the human brain to default factory settings. It's making you devolve to baby brain. Watching this is like watching parents play peekaboo with their baby. Peekaboo? Peekaboo? And then the audience is like, every time. Every single time, even though it doesn't change. It's fucking wild.
Hello, I'm AI.
Rebooting. System rebooting.
Thank you for your
GG. Thank you for the share.
Life.
Queen Slane. Hi, Zaza.
A couple of those were scrolled to a little too quickly to really recognize that they were NPC streams, but they were. Like, if you slow it down, like one of them that went by really quick, they did have the hair iron out with the kernel in it, popping individual popcorn, just like Pinky Doll does in the NPC streams. Everyone on TikTok is trying to get in on this infinite money glitch. And the content itself is legitimately just perpetual stimulation, jingling keys, making as much noise as possible, as often as possible. And it's working. You can see how effective it is, which is so fucking sad. Again, not for the people doing it here, because it's a free bag, and basically they just have to be the little clown honking their nose in order to make the children laugh by saying the same shit every single time for emojis that come through in the donations. I don't really get it. I'm not a fucking psychologist here, but if I was to spitball a guess, maybe this is like an audience of people that didn't get a lot of attention growing up, like their parents didn't play peekaboo with them, or Here Comes the Airplane with their vegetables, and seeing someone do something similar is kind of filling that missing piece in their soul, and that's why they keep coming back every single NPC stream and watching and donating to all of them. That would be my guess, but again, I can't really sit here and psychoanalyze every single spectator of this new sport and try and understand the inner machinations of their complex noodles out there. It's a little beyond my pay grade. I don't fully understand it, but I respect the people that are on the grind making a ton of money off of a wacky trend like this. I've also heard a lot of other people refer to this as an NPC fetish, which again could be true, maybe, I suppose. That there's maybe some merit to that claim, but I'm also not a fetish scientist, so I'm pretty in the dark on that one too. But regardless, one thing that's inarguable, it's extremely successful, and it's not showing any signs of slowing down. In fact, it's only growing in popularity. But again, I do think that its days are numbered. I don't think it's going to last that much longer, so anyone that's on the NPC trend, you gotta stick this shit out for as long as possible. Fucking grip it as hard as you can in order to just continue to squeeze it for a little extra juice. Also, I mentioned that it's not easy to do this because it's not. Like, it's super simple, but it's not easy. It's many hours of just repeating yourself forever. But what I am surprised I haven't seen more of, and maybe it's just because I don't watch the NPC streams, I only see what gets posted online for the frequency of it. What I'm surprised that more people aren't doing is just recording maybe like 15 minutes of you going through all of these emotes like, thank you, fire, fire, gang gang, gang gang, gang gang, all of that. Do that for maybe 10 minutes, and then just loop the video on a TikTok live stream. TikTok live streams are filled with fucking scams already. It's a fucking cesspool of scams. And one of the scams that people do is fake live streams where they just loop a video like that. I'm surprised people haven't been doing that for this trend, especially considering how easy it would be to do that. Like, I don't think anyone's going to be sitting there and recognizing like, oh, they didn't react to the roses. Oh my god, they didn't react to the dumbbell. Wait a minute, this is fake. And even if they did, what are they going to do about it? TikTok doesn't shut that shit down. They haven't shut down any of the scam streams, so I'm just surprised that that hasn't become more prevalent with this trend, but maybe it's just because I haven't been paying that much attention to the actual streams. Maybe this is super common and most people are faking it. That's very possible, I'm not sure. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because it is completely fucking out of control with how big this has become. That's about it. So yeah. Gollum, I will go back to if there's ever a speedrun route for it. But I don't think anyone's actually going to bother looking for any kind of glitches or speed tech for that game. Not doing the skip. It doesn't save like any time at all to be worthwhile. So no, I don't bother with that one. It's like actually just 1 second. Whereas cork skip, at the very least, saves like 3. So, I can justify cork skip in my head, but not that one. That one is truly just a complete waste of time and effort. Oh my god, I might not make it. Wow, that was clutch. What is going on? I'm sloppy. Okay, this should work. Ooh. Once I'm nice and warm, this will be super clean. Oh, first try on that though. You love to see it. Alright. Here's... oh my god. That was a little close. Here's hoping I can actually move off the bed this time. Okay. Now it's working. I don't know what happened last time. That was so weird.
The more I know, the less I know.
Oh! I've never missed book. I've never missed book in my life. Oh my god. No. Okay. We'll have to just run the whole way then. I just hit the oh my god, that cucumber almost really ruined me. I would have been so upset. Oh my god. Oh, Jiminy Christmas! What is happening? He does not want to stand on anything today. Holy shit. Stand on it! You bastard. You sick fuck. Just stand on it. What is happening? Oh, okay. Alright, that was actually full... that was full panic. That was actually just full... okay. Collect myself. He's got a mind of his own today. Lesser men would say no to cork at this point. But I'm not a lesser man. Shake it out. Shake it out. Okay. I'm 1 for 4 on this. And I'm feeling real confident. You hate to see that. That's always a real dagger. I'm not gonna go cork. It is actually just not fucking worth it. It really isn't. Unless I hit the perfect waifu launch, I'm not going for it. I will only ever do cork off perfect waifu launch. Alright. Perfect waifu launch, we go cork. Anything but perfect, we just do it normally. Which I've never done before, so even doing it normally, there's a chance I just fuck it up. I've only ever done cork. I just don't want to keep going for cork and having to keep fucking running all the way back. I think I'm just gonna start... I think I'll just do pirate hat. I think I'll just start doing pirate hat. I don't believe in the cork dream anymore. I've only hit it 1 time. I think it's a resub trial. The hat just seems easier. Looks like I can just do like a little jump here. I probably don't even need a sprint jump. Like if I go for a hat here and I overshoot it, that would be so embarrassing. Because I can't really gauge the distance super well. Maybe I'll do like a long range sprint jump. Okay, you know what? I'm overthinking it. Yeah, that was... that was underwhelming. I've been given actual trauma from cork. Alright. Time for one of the scariest tricks in the run. Nice. Oh my god, I'm lost. I'm lost. I can't see. I can't see. I'm scared. I just really don't like the idea of missing dragon and going all the way back. Let's just try it normally. I just want... let's just get a completed run under our belt and then we can try dragon next time because I'll be faster coming out of the tunnel since I'll have seen it before. Oh! Oh, the dragon! No! Okay. Unlucky. Why? Why did it do that? Why did it climb up? Why did it climb up? But you didn't cork this time. I did not cork this time. We did corkless. We did pirate hat instead. Oh, I saw its shadow. Here it comes. God damn. Alright. I think like right now. Wow. Dragon, first try. I really don't know how I'm gonna get off of this dragon. Sports fans, I gotta tell ya, this is looking like a real dicey fourth quarter finish here. There's a hitbox on that wing, clearly. There's the flag platform, so I gotta get ready here. Coach is about to put me in. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. But it's coming up. Whoa! It threw. Okay, it fucking threw me off like a bucking bronco. Okay, 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 okay. Whoa. Whoa. Wow. Okay. Okay. How far up this can I go? Okay, so probably about right here, and then here's the flag platforms I need. So now I can just do it the old-fashioned way, I guess. Just send it. I did do dragon, so you know what? We're committed. We're committed. I did dragon. We'll go for it. Oh my god, I can't believe I just did that. Carried a little too much momentum there. Yikes. That's the one thing I didn't want to happen there. Yucko. Shit. What? Okay, that's sad. That's very sad. That hurts my feelings. Let me out. I want to go back to dragon, please. Jesus Christ. Now I'm stuck. Oh, wow! He just fucking headbutt me. Damn. Wow! What a shame. Unlucky hitbox, I guess. Jesus Christ. Nope. I hit dragon skip once, that's good enough for me. Just enough to let myself know that I'm good enough to do it if I was only a bit braver. Oh my god, this hitbox is so weird. Oh my god, it's all so weird. I'm panicking. I'm starting to panic. I'm starting to panic. It's a fucking video game, Charles. Jesus. Calm down. Alright. So now we just take this to the... Oh my god, where's the dragon? Oh, he's below me. We're fine. Okay. Now I know this goes to the airplane. Oh, wow, that was a lot closer than it appeared. Okay, some cassette tapes. That's kind of far. The dragon! No, you bastard! You sick motherfucker! Why? Okay, we're just gonna do dragon skip from now on. That is so tedious. Even if I fail dragon skip, I don't care. I do not feel like going through all of that. Nice. Come on. Nice. Oh, okay, okay. Let's not get greedy. I'm fine here. I'm fine here. I wanted to change my position a little bit. I'm fine here. I don't need to get greedy. Now we wait. Approaching final pass. Hip. Too much momentum, huh? What a shame. There's a resub overflow. Man, I am actually still so fucking tilted about that. That was the perfect dragon jump, man. That was exactly where I needed to land in everything. No, wait. Is he making another strafing run? Wait, he's not supposed to do that. Oh my god. Oh my god, don't do it. Oh god. Oh, please tell me he turns. Oh, thank god, okay. We're good. No! What do you mean? That's alright, more practice. I think I'm just gonna... We're just gonna get experimental. I'm gonna theory craft my own little skips here. Man, I'm so sad. That dragon just... He will not let me live my fucking life. Just like legitimately just upset. I can't believe that, man. Again. I'm about to get hit off my fucking hoverboard. You sick fuck. You absolute degenerate. Why? Man? I'm doing dragon skip. I'm not allowed to do anything but dragon skip. Right now, that's being controlled by one of the devs. Legitimately, the safest way to do this is the dragon skip. It is actually the safest way to fucking do this, I guess. Which is baffling. Like, I'm trying to just do it the right way, and the game is not letting me. The dragon just keeps blasting me off every time, and I've legitimately waited for him to. But then he'll do, like, these fucking strafing runs out of nowhere and clip me with his wings. Alright. Buckle your seatbelt. Here we go. I'm going for flag. I want to be the best. Whoa, what I'm climbing! Oh! What am I climbing? Beanstalk. Just what I was aiming for. I climbed like 15 invisible hitboxes there. Made that very scary. I'm going to wait for him to go home. But the thing is, I don't like either one of these. Speedrun route goes up this beanstalk, onto that hitbox, and then up the staircase. I cannot decide if I do normal route or... I'm just gonna do that. I'll feel better if I just do the speedrun route. I can hold my head high. That's normal. This is speedrun. I'm doing it. Oh, almost fell. I mean, I didn't almost fall, but I didn't make it on my first try. Wait, let me see the angle. I'm not doing it. I'm bailing out. I'm panicking. Okay. What's next? I don't feel good about myself. I didn't... There's supposed to be a thing you climb up there, and I missed it twice. I freaked out. I panicked. I lost composure. Okay. What's next? Oh, we're right at the fucking end. Oh, shit. There we go. Okay, slow it down. So now it's that to Statue of Liberty. And the speedrun, he makes it all the way to the YouTube play button over there. Okay. And then he makes a full jump all the way to that, but I'm just gonna climb the horse and do that. Okay. What's next? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god.
We are in this world to gain experience, and in order to gain it.
Wow. 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 That was something special. That was fate stepping in right there, that I was able to grab onto the yoga ball. I'm here. Now we go up, fist bump the Lord and say, thanks for this one, pal. Good looking out. And then tell him good game before we pat him on the ass. Stay strong. This is why we flopped out of the ocean fucking 10 billion years, or 10 million, what, many millions of years ago and started to evolve to reach this moment. This is what it was all for. Tiny hole there, avoided. The last jump. We did it. Make sure there's no more traps, hold on. And I'm just gonna let this congratulations really sink in and fill every goddamn pore on my body. Okay, it's just a straight shot. We did it. Holy shit, we did it. Oh my god, finally. And I used every single speedrun strat except for, beanstalk, backdoor, reach around, loop-de-loop and pull. Every other speedrun strat I used. We did it. We fucking did it. It's over. The speedrunning god! I was made in a fucking test tube in a lab! This is what I was made for. A 3-hour speedrun.
You get a spaceship. Now you are the pilot of your life. You still have a lot to learn, but now you can do what you want and fly wherever you want. Open up new worlds and new heights.
Alright. I feel like I really got acclimated to those strats, I'm not gonna lie. All of that pain was just a lesson. After lesson. After lesson. Like when a teacher spanks your bottom with a ruler. I've been disciplined. I think I can get a sub-hour pretty comfortably. Anything is possible! Yeah! That's how we do it! This is why humanity is at the top of the food chain. Man, my list of video game achievements and accolades are ridiculous. Sub 3-hour only up speedrun. I am one of only 3 people in the world who finished Lord of the Rings Gollum. Wow, that's pretty good, yeah. Oh, I checkmated XQC in 6 moves in a chess tournament. Yeah, no, that's about it. That's pretty fucking good though, what a resume. Oh, maxed out on RuneScape too. True. RuneScape max. Man, that feels good to finally be done with. I really think I can get a sub-hour. Here I come. That's the beauty of this game. You never stop playing. There's always another goal. Now I can do everything with a lot more confidence. I'm a new man. Do I even look the same right now? Do you even recognize me in the webcam? I bet I'll stand up and be 5 inches taller. Didn't you hate this game 4 days ago? Brother, I hate this game right now. Yeah. I think the game's a pile of shit. It's just every free asset pack they could find shoved into one game for rage bait. And god damn it, I'm deep in it now. Is he finished already? I love when you say already. I know, it was super quick. If you blinked, you might have missed my last run. Yeah, it was sub 3 hours. Tell your friends. You know what this proved to myself, though, is that I can do those, like, long 2-hour speedruns. Maybe I'll start speedrunning games that are longer than 20 minutes. Or speedrun routes longer than 20 minutes. Usually I just do very short ones.
He drank a lot and often beat my mother.
This, like, actually upped my confidence in long speedrun games.
Oh, I'm still scared of him.
Time loss. Biological time loss, unlucky. Oh god. Oh god. Oh fuck. Jesus Christ. Why? Okay. A little sloppy here. It's been a while since we've been down here in fucking Normieville. So I'm blowing it at the moment. Still on sub 3 hour pace. True, I could still PB at least. You doing Cork at waifu? Nah, I think we just have to retire Cork. I think we always just do Pirate Hat from now on. Fuck Cork. It's just not worth it. I don't like it. It doesn't like me. I think we just always do Pirate Hat from now on. Man, I'm getting so fucking clean. Jeez. Jiminy Christmas, who is this man? Is he a man or a machine? Lord. Where does the human stop and the technology start? Fucking android of speedrunning. Even with a complete fuck up on Windmill multiple times, that was still a pretty good Earth. Not bad. How many hours do you have in this? More than the developer spent making it. I have like 8 hours in this game, which is fucking embarrassing. Only real men do Cork. Whatever. I don't care. I'm not just gonna keep throwing away runs forever for Cork. It's just not worth it. I will only do Cork off Perfect Waifu. That is the only time I'll ever do Cork is off Perfect Waifu. Sub 40. If I did everything perfectly, I could sub 40 here, but I don't think I will. Perfect waifu. Alright, we're going Cork. God, sometimes I'm just too good. I didn't want to Cork. I didn't want to do it to him. I didn't want to fucking do it to him, but it's making me. Ah! Why? Why must my gamer genes be so strong? Feel the flow, I'm just going for it. Damn. That's the danger of Cork. She's a cruel mistress. But I was a man of my word. Like I said. Perfect waifu, I go Cork. I'm gonna be honest, I think I cracked the code on how to do perfect waifu. That one I knew was good the second I landed on bed. So I think I've got the right angles now. Alright, let's see if I go back-to-back perfect waifu into back-to-back Cork failures. I've got a sneaking suspicion that I will miss Cork again should I get another perfect waifu. There's just something telling me. There's something tickling me saying, Charles, you won't make that again. You really shouldn't. But then the devil on my shoulder says you gotta do it. Woo! That's perfect waifu again. We're going Cork. Alright, I've got waifu down. Yet I cannot master Cork until right now. Calculating. Calculating. Game time. Woo! They say Charles never misses Cork twice. That's how we fucking do it, baby. Those 9 minutes wasted were worth it for the 3 seconds saved. You got that right. This run right now, I've used only the most optimized strats. I haven't pussied out on any strat except Jesus Fingers. So this is actually pretty good. I don't know. I feel like Cheese Path is such a recipe for disaster if I actually do... Assuming I don't fuck up the trick right before it. I just haven't seen enough Cheese Path to know exactly how to do it. So, no, I don't think so. If I'm going to lose the good run, I'd rather lose it to Dragon. Man, I'm so fucking clean at everything here, pretty much. There's just a few stinky shit that I need to clean up. But I am actually such a fucking machine at most of it. Dragon one-shot incoming. That would be great. I'd be very happy about that. But we'll see. Dragon is widely considered to be the hardest trick in the run. I'm pretty good at the start of Dragon, though. Well, wow, that would have been the most embarrassing moment. Like, I'm pretty good at landing on Dragon. My problem is getting off Dragon onto flag platforms.
Stop drifting.
If you were gonna stream a movie, what movie would you stream? I still really want Konami's permission to stream all of the, pretty much all of Yu-Gi-Oh! I'd love to do a full watch party for Yu-Gi-Oh! As a series. That is probably one of the most fucking wild cartoons, or, excuse me, anime, that ever got made. It's fucking crazy. I would love that. As for movie, I don't know. When Redline was still free on YouTube when they were doing the Redline promo, we watched that here. But that was a Redline, like, endorsed thing. Like, they allowed people to just freely access the movie. Moonfall would be good, yeah. Where's the dragon at, man? Why is it taking so long? It's supposed to be 3 minutes. There it is. They get stuck or something? GX is good too. GX has some fucking wild moments. Like when Kaiba sends a set of Yu-Gi-Oh cards to space because he wants to teach aliens how to duel. Come on, come on. There we go. So yeah, that also has some fucking wacky moments. I'd love to do the whole series as a watch party. The line, no, it's a fucking cool line too. Kaiba goes, "If there's intelligent life out there, I'm gonna teach it how to duel." And then fucking shoots a rocket into space like Elon Musk in a car. It's crazy. Let's see if we actually hit Dragon first try. We could actually sub-hour this. If I land this, we legitimately can sub-hour here. Which would be crazy improvement already. From my last run at 254 to less than an hour would be substantial improvement. Hang on to your hats, sailors. I'm climbing the wings again. I'm still climbing the wings again. I'm still climbing the wings. Please let me off the wings. Holy shit, what a disaster. Why does it do that? Man, I'm so nasty at this fucking game now. It's just Dragon. Dragon's like the last Gordian knot I have to cut. But, I mean, that makes sense. It is the hardest trick in the run. Even for the best runners. I'm not super confident on cheese, though. But we'll try it. And if we fuck it up, whatever. Clean. That wasn't too bad. Oh my god, that's so sad. It forced me to fucking climb up the wing. Ugh. I'm not gonna go for tail anymore. I'm just gonna go for body. Oh no! It was too far. No. Alright. Well, we finished one of the runs. The title's not an exaggeration. For 17 years, I've gradually chipped away at a singular goal I've had since I was in 4th grade. That's a long time. That's a really long time. Thousands upon thousands of hours spent striving for one thing. To put that in perspective, I could have been a pilot like 5 times over with that amount of experience and time dedicated to this one field. The Roman Colosseum was built in 8 years. I could have built it twice with the amount of time I put into this. And now I've finally completed it. I caught my Moby Dick. RuneScape maxing. RuneScape is a game that's existed for over 20 years now, and I started playing it back around 2005 when I was in 4th grade. And I've, of course, taken breaks while playing RuneScape throughout the last 17 years, but the beauty of that game is you never quit, you just go on hiatus. You take a little half-time breather in order to recollect your sanity. So I haven't been 17 years straight working on it, but it has been a large part of what I've played over the last 17 years, and I've finally accomplished the ultimate goal in the game that I had set for myself so long ago, which is getting every skill in RuneScape to 99, which is the highest level they can go. To break it down, RuneScape has 23 skills, each one more painful than the last when you're training them. To put it in perspective, 99 takes 13 million XP, and some skills at best will give you like 50 to 60,000 XP per hour. So to max a skill, and depending on what methods and what skill you're going for, it can take hundreds of hours just to get one skill to 99. So you can see where things start to get stinky real fast, because some of these terrible XP rates are the best you can get at optimal efficiency, meaning you're sitting there fucking staring a hole through your computer screen, full focus, full throttle, fucking lat spreading, and risking carpal tunnel, because some of these skills are legitimately just carpal tunnel simulator where you're clicking endlessly in like the same 3 spots over and over again. There's also an even more extreme level to training skills called tick manipulation methods, which I'm not going to really dive into the weeds of. There's no point in pulling up the hood of this car and explaining it, but just know tick manipulation is akin to actual inhumane torture of the human body and soul. They probably wouldn't even subject prisoners in Guantanamo Bay to this level of agony, so I didn't do a whole lot of tick manipulation for my training, but it's out there, and it's a scary thing. That's a fucking boogeyman in RuneScape, if you ask me. But anyway, let me show you the footage of when I finally maxed on stream last night. Prayer potions for everyone, let's go! 2 lamps, oh, we're finally done! We're finally done! Oh! World, what are we in? 446. Oh, the role-playing world, too. Role-playing a goddamn champion. 17 years in the making. 17 years! Oh! 50 years from now, my grandkids are gonna look back at this stream moment and be like, yep, that was old Grandpappy. He did what everyone said was impossible. He fucking maxed in RuneScape like a month before they released a new skill, so he had to do it all over again and felt the pain all anew. But for that one brief, fleeting moment, he was on top of the world. Run it. We're maxed. We're maxed. We're fucking maxed. It's finally done. It's finally done. It's finally over. Now I can play the game. How many hours? 4,000 what? 156 days and 22 hours. How many? 4,000 something? Oh. Thanks to the resub, Olgerty. And the bits verb. Jesus Christ. What a journey. What a journey. Here, you can have the expeditious bracelets that made it all possible at the end. Thanks for the nuts. Yeah, this is probably my biggest gaming-related achievement ever. Prior to this, it was the 6 move made on XQC in the tournament. This trumps it. This is literally 17 years since 4th grade. This is my third or fourth account. I don't remember. At least third. I think I had one more right before RS3 rolled around, so it's been so long in the making, man. People said I wouldn't do it. People said I couldn't do it. Who's laughing now? Not me, because I probably shouldn't have done it. 4,000 hours ain't exactly nothing. It just feels so good to be done. You don't know how many nights I stayed up till 6 fucking AM just researching efficiency methods for skills I hated, even though I knew there was no new answers. Like for agility in particular, I kept looking for other means that wasn't just doing the goddamn Hallowed Sepulture or any of the rooftop agility courses. It's just so good to be fucking done. Oh my god. And not having to be on OSRS mobile, constantly fucking AFK grinding something is so nice. Don't have to worry about that anymore thanks to the ale. It's done! Yes! Oh, and the wise old man saying congrats. I accidentally skipped his little speech. Sorry about that. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, all of Gillenor's coming out to say congrats. Thanks, guys. Yeah, thanks, guys. That's so big. That's so fucking big. You might be asking yourself, what's the point in getting 99 in every skill? What do you get for it? And the answer is going to be different for everyone that you ask, because in the game, the only thing you get is a max cape, which is what you saw me purchase there at the end, which just gives you teleports and a couple of other bonuses. Like, it's a really good item, but it's not required. However, you receive something far more important when you max in RuneScape. You receive inner peace. You reach this spiritual nirvana. Throughout the journey of RuneScape, I've compared the maxing of my account to that scene from Fairly Odd Parents where Timmy and his dad were going up the escalator and Timmy says, "When do we get to the ride?" And the dad says, "This is the ride." That's RuneScape skilling in a nutshell. The skilling process is the most mind-numbing and tedious process that a human being can possibly engage in. It's about as much fun as watching a plant go through photosynthesis. Like, it is horrifically boring to train most of the skills in the game, but people do it. I do it because there's always that light at the end of the tunnel. The big number going up, and the number goes higher. And it tickles some primitive portion of the human brain that makes it so you can't stop. Like, when the beauty of maxing in RuneScape isn't so much that you feel proud of the accomplishment, it's that you feel happy that you're done. Like, it feels like a prisoner being released and getting their freedom back, and now you get to breathe in fresh air again without being encumbered with the thoughts of grinding skills in RuneScape. At least that's, I'm just speaking for myself. There's a phrase that I've used a lot and everyone's used a lot where it's about the journey and not the destination. In RuneScape, that's a load of fucking baloney. That's a whole bunch of dirty barnacles, because it is very much just about the destination, because the journey is the worst part of it. As you can probably tell, I was miserable training most of these skills for maxing my account. But this really proved as a test of endurance for myself, like my mental fortitude. If I could fully commit and bang this shit out, I would feel amazing for it, and I do. I'm very happy that I've done this and challenged myself to actually accomplish something that I've wanted for so long. And believe it or not, there are people that actually genuinely do love skilling. Like, everything I'm talking about negatively here, people talk about positively. It's different for everyone, though I really am at a loss for how anyone can find things like fucking rune crafting or mining and agility fun. Those things I feel like are just objectively evil, and the human race wasn't ready for that kind of plague. But, you know, to each their own. One thing I would like to highlight is, even though I maxed all of the skills, it doesn't mean that I completed the game or even completed skilling. I mentioned that getting 99 is 13 million XP, but there's actually a level going full fucking Insano style that's above that. Those skills max out at 99, but their XP continues. It goes all the way up to 200 million XP before you can no longer gather XP in a given skill. Meaning, in each of the 23 skills, you can get 200 million XP and still be 99. So there are some people, God's champions, that have got 200 million XP in every skill in the game. There's not many of them. There's less of them than there are fucking Avengers in Marvel. But there are some that have done it. And keep in mind, that's like a 20,000 hour journey. Across all 3 or 4 of my RuneScape accounts of the last 17 years, I've probably tickled just north of 10,000 hours. Maybe. However, this group of people that do 200 million in every skill is beyond 20,000. It's on a whole different ball field. It's crazy. And nothing but respect for the people that can actually do that. I'm not built that way, so I'm beyond satisfied with just maxing the account at 13 mil per skill. It took a lot of spit and elbow grease, but we finally muscled our way to the finish line here 17 years later. Like I said, it did take me about 10,000 hours of total playtime across all of my accounts for the last 17 years to reach there. And that's a number that probably sticks out to a lot of you because it's said that if you spend 10,000 hours in any one thing, you'll become a master of it. And that's certainly not the case here. I guess the only thing that I've mastered across the 10,000 hours I spent grinding for this is self-control. The inability to give up. Like, I refused to throw in the towel. I just kept chipping away at it. So I guess maybe it is true. Like, I did master skill of persistence. It doesn't feel worthless. Like, I don't feel like I wasted all of these hours doing it. I'm happy that I did. So, a lot of people have been asking what's next now that I finished the fucking 4,000, 10,000 hour tutorial here of maxing the account. What am I going to do now? Am I going to quit RuneScape? And the answer is absolutely not. I plan on finally doing what I enjoy in the game, which is bossing and raids. And then there's also, of course, the Inferno. Inferno being like the hardest PvM challenge the game offers currently. Solo challenge the game offers currently. So I do want to learn the Inferno to get the Infernal Cape. So I do have more goals in the game that I will be pursuing. Plus, there is a new skill coming to the game for the first time in a long, long time. So I'm going to have to max that pretty soon in order to keep the account maxed. So that's another goal that I'll have for it. So I'm not quitting by any means. I'm just very happy to finally be done maxing the account. And just wanted to share that. That's about it. See ya. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co, link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at the Flash movie. I just got back from basketball. The air conditioning in my house broke. It's over 80 degrees in this room right now. I can't catch a break. So I'm out here having a fucking heat flash. But I saw the Flash before basketball. Now, let's get the obvious out of the way. I'm not a big Ezra Miller fan. I think it is despicable that all of the crimes committed by Ezra Miller resulted in no real consequences. I think that is ridiculous. But I can't factor that into the review for this movie. So, setting all of that aside, how is The Flash? Because people were going full-blown gushing grannies for this film with all of the early screenings and everything. You had, like, actual huge celebrities come out and be like, this is what superhero movies are about. This just changed everything. This is the perfect superhero film. I left the theater crying I'd never seen something so powerful. Wild reviews. So I went into this movie expecting a goddamn masterpiece. So does it live up to the hype? In my opinion, no, but it is a pretty good movie. Like, I enjoyed it. It's a good film. So let's dive in. I want to start with by far the most glaringly obvious thing wrong with the film. This is by far my biggest complaint, and I just want to come out of the gate with it so that way we're all on the same page. There is a lot of moments in this film where the CGI is laughably bad, so much so that the audience laughed at some scenes for how terrible they looked. Scenes where there were no joke other than how bad the CGI looked. Now, I've already seen the cope from some of the staff on the film, as well as a lot of very passionate, enthusiastic fans saying that the reason there's a lot of scenes that look shitty is because Barry moves so fast that it distorts lights and it makes things look cartoonish. And I think that's a really silly explanation, because it's not just when Barry's moving fast that the CGI falls apart at times. It's pretty often, like, even without him doing his back to the past shit. So it's not exactly a great excuse. Plus, I feel like you still wouldn't want your blockbuster film to look like it's straight out of a fucking video game cutscene. And that's a disservice to video game cutscenes. Like, there are times in this film where I thought Injustice 2 had better looking cinematics than what I was watching on screen. I don't understand how it shipped in that state for some of those scenes. I don't know why DC struggles so much in the CGI department when that is such an integral part of these superhero films. So, it flounders a bit in quite a few cases with the visuals. But now let's move on to the things I liked. I like the narrative here. I am a sucker for multiverse stuff when it's done well, and I think they do a good job with this. I think it was a smart play having Barry interact with a younger alternate Barry. So you have an obnoxious character versus an even more obnoxious character, and they both become self-aware of it. And it actually works really well having Barry bounce off Barry. I thought that dynamic actually hit. But I really feel like the best part of the film was Batman. Both Batmen, really. Ben Affleck's Batman in Barry's, original timeline, and then Michael Keaton in the alternate timeline that Barry creates. They both work so well. There's a lot of cheesy, goofy dialogue moments with Michael Keaton's Batman, but it's charmingly silly. Like when he says, "I'm Batman," to Barry, who of course already knows he's Batman, or when he says, "You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts." It's like that line didn't fit anywhere in the scene that it was happening in, but I still had a smile on my face when he said it. So I think they did a great job with Batman. However, I don't think the same can really be said for Supergirl. She doesn't have a lot to do here, and she doesn't really go through any real development of her own or have any arcs or really even that much screen time. They don't even showcase just how powerful she is. She only has like 2 real scenes, and they're both fights. She's kind of just used as a tool to really highlight some of the powerful, immutable facts about the multiverse that need to be conveyed to the audience. So she unfortunately just really didn't have much to do here. The very core of this film focuses on an emotional weight of Barry's decisions in trying to change the past and how it affects everything, not just the future, but the entire multiverse and every other world. And I do think they do a good job with the emotional impact of that and what he's gone through and how desperate he is to make these changes in order to save people he cares about. I do think they capture that very well. However, towards the end of the film, it really gets into some very cringe kind of moments. I'm trying to talk about it without spoiling things, but it shows you many different multiverses. And in what's supposed to be a serious moment towards the end comes across as just really embarrassing with some of the shit they show you and try and get across. It's hard to explain because it would be a very big spoiler, so I won't touch on it, but I do think they kind of dropped the ball towards the very end of this story. But everything up until then, I thought they did a great job with, and I do think they stick the landing at the end. It's just right towards the end. Right before the landing, they stumble and fucking faceplant for a moment before picking themselves up and getting back on track. I also thought there was a pretty decent balance between seriousness and jokes, especially for a character like Barry Allen. There were a lot of jokes between the 2 Barry Allens, but it wasn't overbearing and they weren't super bad or anything. I actually thought there was a pretty decent balancing act done with, here's this Barry that's a lot more serious because he's been through a lot more shit. He's now in a different reality than he's used to. It's all his fault. He's dealing with the emotional weight of that. He's trying to figure out how to fix it. He's also gone through a lot of shit that's left him in a very different state than he came there in. And then here's this Barry Allen who's just kind of a douchebag and not taking anything seriously, being over the top and silly. Them meshing and spitting some jokes back and forth. And then, I don't know, I just actually thought the humor was done pretty decently in this film, whereas that's usually a major complaint of mine from fucking superhero films, is just the formulaic, non-stop fucking jokes that never end, and they're always so generic and formulaic. This time around, I thought that there was a decent balance struck. So overall, there's just not a whole lot of things that I disliked about the film, aside from a lot of the CGI that happens here. I just really wish they would polish that up because the films would be elevated substantially, because that is just, it is noticeably bad in a lot of places. Like, there are just times where it is noticeably just bad. So that's just the major problem with it. And I do think there are a couple of moments narratively that didn't land, like I'd said. But overall, it's a pretty good film and definitely better than I was expecting it to be. Plugging the flash in the moist meter, I'm going to give it a comfortable like 70%. It's a good movie. I think all of the pre-release hype around it was a little absurd after seeing it now. Like, I do agree that it is a good movie, especially for DC, which makes a lot of stinkers in their cinematic universe. This is definitely not one of those cases. It is fun. Above all else, it is a fun film that I do think does justice overall to the Flash as a character, as well as just the entire universe. And I'm very curious to see how they pick this up going forward. They leave a lot of questions that the answers will be very interesting to see going forward now. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. There's no shortage of awful entitled influencers, but today I've got a real special goofball to show with all of you. His name is Icy Wyatt, and he was recently arrested for pistol whipping some guy during an incident of road rage, and now the body camera footage has just been released of the arrest, and he seems to be one of the most insufferable people I've ever seen in the content creator sphere. He's a TikTok star, a word used very loosely here. He has about 1 million followers there, but I'm pretty sure like half of that's gotta be bots or legitimate lobotomy victims because he gets no engagement and people just make fun of him there. So I don't know how that number even got so high to begin with. I assume it's just people that like shooting spitballs at him and giving him wedgies online because that's all he seems to be used for, just this little punching bag on TikTok for them to make fun of. And he's so proud of that.
This guy just got out of his car and pistol with me with a gun.
The calls continued to filter in.
Yeah, there's a guy driving around in a pink Mercedes. He almost just hit a lady with pushing a little stroller with his kids in the shopping center.
This fairy tale unfolds in the beautiful land of dreams that's near and dear to my heart, Florida. Florida's done it again with yet another banger. I'm sure you all just expected by default that this happened in Florida, and you're correct in that assumption. It did. Now, on the day of the road rage, a ton of 911 calls flooded in because there was a pink SUV that was driving recklessly, almost hitting a woman and her children, and eventually culminating with him hitting another man with the gun that he was waving around like it was some kind of fucking toy. Now, there is a video that exists showing him driving recklessly in this parking lot, though it cuts off before any of the pistol whipping stuff, but you can at least see the way that he handles his little clown mobile here. He drives like he's in GTA Online, but is also lagging. He is a shit driver. He almost wrecks, and he does almost hit someone in this video.
A video. This was after he hit him? Yes. He was chasing them inside the parking lot, like a crazy.
Good shit, Icy Wyatt. You just graduate from doofus school as valedictorian, you fucking idiot. Absolute piece of shit. Apparently, him and that truck had recently got into a bit of a tiff on the road where Icy Wyatt was accusing him of brake checking him because he recognized Icy Wyatt's car and wanted his attention. This guy is so fucking delusional that he thinks everyone in the world knows who he is because he's like the second coming of Christ. So he thought he got cut off and brake checked by that truck because it was a fan trying to get his attention. And eventually it ended up with this situation you just saw, and then it led further into Icy Wyatt pulling out a gun, threatening him, and then eventually just hitting him with the gun.
Hey, put the car in park. Put the car in park. Let's go, put it in park. All right, put both your hands out the window.
Put your hands out the window.
Put both of your hands out the window, kid. We're not fucking with you.
I don't know who I am.
Nope.
It's almost impressive how unlikable Wyatt is. He chose the one sentence that'll immediately make everyone in the world hate you. The cops are confronting him and he's like, you guys don't know who I am? I have 1 million followers on TikTok. That means I'm above the law. Put the guns down, guys. It's not a big deal. I can pistol whip whoever I want. I'm a TikTok superstar. You guys, oh, you must want autographs. Okay, I get it. Sorry. Wyatt is clearly suffering from terminal clout hunger. There is no cure. He's become delusional. He's in the final stages of it. He can no longer separate reality from fiction. He is trapped in this delusion, this fantasy land where 1 million followers on TikTok means the whole world knows who you are. He holds himself up like he's Jesus Christ because he has 1 million followers, and the laws don't apply to him anymore. He's achieved a level that normal mortals can't get to because he has a small TikTok audience. 1 million followers is a ton, but his actual core audience is not 1 million. Like I said, nobody engages with this guy unless they're throwing tomatoes at him and booing him. It's like that episode of SpongeBob where the guy in the crowd goes, "Oh, brother, this guy stinks." That's Wyatt's whole life. What's up? You come up here to make fun of Icy Wyatt too? Hmm? I know, he's pathetic. I know.
Take your seatbelt off and get out of the car. Do it now. Take your seatbelt off and get out of the car.
Though Wyatt denies he has a gun in his vehicle, several witnesses allege that they saw him with one.
Where's his keys? Just they got keys or a fob.
Wyatt's lecturing the police like he's the substitute teacher in a rowdy classroom. Show some respect. I'm a TikTok star. Please, have some decency. I'm above you. It is infuriating. Everything Wyatt says is like the worst dialogue options in a video game that make you hate the fucking character you're playing as. He is actually finding all of the worst possible responses that would make even his biggest fans hate him. It's so impressive. It is a speedrun for the most unlikable TikTok star ever. So, he wasn't really cooperating with the officers. They do eventually tackle him. They get him with like a fucking Goldberg spear. And it was pretty satisfying to watch, I'm not gonna lie, because this guy's a fucking douchebag and deserved it. So I think that busted up his nose a little bit, which is why you'll see him with a bloody nose. And then he apparently denied having a gun, despite so many witnesses saying he did. And he eventually just gave them permission to search the car, and they immediately found the gun. It wasn't even a difficult scavenger hunt. The Easter Bunny would be disappointed. He did not hide the eggs well here. They found the gun the second they got to the car, basically.
I have something else to say about the incident.
I don't hit nobody.
Well, they're saying otherwise, and they described the gun and everything, and there was somebody else that was watching.
So my girlfriend can't be a witness too.
Was she with you?
Yes. I pulled the gun out to show them through the window, like, don't f with me, and they all went back in their car.
Yes, he came home after being attacked by 2 hillbilly crazy people in a truck.
But he pistol whipped them over the top of their head.
Because they attacked him. Okay. So what are you trying to do so far? Just like defend the hillbillies who got punched in the face with a gun?
Well, if they got pistol whipped with a gun, then they're victims.
His girlfriend heroically arrives at the scene. It's the 4th quarter. Icy Wyatt's down by quite a bit, but now his girlfriend is here to really help win the game for him. Except she's playing for the other team. She comes here and immediately confirms that Icy Whiny Wyatt was lying once again. Fucking weasel. She immediately validates the claims of the pistol whipping happening. She confirms that Wyatt did in fact hit them with his gun, something that Wyatt is denying having happened at all. She swooped in here and offered key evidence against her boyfriend Wyatt here. It was fucking poetic justice. She came in here and just told the truth, which is a real thorn in the side to Wyatt. Pistol whipping is no joke. That shit can be fatal. Like, that is very dangerous. But luckily for the victims of the assault here, Wyatt's got some wet noodles for arms. He's got the scrawniest little arms I've seen since Slender Man, so he wasn't able to generate enough force to, like, really hurt them, but it was enough to still cause a bit of damage to one of the victims, as I understand it. Now, his girlfriend does say that that truck was, like, speeding around them, so that's the attack she's referring to, I believe.
He's a victim of being attacked while driving. They were speeding in front of him. You guys not aware of like the full story?
We heard that there was some kind of a road rage incident that started it. But
That's not really an attack, though. This isn't Twisted Metal. They didn't speed in front of him and start dropping spike trips and homing missiles out the back, firing fucking torpedoes at Wyatt and his vehicle. It sounds like it was an instance of them maybe cutting him off or speeding around him, and he took it personally and got really offended, and then went way, way, way hog wild with the whole thing, following them into that parking lot, getting reckless and crazy, hitting them with the gun, all that shit.
You can't take my phone.
Actually, by law, they are allowed to take his phone.
You can't take my phone. This is my possession, so now you're going to be a thief? Now you're going to be a thief.
you're under arrest. You're not allowed to have the phone, okay?
Wow.
Unfortunately, that was going too far for Wyatt. The good boy was about to go bad. He never envisioned a world without his phone in the palm of his hands. So when they took his phone, he was fucking flabbergasted. And now he's got a chip on his shoulder. He gets real unpleasant and even more obnoxious and annoying.
You don't see any problem with this. You don't see the problem that somebody with a bright pink car who is famous online gets with on the freeways all the time, and that's why I carry a gun. That is it. That is, you said legal was in Florida.
It is legal in Florida to have a gun in your car. There's nothing illegal about that.
So where can you prove, show me the video proof where I hit him with a gun?
There is video proof of the reckless driving and nearly hitting people in the parking lot, and the victim who got pistol whipped showed the injuries, and his girlfriend also confirmed the pistol whipping. So I'd say there's a high level of confidence behind the pistol whipping being the real story, and Wyatt being full of shit, just a load of dirty barnacles. It's almost impossible not to laugh at Wyatt. In fact, after Wyatt got even more rowdy and rambunctious and insulting the officers, starting to kick them and shit, they started making fun of him too. They started calling him Joe Exotic, and when they were bringing him into the police station, they said, "Welcome, Tiger King." And that gave me a hearty giggle. I actually thought that was a pretty good one. Wyatt is just a fucking clown. So his statement here, he drives a bright pink SUV and people fuck with him all the time on the freeway because he's famous. So they recognize his car and mess with him while he's driving, which is why he carries a gun. How delusional do you have to be? He actually has a mental illness. He has main character syndrome. He believes that since he has a high number of followers on TikTok, everyone in the world knows him, and everyone in the world is out to get him, or, try and get his attention. They're all vying for his attention, and they'll do anything to get it.
Did you guys actually get in an accident? I mean, he's got a big ass, knot on the back of his head. No, but there are independent witnesses. So, I mean, not everybody knows who you are.
It doesn't matter. I have 58 million followers, baby girl. Everybody who's been on TikTok or Instagram has seen Wyatt.
This is where I think his delusion is actually kind of dangerous and scary. So he obviously can't tell the truth under any circumstances, I guess. Fucking Wonder Woman's lasso of truth would be useless against this guy. I don't know if he's ever been honest about anything ever. All he does is lie. He's full-blown Pinocchio here. He doesn't have 58 million followers. You absolute goober. You have 1 million followers on TikTok, which is your only platform, really. Very odd thing to lie about, but then it gets into what I consider a very scary territory where he's talking about how people make shit up about him all the time because he's so famous. Everyone on TikTok and Instagram has seen his face before. The dude must be trapped in a perpetual genjutsu, straight out of Naruto. He is in a paranoid delusion. Not everyone in the world knows who he is, and not everyone is out to get him. Holy shit.
I said you don't know that this guy knows who you are.
Oh, he so did.
Oh, did he say something?
When somebody swerving into my lane, brake checking me, wanting me to stop, wanting me to race my car, coming out the car, I know that's a fan.
One other thing that he's done multiple times throughout the conversation, and does many more throughout the conversations going forward, is he calls her baby girl. It's like making my skin crawl. It's so fucking cringe. He'll call her baby girl sometimes. It's really creepy. But I mean, clearly he is mentally unwell. Someone swerving into your lane is not a fan trying to get your attention. Holy shit.
Oh, okay. Nobody tased you, though. What? You didn't get tased. Okay. I I'm not gonna tase you. I'm just saying you didn't get tased. Because you just said so.
I actually think there's a good chance he's on drugs right now. He starts rambling about absolutely nothing, like tasing from out of nowhere. And then she's like, well, you didn't get tased and we're not gonna tase you. And then he took that like as a threat. So then he makes a threat back saying that if she tased him, he'd fuck her up and go to jail for the rest of his life. I don't think you could fuck up anyone. You would probably lose in a fight to an inflatable, wacky, arm-flailing tube man. You are not built for fighting. You would get your ass beat. You would get turned inside out. So I don't know why he's threatening physical violence against this woman. And I don't know how stupid you have to be to threaten physical violence against a police officer too. She was very, very patient with this guy, because she just brushed it off and laughed at him. I guess because he is so pathetic, all you can really do is laugh at someone that's this embarrassing of a person. But goddamn, like, he is so fucking dumb, it's unreal.
You're dumb, girl.
Am I?
You're real dumb. You might want to try modeling.
That definitely can't be that.
You definitely might want to try modeling. So you just.
I definitely can't do that.
This is what I'm talking about when he just goes off on these weird fucking tangents saying that she needs to do Molly so she can shut the fuck up. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, I don't even think he's in the same dimension that the rest of the planet is in. He is all over the place. I really do think that the entire day he spent in like some kind of fucking meth-induced haze or some shit. He is actually just all over the place.
Where are you going?
Let me see you do it first then.
What?
You're not about to take $30,000, $40,000 worth of jewelry without me knowing exactly where it's going.
I'm gonna come on now. I don't.
You this to me the whole entire time in the car.
So nice to you.
No.
Things really popped off when they told him that he can't really take the jewelry into jail with him, so he put up a big fuss. He eventually started kicking the officers, and now he's facing a lot of charges. I think he goes to trial next month. So I'm really curious to see how that plays out, because for some reason he seems to believe that he's in the right, so he started threatening lawsuits against the officers after he was kicking them and shit. So very goofy situation here, very goofy guy, and I just had to talk about this. What an insufferable little asshole. So yeah, that's Icy Wyatt for you. Someone I'm sure none of you have ever heard of before and will most likely forget about very quickly, because he's just a forgettable little worm of a person. That's really about it. See ya. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Transformers film. When it comes to live-action Transformers movies, you never know what to expect here. You could get a super stinker, or you could get a good film. There's no telling. It's been really up and down with the quality of the live-action films, and I didn't know where this one would rank on the tier list here, but I was somewhat hopeful because I loved Beast Wars growing up. I not only religiously watched the Beast Wars show, but I even played the games, the old PlayStation 1 games where it was like a battle arena. I loved it. I collected the action figures. I in fact still have them in my garage somewhere, and still remember the shame of having to ask my parents how to make the owl transform into the robot itself, because for some reason the fucking owl Maximal had this, I don't know if it was just me being a stupid smooth-brained milk-drinking toddler idiot who couldn't figure it out, or if there was a legitimate malfunction with the product, but for some reason the owl's chest would never alter, and that's where the robot's head was. So I could never actually turn it into anything more than like some kind of disgruntled owl. And it always made me mad. And I still have that somewhere in the garage. But point is, I love the Beast Wars. So I wanted this movie to be good. And I'm pleased to say that it's not bad. I wouldn't say that it's great, but it's certainly not bad. I enjoyed it far more than many other Transformers live-action films. And of course, I'm only talking live-action. I still think the animated Transformers films bang a bit harder than most of the live-action, but I do think this movie was good. So let's talk about it. Let's dive in here. As is expected with a Transformers film, there's going to be a huge emphasis on humans. And historically, that could go wrong, and has gone wrong many times for the franchise, but I will say I think they did a great job with the human storyline here. It wasn't boring, and they actually did give the humans more to do than just tedious chores. where a lot of other Transformers movies, the only thing humans were capable of were just like really low-level things to help contribute barely. Since they can't fucking fight the robots there, they're not going to get up there and start slapping a robot around. But in this film, they actually do give the humans more to do in terms of fighting. So, I'm trying not to get into spoilers, but they do have moments where the humans actually do fight, which I thought was very fun. And I think the main character, Noah, stands out and did a really great job. I think they did a great job with that character. I will say, though, that I would have liked if... It's hard to talk about it without getting into spoilers. I would have liked if at the end they didn't just throw so many plot conveniences all at once just for the sake of giving humans a little more to do. Because at the very end, they just start pulling shit out of their ass and it's like, this really horrible thing's about to happen, but luckily there's a code that a human being can type in, so one of the humans can go type in that code and save the day, basically, if you're ready and, you know, if you're brave enough to do so. So, I thought it got a little silly at the end with giving them these very convenient problems to solve that really only humans can, because they're small things like typing on a space keyboard, but, you know, it's not the biggest deal in the world, I suppose. I am, however, a little disappointed that the Maximals don't have more screen time, because the film is called Rise of the Beasts. You would think that they were kind of the main draw here, but they're kind of sidelined in this movie. You spend most of the time with the humans and with the Autobots, and a little bit with Optimus Primal, who's the best Maximal, admittedly. But you don't see pretty much any of the other Maximals except AirRaiser, who has quite a bit to offer to the plot in the film. But you don't ever see Cheetor do anything until the very end. He also only has like maybe 2 lines in the movie. Rhinox, I'm pretty sure, doesn't say a single word. He has less lines than I did in The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I don't know what happened with Rhinox. Maybe they just didn't feel like hiring someone to do voice acting, or they didn't feel like writing words for him. I have no fucking clue, but I'm pretty sure Rhinox doesn't say shit. He's just there for the final fight with the other Maximals. Like, it's just a little sad that since the film is called Rise of the Beasts, you would expect them to play a big role here, but they legitimately don't even do anything or even come into play until the very end of the film, which kind of sucks. But I will say they did a good job with the Autobots. I enjoyed watching a different kind of Optimus Prime, one who's kind of a douchebag. Like, that was interesting. I don't think they've ever made Optimus Prime just a straight-up asshole in any of the films that I can recall. Well, that's not true. He kind of, like, murdered a guy in cold blood once. But other than that, this guy... Optimus Prime in this film was going through, like, an edgy phase, right? You know, he's out there listening to some post-hardcore music, and he's like, you know, it's all my fault. I've done everything wrong. And fuck the humans. They're puny and weak, and they make me sick. Like, that was kind of cool. I haven't seen that side of Optimus Prime before, and he has a whole arc that, you know, ends up pretty cool at the very end, bonding with humans eventually. I also think Pete Davidson as Mirage was a really good fit. Like, he did a good job with that character. The character of Mirage walks a fine line between being charming and being extremely annoying, and Pete Davidson fucking tap danced on that line right there, and it worked. I really think that I have no complaints about anything the Autobots did or any of the Autobots in the film. They were just all around solid. And the action was great. The action was very fun. It's always fun to watch giant robots fighting. But in this film, I think they really nailed the action. A lot of times it looks like fucking 3 soda cans colliding against each other during a Transformers fight. Here, I think they did a good job of making all of the action clear. Especially in the final climactic fight, there's a lot of really cool moments that had the audience clapping. Now, let's get into some complaints here, because besides just the lack of Maximals in the film, I've got some gripes with it. It's hard to get into without spoilers. There are so many narrative ass pulls at the end that it is laughable. I know I briefly mentioned them, but it gets absurd. Fucking random coded kill switch for humans to use in the most important moment. Empty pipes for humans to crawl through in giant robot technology that serve no purpose other than to be a tunnel for humans to sneak through. I'm trying, like, I know these are kind of minor spoilers. I'm trying to keep it as minor as possible, but there are so many fucking conveniences at the end of this film. I shit you not, there's even just a full-blown revival thanks to super rocks, super special rocks of Energon. Like, nothing matters because everything at the end it's just like they have the answer to every single thing ever, including death itself. And that's another complaint. There's so many like fake out death moments for some fucking reason. It's so many, I might be exaggerating. There's a few fake out deaths, and I think there should never really be more than one. Like, it just takes all of the stakes away from everything. You have these turbo bad guys, super evil villains, you know, they're fucking powered by dark matter and a bad attitude. But for some reason, they don't ever finish anyone off. Or when you think they finish someone off, they do it in a way where it's kind of ambiguous. They don't cut someone's fucking head off. They don't chop them into pieces or anything. They just blast them with like an energy ray and they're like, oh, it took the spark. And it's like, okay, but I mean, what's that really mean? Because you can just get the spark back if you have a powerful enough rock. And I'm not using rock as a way of like trying to hide a special item in the film. I mean it's just a normal rock, a normal human rock that just happens to be kind of powerful when it comes to energon. Like death doesn't really even exist in the film. It's just kind of silly. And I also really hate the bad guy they introduce here. Not the super bad guy, but the super bad guy's bad guy, the right hand, Scourge. He's very hands-off in his hunting. Like, he's very powerful. They make it clear right away that he's very powerful. But when it comes to the humans, he's fucking worthless. He's like a Scooby-Doo villain. He keeps catching them and then letting them go over and over again. And he has these tiny little spiders that he sends their way, but the spiders fucking suck. They die to a stick. Like the spiders, the robot spiders from the big evil bad guy, die to like a stick. Like, what the fuck? Why does he keep using the spiders? Not once were they helpful. The humans were easily able to defeat them with just household objects. They got hit by a goddamn pole once, like a tiny little bar once. Like, Jesus Christ, stop using them. Just do it yourself. There are moments where the bad guy Scourge literally has one of the humans in his hands and just starts monologuing instead of just killing him. Even though he has shown that he has absolutely no mercy whatsoever. So why the fuck are you just talking at this guy monologuing? It just gets a little, like, overdone when it happens a couple of times here. So, just definitely wanted to mention that. I do understand it's Transformers, so it's going to have some of that cheesy, tropey kind of shit in there, and that's fine. But I think they just use that too much. Like, again, the main bad guy, the right hand, just keeps sending spiders after the humans, even though he himself could have easily just taken care of it almost instantly. I also think there's a massive plot hole here that I can't really get into, because it's clearly a big spoiler. But I think that the motivation for something the Maximals did, or rather didn't do, is nonsensical, and it would have completely thwarted the entire plot of the film. It would have stopped everything bad from happening before it was ever even a problem. And I've been really racking my brain on it, trying to figure out why they did or didn't do something, and I just can't come up with an answer. I don't know if maybe I missed something, but there was a very crucial MacGuffin in the film that I feel could have been handled in a very different way by the Maximals. And I'll just leave it at that. I think if you've seen the film, you're probably knowing what I'm getting at here. But yeah, I'm getting real deep into it. Overall, I liked the movie. I thought it was fun and enjoyable. Yes, I was disappointed there weren't more Maximals because I like Beast Wars and I really thought they were going to be front and center. We've seen so much from the Autobots already. I would have thought they were trying to shift the focus to the Maximals here because that's very different from the normal Transformers, but they don't really, and I wouldn't even say that they share the spotlight. The Maximals are kind of just supporting characters to the Autobots, and it works in the climactic fight well. I think they complement each other really well. I just really would have liked to see more, especially from characters like Cheetor and Rhinox. I mean, those are classic characters. Like, you know, show some fucking respect here. Let them do more than just have one line and 2 fight scenes, right? But overall, I thought the movie was enjoyable. Plugging Transformers Rise of the Beast into the Moist meter, I'm just going to give it like a nice 65%. So, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Spider-Man movie, Across the Spider-Verse. Now, the first movie, Into the Spider-Verse, is one of my favorite animated films of all time. That movie is a real special butterfly. That's one of the very unique instances where a film comes out that legitimately innovates in its genre, like pushes it to new limits that were previously thought impossible. Kind of like what The Matrix did 20-some years ago, where it had this new element that hadn't really been seen before, and has now been emulated a ton since. That's what Into the Spider-Verse did. It dragged us fucking kicking and screaming into the future of what animation can look like, and it was beautiful. It's kind of like what the Fosbury flop did for the high jump, right? Like, it legitimately kind of changed the perception of what was possible in the genre for animation here. So, Across the Spider-Verse had some very big shoes to fill, and I'm happy to say it filled those shoes like a cavity. This is an extraordinary follow-up, and somehow manages to once again elevate in animation. It is so beautiful. There is not a single second that goes by in this movie that isn't jaw-droppingly gorgeous. Every frame is a beautiful masterpiece of art. It's unreal just how good this movie looks. But it's not just style with no substance. This movie really doesn't bring you a ton of action off rip. Like, there is a lot of course, action, but it actually puts a big focus on its narrative and its characters. And even when characters are just talking to each other, not only is the writing super tight, somehow just conversations feel like anime montage moments. They'll have like these damn near hand-painted moments where a character like Gwen is talking to her father, and the background's just constantly changing. Just these like dynamic backgrounds that have evolving art that really like makes the conversations feel like action moments sometimes. It's so cool. So now let's talk about the story, because I think they did a great job with the narrative here. It didn't feel like super familiar from the first film, where it just felt like they phoned it in and just did what worked in the first film again. You know, like an encore performance, you know, a King Neptune moment from SpongeBob where it's like, oh, that Krabby Patty tastes so good, I'd want to eat it a second time, and then just fucking regurgitate it. This movie doesn't fall into that trap. It delivers a story that feels really at home with where the first movie leaves off. And now they have a new tool they can get even more creative with, which is the multiverse. It's now no longer this big mysterious thing in the world. They can get very silly with how they use it and make some absolutely dreamlike sequences as well. So they have a lot more Spider-Men come into the fold here, a whole goddamn society of them. So you're going to get a lot of Easter eggs and cameos, but it doesn't feel like too campy or too cheap, where they're banking off just like nostalgia for some of the cameos they throw in here or references. It's used in a clever way. I'm trying not to get into spoilers here, but I love how they've used the multiverse in this movie and made it a very strong narrative tool, as well as, of course, a tool to give you a bunch of other different animation mediums, because a lot of Spider-Man are animated differently in the multiverse. So you'll have some that are like damn near claymation at some points, right? Like you have wacky ways that they portray some of the Spider-Men, but they use it in a way that's not just like point and be like, I get that reference. Don't get me wrong, that shit is absolutely there, but it's not like egregious, and it does serve a purpose in the story itself. I also love the villain in this movie. He starts as just like a goofball, throwaway stinker of a character who's like trying to rob an ATM, and Miles isn't taking him super seriously, so he's kind of like beating his ass while he's texting on the phone because he's late for a meeting at school. And then that character just keeps snowballing into an extremely powerful villain. The guy is the definition of a late game champ. Like, as the movie continues, he himself continues to get stronger. He can throw these little holes that allow him to basically just ascend into a different plane of existence. He has like full mastery of the multiverse. He can send things and send people, send himself, send different body parts of himself through these holes that just keep breaching into different parts at will. It's super cool. And since the movie is so visually beautiful, it's a lot of fun to watch this villain fight. And even when he's not fighting, just watching him traverse the universe is really cool as well. I also like his personality, because he's very much a goofball for the most part. He's making quirky little quips as well. Not to like an annoying degree, like where it's grating, but to a degree where it's like, oh, this guy's, it's hard to even like be mad at him, right? Like he's got a sympathetic story, and it's hard to hate him, because he's just kind of like a likable nerd. But he's just so powerful too. It's cool. So I really like what they did with the villain. And I really like what they did with Gwen and Miles. So Gwen gets a lot more screen time this time around. You see a lot from her dimension, which is stylistically very different from all the other dimensions you see. Every dimension has its own unique identity, which I really appreciate. So as you visit different dimensions, the visual thumbprint of that world changes, which is cool. Now, Gwen's story is, sad like all other Spider-Man stories. Gwen has a lot of problems that she's dealing with her dad thinking that she may have been responsible for something very horrible. She ends up, turning into a multiverse super soldier, leaving all of her problems behind, which abandons her dad, and she wrestles with a lot of tough shit that goes on. And I really think they did a great job with Gwen's character in fleshing out her, as well as the relationship between her and Miles. Miles is just an outstanding character. I love everything they do with this character. The writing is amazing. A lot of times when there's like a teenage character going through that like rebellious stage, it's kind of annoying to watch for me personally. But with Miles, he doesn't really have that stage. Like, yeah, there's that, like, fuck you, mom and dad, why can't you just let me grow up kind of shit. But it's handled very differently than the normal tropey way of doing it, which is such a breath of fresh air. I can't stand that shit where it's like that cliche of a teenager. My mom and dad don't understand me. Those goobers just don't get it. It's not a phase. And then that becomes like the whole character's personality. Miles doesn't fall into that at all. It's like the decisions he makes and the way he goes about his journey is very well crafted. He understands where his parents are coming from for the most part. It's just he has to wrestle with the perpetual lying to them about his identity and hiding that huge part of his life from them. So I just really like all the characters. I love the story, and of course I love the visuals. Another thing that I really enjoy is something that the first movie did as well, but they do in this movie even better, which is weaving music into the actual living, breathing nature of the visuals. So the music is integrated so well. Like, you'll have visuals sync up to the songs where you'll just have like all kinds of different moving pieces to an action scene sync up to the music at moments, or as things build up in a crescendo in a song, the visuals start building up with like the animation style starting to blend together and get real fucking wacky. It's so cool. It's so fucking cool. The movie is just beautiful. I absolutely love the film, but I do have a major complaint, and I'm unfortunately not going to be able to dive into it super deep because it's big spoilers. But I do want to scratch the itch and get to it on a base level, so I'm going to talk about it, and it is minor spoilers even going over it, so this is your spoiler warning. It has to do with the end of the film. I think everything in this movie is great, top tier, but it falls into something that I feel a lot of movies are starting to do, where the entire last act of the film builds up beautifully. It's introducing secondary bad guys that are really interesting, really cool, a lot of amazing moments going on, bringing back some familiar characters. It's going, it's got all this momentum, and then it starts spending a lot of that time focusing on just leading you to the sequel. The movie is the movie is not going to be the last in the Spider-Verse series. There's going to be another one, I imagine, assuming this movie does well, which I think it will. And the movie knows that. So it just ends. In the middle of all of this buildup, in the middle of all of these ingredients being put into the stew, it just ends. Because it's setting up for the next film. It does have like a cool sign-off at the end, but not a satisfying one. And this is something I feel a lot of movies are starting to do, where it's setting up for the next movie, so it ends up taking some wind out of its own sails by giving you a conclusion that's not really a conclusion and isn't super satisfactory after the whole journey you've just gone through. You don't get that big payoff at the end. Now this worked for Infinity War because at the end you still had a climactic showdown. You had a big battle and the good guys lost, and it led into the next film. In this movie, there's no big climax moment. There's no big climactic final showdown where something just goes awry and now we're gonna leave you on the edge of your seat fucking salivating waiting for the next movie. This movie was still in the building process. So it really feels like this movie didn't have that climax, at least not when it comes to like a spectacle finale or anything. The characters by the end of it are in a very different place than they were at the beginning, you know, in terms of like what they're... I'm really trying not to get too deep into spoilers. The characters are very different by the end of the film than they are in the beginning, but there was never that big climax. So when the credits rolled, I felt like it was a little underwhelming because we hadn't had any like big moment to lead into the next one. It was still putting all these pieces of the puzzle together and bringing new things into the fold for the climax coming up. So, at least in my opinion, that's how I feel, that it was just a bit, like, abrupt, where I was ready to keep watching. Like, I thought there was going to be, you know, a big moment about to pop off, and then they pulled that punch to save it for the next film. So, it felt like it was, I don't know, it felt like it really just wanted to be there to lead to the next film, and that takes some of the wind out of its own sails, if you ask me. By no means does it ruin the film or anything like that. By no stretch of the imagination is this a deal breaker for Across the Spider-Verse. I just felt a bit disappointed that it kind of just existed towards the end to push to the sequel. That just was a little upsetting, but it's not the biggest deal in the world because the movie is still absolutely outstanding. So plugging Across the Spider-Verse and the Moist Meter, I'm giving it a nice 90%. I think this is a must-watch animated film. Even if you're not a huge animated film fan, the movie has still just got so much to offer. I can't recommend it enough. It is such a unique experience, and I think they've done an incredible job with it. It's super fucking good. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. It is Just a Story horror game. Cool name. Mouse right click to pause. Interesting. It's Just a Story horror game. I'm excited. I've got a good feeling about this. It's like subliminal messaging. The story you're about to read... Oh my god. Cool main menu, I can control the camera from here. And now I'm looking out of the map. This is quite a disorienting experience already. Eating would be done automatically. This is to get to know the game part. Let me try right-clicking. Nope, that does not pause. There are currently 2 types of enemies, the undead and the supernaturals as of now. You don't just run from them and try as much as possible not to keep eye contact, to keep the game is a straight to the game is a straight to the what? The game is a straight to it's written in broken characters, damn it. For some levels your lamp and flashlights run out of energy, so be sure to put them out when not in need of them. Your gun, footsteps, any form of noise you make is heard by fuck. Lastly, please survive and don't think it's not true. Because it's true. What? Oh. COD zombie sound effects, I recognize that. Oh. He gave up really quick. He said my job here's done. This is cool. Don't say it's not true, 'cause it is true. It's just a story. A true story. Well, what the fuck was the point of that? What the fuck? What do you do? There's nothing behind that door, so wait, what? What am I supposed to do? This is just false advertisement. It's just a story, more like it's just a scam. It's a single room and nothing else. Hold on. Let me try something. Oh wait, am ready.
1932. A few months back, just before the incident, there was a city called
How could I have not thought of that?
Region on Earth. Team Gamma was in charge of brain preservation.
This is AI generated.
To store and transfer the brain of a person successfully into another body. Team Beta was in charge of mapping and converting the whole brain into digital form. And
this is a bunch of gobbledygook. This means nothing.
Of the blood cells.
This means nothing.
But they
steal things in the place. What place? Man, this exposition is very deep. I imagine this is what it's like to learn English. Like when you're just given like a writing prompt or something when you're still learning the language and things just don't fully connect, but you can make out some of the words, but it's not coherent yet. That's what I feel like right now.
Now Dan wasn't liked by the other colleagues. They are very smart too, but they just don't like the fact that he is on another whole level and that cold attitude of his always gets on
a whole level.
Weeks later, Dr.
Oh, I thought it was
Dan
over.
has
I thought we were about to
been
play the
working on
game.
to find a solution
If there is
to
a
what
game.
happened. The infected or exposed have been contained by the He saw the house garage opened and carved, his wife all in blood and dead with their unborn child before he was beaten, cost his brain to safe boot. Back to an age before he met his wife. He doesn't remember much of
That's
himself
convenient.
anymore.
He's
not
safe
even
booted.
his name his wife gave him. The world should be destroyed by now or not. Help him find out as you know what he doesn't.
I know what he doesn't? What do I know? I know nothing. This story is incomprehensible in the best way. This is gripping. Now I'm hooked. Rest in peace, Dr. Dan's wife. Mr. Dan and his wife. His daughter was the one who took the photo. Also, who was spelled W-H-O-O. Do you believe in the supernatural? I didn't long before, but I do now, as I am writing this to you. I can't get in contact with my husband. My home is being invaded by them. I hope we make it out all. Well, she wrote the dots. Why wouldn't she just finish the word? She wrote those dots. You imbecile. Dr. Dan's wife is a fucking idiot. How sad. What is this? Interesting lean mechanic. On the Y key, naturally. It's Y and X to lean. How do you even put your hands in a position where that makes sense? No! It's just a zombie! I don't have a weapon, do I? No, just some oil. Ouch! Bet he can't open doors. Pathetic. Oh god, he's smarter than me! He can go through them! Shit! Is that my wife's head? No, honey! What have they done to you? Oh. Why? Might not get out of this alive. Please save my daughter. She is still at school. Last I communicated with her, she knows the passcode to my husband uses for the safe of the solution. That means you must save her. I will not write it here because of wrong hands, and also ensure my daughter is searched and found. One last thing. BS. Good call too, not putting the passcode on here. Wouldn't want it to fall in the wrong hands. Now, assuming this did fall into the wrong hands, we know to get the daughter and get the information from her instead of just getting the information here and keeping the daughter safe. My wife is a fucking buffoon! Objective pre-completed. How did I pre-complete it? And I only have 1,193 seconds to find my daughter, I guess. I don't know why I'm on a time limit.
He got a last message to visit a school to find the girl. He has to find the girl to
Fucking
get the code
whale in the
for
sky?
safe.
Why? Where? Oh. Okay. Just whatever assets they could find on the shop. Alright, makes sense. That was like some kind of pseudo cutscene. What does it all mean? Oh, actually, she must be in here, since I can grab these. There she is. Good to see you. I'm coming, sweetie. Where'd you go? Okay. She in here? Must be over here. Damn, she's popping and locking. She just hit me with that skibbity toilet. Jesus. This game is awesome. Cool. Maybe the countdown is for when I'm done with level 2. Like, after these 980 seconds, my daughter will just come up to me. Maybe not. Maybe that's just wishful thinking. Actually, I don't really want that to be the case. That means I'm gonna have to wait here for like fucking 10 minutes. I still have this fucking worthless key.
Screaming. Your
What?
blood tastes bitter in silence.
Okay then, I guess. Alright. Where is my daughter? Oh. Probably in here.
Great, I found you.
Daddy, I'm so scared. I don't
Betty!
know who was going to come to get me.
Don't cry, girl. Whatever. Just, let's go. We need a way out of this school. Like a vehicle.
What do you mean?
If
We
he's still
just walk
around,
out the front
He
door.
was the one who locked me to hide me. He's our maintenance man.
What's wrong?
My head, it's so painful. Dad.
Oh shit, let's get into a class to be safe.
No, Betty! Hang on! Oh, shit. At least she gave me the codes.
Just in case it's 2, 1, 2, 5, 4.
Thanks, Betty.
After Dan left Betty, who died before giving him the full code to the safe, he now has 2 tasks in mind. The first is to find the maintenance man, because he should have
Betty!
a car key or know where the car keys are kept. And the second
Blast!
is to get to the car,
Why?
parked along with all the other cars.
Hey, bub, you seen the maintenance man? This is where the whale's at. Did not know that did damage. Brother, where are you? Oh, here he is. You were a good man. This one's got wheels. That was the one. Level 2 to 3. On his way, few kilos from the school, it was dark when he got some memory flashback that caused him to have accident on the road, so he runs into the forest.
Accident on the road, so he drives into the forest, bumping into a tree. Now he has to walk as his only means of transport is damaged.
What a speedrun. After being chased by zombies, he got into a sewage system to avoid them. He now finds his way out.
He got into a sewage pipe to avoid.
Why is the narrator subjected to the reverb of the sewer?
He must now continue his journey by foot and find a way.
Help! Are you okay?
Oh!
What can I do to help?
Oh, I like his breathing. It's very, like, full body. It's like a bobber in the water. This is supposed to be a horror game? To some extent. Yes and no. This has to be the right way. I just fell under the map. Yep. Oh, wait, I'm back? Nope. I'm falling again? That's huge. So when you save in this game, it doesn't do anything. Appreciate it. That's where the key was. What is this? What the fuck is this? How do I get out? Alvin and the Chipmunks kidnapped me. That was all just a fucking cutscene. That was like actually 2 minutes of incomprehensible nonsense. Just fucking gibberish. Where is the car? I'm now running out of time. If I have to go through that again, I'm gonna scream. That'll be the real horror. Where is the car? Let me out. Probably not out there. For some reason, the beach is there. So. Nope, I found it. That is my office. He got into the office to fin the safe. Okay, they weren't lying. It's a little hard to find this safe. Where haven't I checked? Where is it? I just want to be done with the game. I want to just beat this. There's like some doors I can't go in though. Like this one, for instance, and I feel like it's gonna be in here.
Betsy, I want you to about the school.
What is that, Dad?
It's very important.
I know what the code is. I mean, what is the code?
Oh.
We got all his memories back.
And my daughter afterwards. My daughter. Wife.
Yeah. Her too. Yes.
Oh God.
Mm-hmm. Just, can you open the door now?
I have no reason to leave.
Do you, oh.
Yes, you do. Get up.
What?
You're gonna fix this since you're the cause of this to begin with. So live to fix it.
What is that? What was that? Dan and Mira, what the fuck was it? Was like a swamp monster with a submachine gun. What happened? What is going on? The story just keeps going. You got the subtypicus.
While the game ends here, the story continues and even gets more interesting. On their way out of the city, they had a car accident because of a meteorite which forced them to continue their journey on foot.
Another one?
Mira, who had an injury on her leg as they walked down the road. Dan himself was bleeding from his head.
This is the best story ever told in gaming.
He looks like he could fall any moment. Meanwhile, Mira grunted and looked at Dan, who was helping her. She realized this and activated her emergency suit button before they passed out.
Her emergency what button?
The side of the accident.
The emergency suit button, huh?
Meteorite-shaped object opened.
Oh my god, they're introducing aliens.
What could this be?
Oh.
What could happen?
This game has everything.
We know there is a virus outbreak, but could an alien be entering this situation to help or to kill?
Why would they be doing either?
An exciting more planned and developed part 2 filled with a rich story of new actors and companions joining arms together to save their city.
Fuck
or
yeah.
to destroy it.
Man, I cannot believe this game was free.
Thanks to my contributors, Kimmy Neen.
Well, that was fun. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at Oppenheimer. I've said this many times and I'll say it again. I am a huge fan of Christopher Nolan. He's among my favorite directors ever. And I think he absolutely crushed this one. I just want to dive in right away and just start going gushing grannies over this one because it's really, really good. But I want to get it off rip here that I don't think this is a movie that everyone's going to like. I can already tell there's going to be quite a few people that'll go into this movie expecting it to be about the bomb. And everything is about the bomb. And that's not exactly what the movie is. It is very clearly about Oppenheimer, as the title would suggest. But Oppenheimer, at least in like the mainstream consciousness, I feel like always gets overshadowed by the Manhattan Project and the bomb. And in this movie, he doesn't. And I really appreciate that. It is really about Oppenheimer and everything he went through, at least everything that could fit in a 3-hour movie. And by the way, this movie doesn't feel like 3 hours. It fucking flew by. Like, I wanted more. I was still salivating for more. Like, the entire last half of this movie, I wanted to be another entire movie. Like, everything here I thought fit really well. But I completely understand that this movie's not going to be a one-size-fits-all butt plug that's going to leave everybody satisfied, because it very much is a movie that focuses on the main character, Oppenheimer, played by Cillian Murphy, who fucking crushes it in the role, and it's mainly talking. It's mainly the relationships Oppenheimer had with the incredibly stacked supporting cast here, by the way. The cast in this film is unreal. There are so many big names tied to this project from out of fucking nowhere, and some of them don't even play a big role. Like, I don't even think Robert Downey Jr. had more than maybe like 15 minutes of screen time, and yet he was a scene stealer every time he was here. Everyone went all in on their performances. It was fantastic. But again, don't go into this movie expecting some kind of explosion porn or anything like that. It is a incredibly well written and extremely well acted piece all about the very eventful, complicated life of Oppenheimer. And it is beautiful. Now, I went into this film with very limited knowledge of Oppenheimer. Like most people, I only really know him as the father of the atomic bomb and the famous quote, "Now I am become death," which isn't his quote. He was quoting something else when talking about the atomic bomb and then crying about it, recognizing the gravity of his creation and having to live with the sin of his achievement. It's a movie that tackles a very complicated person. This isn't some made-up character like a fictional mad scientist, fucking Dr. Evil threatening to destroy the world with sharks with laser beams attached to their heads. This is a real person who helped create the most deadly weapon ever invented, and it was used and led to hundreds of thousands of deaths. and it follows this character before the Manhattan Project, during and after, and dealing with the subsequent trauma from the Manhattan Project post-atomic bombing. And the movie even transitions into like a pseudo-courtroom drama, because Oppenheimer didn't exactly face trial, but he did face something very comparable, and the movie is really, really good at delivering that courtroom drama experience as well. I don't want to get into spoilers, but that's kind of a fucking weird thing to say, considering this is a real story about a real person. I mean, read a book, I guess, like Google his name and look at the Wikipedia, but I'll still refrain from just going too hard about the specifics of the film. But I will say that the entire section during like the examination of friends and family of Oppenheimer, as well as people that opposed him, I thought was done extremely well. The movie is just, I think, fantastic across the board, but I do have a couple of minor complaints here, and one of them's actually become a little bit of a meme with Christopher Nolan over the last few years here. It's the audio mixing. I've seen a lot of people patting Nolan on the ass for this one, saying that he really did a great job with the audio mixing this time around, because a lot of people have noticed that oftentimes shit gets a little wacky in that department. They set the dial from goofy all the way to silly when it comes to audio mixing on some Nolan films, and people have pointed it out. And this time around, they're saying this was, like, much better. But I do have to disagree to a certain extent. I do think it's much better. But in the beginning of the film, and really only in the beginning of the film, actually, there are multiple instances where the soundtrack, the score, and make no mistake, it is fantastic. I think they did an incredible job with the score here. I think the music is absolutely outstanding, a beautiful compliment to the film. But there is multiple instances in the beginning where the soundtrack will swell, reach some kind of crescendo, and drown out everything else around it. And you can't make out what the fuck the characters are saying. They sound like Charlie Brown's parents behind the music. And not just with the score. There's a couple of other scenes in the beginning where there's other sound effects going on, and you still can't really make out what characters are saying to each other. And I know it's not just me. I can confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's not just me. I understand I'm about to turn 29, so I'm getting up there in age, and, you know, it's not just my ears getting old. It's something other people experience too. I talked to Jackson after I watched it, who said the same thing about the beginning of the film, and as I say, the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding was very viscous. The people in front of me and to the left a little bit, I saw twice in the first like 30, 45 minutes, lean over, and I heard them ask what they said, because they weren't exactly being quiet about it. I saw it in IMAX, which was a great experience, by the way. It was absolutely fucking packed. We were shoulder to shoulder, and our IMAX theater has the seats basically on top of each other, which I don't know if that's standard or not. I've only seen 2 movies in IMAX before this, but since we were so close, I could see and hear that, which made me feel a lot better knowing it's not just me that was struggling to hear things in the beginning of the film. I don't think it's a big deal. It's not a big complaint. It only was like a little bit in the beginning. But I did want to at least mention that. The audio mixing is getting a lot of praise right now, and I do think overall it is a huge improvement, but in the beginning I do think it's not perfect or anything. Which is fine, because pretty much everything else is. I fucking loved this movie, honestly. I think it is just an extraordinary film. I will mention one other thing, and this isn't a complaint by any means, but I do want to at least put it out there. There are so many characters in here, and they're all really interesting. But since there are so many characters, it's a lot of names. So by like the midpoint of the team getting together at the Manhattan Project, like assembling the fucking Avengers of scientists, there were so many names being tossed around, I legitimately didn't know who the fuck was being discussed half the time. It wasn't until I saw their face where I was like, oh yeah, that guy. And then I'd be like, oh, it's good to see you. And then he'd go do his assigned role. And there's just a ton of characters in here that have a lot to do, but they mainly tell you instead of show you. I would have liked them to show a little bit more, but I don't think that's a huge issue because it's already a 3-hour film. If they showed you more of what they were saying, this movie would be pushing like 8 hours. Like, there's just a big story to tell, and they did the best they could, and I think they did an incredible job with it. But I think it might be a little confusing for people because they introduced so many characters so rapidly. It's very fast-paced. The movie moves at like an absolutely cutthroat pace, which I appreciate. Not that I mind slow burn movies, but I actually was really surprised to see just how quickly this movie was moving through things, and I never really felt like lost. Obviously, I'm not a fucking scientist, you know, I'm not out there with a 180 IQ or anything, so a lot of like the math and science discussions that were happening and some of the breakthroughs were a little lost on me, but I don't think there's anything they could have done differently there. It's not a big deal. I didn't expect them to hold my hand through all of that and give me some kind of bachelor's degree in fucking physics or anything by the end of the film. But I do think that since it moves so quickly with so much being introduced so rapidly, I think there are a couple moments where you can get a little lost in the sauce and maybe a little bit in the dark on exactly what's happening in the overall narrative, but really not for long. I think it does an incredible job of keeping everyone in the loop on exactly what's going on, what Oppenheimer's experiencing, what other characters are experiencing, what the goal is, what's happening. I think it really does a good job overall. I think it's just a really great film. So plugging Oppenheimer into the moist meter, I'm giving this one a big crisp 90%. I do really think this movie is extraordinary. I think it is a very great film. Another Nolan hit. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this moist meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. Disney Adult. If that didn't just jump scare you and send a shiver down your spine, then you've either never heard of a Disney adult, never met one, or you're not human. Because you should be afraid. Very afraid. Now, of course, not all Disney adults are built the same. There's different levels of it. I'm talking about the most extreme level of completely obsessed to the point where it becomes their entire life and identity. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with being a fan of Disney products as an adult. I like a lot of Disney things. But there's a big difference between greaseball, goofball, goblin man Charles and a Disney adult that's willing to uproot their entire life just to be closer to the theme parks in order to go every single day. You may think that this is some kind of crazy exaggeration that doesn't happen, but it does. More often than you think. There are a large number of seemingly totally normal people that for some reason have been completely brainwashed and perpetually spend a large chunk of their paycheck consuming Disney products or just going to Disney properties way more often than any reasonable person should. It's so weird. And Disney knows this, which is why they've now recently announced that they're building their own community, their own neighborhood basically, for Disney adults to go live together and be part of the Disney family forever. Even just the marketing material give me the heebie-jeebies saying that this is going to be the best chapter of your life, like forever. I don't know, that's eerie sounding. Visiting a Disney neighborhood sounds worse than visiting hell. At least the demons and devils in hell aren't pretending to be something they're not. Because Disney is an evil corporation. I don't care how you spin it, no matter how big of a fan you are of Disney properties. Disney as a corporation is one of the greediest, shadiest, and just downright deplorable companies there is in the world. For a company that's supposed to be all about magic and being the happiest place on earth, the only time Disney seems to be at its happiest is when they're magically face-fucking you with their insatiable gluttony to shake you down for all of your lunch money and keep you perpetually suckling on their teat, consuming only their milk. It is a scary company. I'm not here to really get into the weeds of all of the awful things Disney has done since its inception, but I do want to get into the weeds of the neighborhood here because I find this to just be like a dystopian idea where corporations like Disney are going to start building their own communities. In my opinion, it's just an alarming idea. But anyway, the first one from Disney here is being pitched as Story Living, and there's no information on pricing that I can find at the moment, but since it's Disney, you can bet your sweet bippy it's going to be overpriced. You'll be paying 7 figures for a 1-bed, 1-bath, 400 square foot crack shack without a driveway, because in the Disney neighborhood, you use magic to get around or some shit. Like, you're gonna overpay for your property in the Disney neighborhood, I imagine. But one thing that really stands out to me is in the pitch here, they have this legendary service notice where it says, at Cotino Community, which is the first part of Story Living, cast members will strive to deliver the same friendly Disney service you've come to expect. This was super odd to me. What do you mean cast members? It's a neighborhood, right? I've lived in neighborhood communities my entire life, and I've never seen NPCs wandering around checking in on me, making sure I'm abiding by rules and regulations, asking me questions. This sounds more like spies. And the whole idea of this neighborhood is actually bigger than I thought it was. It's not just a residential community. This is basically a place that they're building for people to go to die. In addition to having housing from Disney, the community is seemingly isolated from the rest of the world, just locked into this one fucking dimension over here, like where Squidward went to be all alone, but this time it's only for the most obsessed Disney fans. So you would have property in the community, and the community itself also has stores and restaurants and like activities and events all held within that neighborhood, as well as like a beach that you have to pay for access to as well, even as a community member. So it really feels like this is where people would go and then not leave. That's the design of it, because why would they? Everything they need is there, and it's all Disney approved, and you love Disney, so why not just go spend your entire life here and make sure you empty out your piggy bank the entire way before you shed the mortal coil? They have like a proposed 55 and older only community as well. So to me, it really just seems like they're trying to build the one-stop shop for Disney adults to go to die. Like, spend the rest of their life, spend all of their money on Disney and Disney only, so that way it doesn't go elsewhere, so that way they can have it all. And it's just so weird. I think it's such a fucking weird idea. So I went over it a little more on stream last night. I'll show you a couple clips of that before hopping back in for a bit more analysis. Have you heard about the city Disney is building called Story Living? Talking about the Disney neighborhood? That's got to be the worst place on earth. This place would be absolutely miserable to live. Imagine being in a Disney-only community. Have their own police force. The HOA would go crazy. Smiles mandatory. If not, you get executed in the town square. I wonder if you're allowed to have Netflix there. Oh, no chance. That'd be a crime punishable by death in Disney Story Living or whatever. The housing's too expensive. No one's going to buy these. You don't know Disney adults. Disney adults will actually trample each other just for the chance of living in a Disney neighborhood.
Touched the hearts and minds of people around the world for nearly 100 years.
Okay, and stop sucking your own dick. Just show me the neighborhood.
By our world-class Disney cast. As Imagineers, story is at the heart of everything.
I still think it's so cute they call themselves Imagineers.
Places to life, to immerse you into. This exciting new venture will enhance, extend, and strengthen the Disney brand by allowing us to bring the magic of Disney to places you may never have expected.
Surveillance. We enhance the Disney brand by spying on you. We own you. You live in our neighborhoods and you are literally our property.
Community is something truly special.
We're exploring
nightmarish is the word I'd use.
In the US for our Story Living by Disney here in the community of Rancho Mirage. Just
is this like WandaVision? Kind of.
And I'm excited to announce that our first Story Living by Disney community will be located in experienced home builders at each site who contribute their talents and expertise to each community.
But yeah, that's the gist of it. It's not really like Celebration. This is legitimately a Disney neighborhood. And I imagine those houses are going to come pre-built with some kind of surveillance or data harvesting program. Charles, I noticed at approximately 8:45 p.m. this evening you weren't smiling. Is something the matter? Do we need to have you re-educated? Be happy or else. It's not even so much about be happy. It's more consume forever. Consume or else. Do we need to send the Imagine police to have a talk with you? Oh, the police won't be imaginary. Those aren't Imagineers in uniform, I'll tell you what. Disney's absolutely going to have like a paramilitary force. They are going to lock this shit down. You can get in, but not out. No, you can get out too the second you can't afford to live there anymore. Or if you make the mistake of trying to download a competing streaming service. Contraband at the Disney neighborhoods is going to be like smuggling in a DVD of like Boss Baby or something. An animation that's not Disney. Disney wants to own human souls themselves. At least the Disney adults will all be in one place so we can avoid them. I mean, yeah, it'd be kind of like a quarantine zone for like the most brainwashed Disney adults, I suppose. And actually, I do wonder if they'd even be allowed access to the rest of the internet. I really imagine this Disney neighborhood being complete lock and key. Like, your days are designed for you. You're restricted access to a bunch of different things. Yeah, it'd probably just be like an intranet for the neighborhood. Because, I mean, if they give you unrestricted access to the internet, you could be leaving a negative review about the housing situation. You could be saying less than favorable things, and they can't have that. You should go there when built. Man, fuck that. That'd be going to like a Scientology church. That's scary. Let's go ahead and play around a little bit here, because I don't exactly know how this neighborhood's going to go, but knowing Disney, I think this could end up being like one of the most outrageously strict places on the planet. I really feel there's a non-zero chance that they will outright forbid anything that's not Disney or Disney adjacent. Like, they won't have direct competition. I wouldn't be surprised if you can't even Amazon Prime packages into your Disney neighborhood house. Like, they probably would just turn them away at the door or something. You can only order through Disney pre-approved services. I really think that that's not out of the realm of possibility, because it seems like they're going to really own this neighborhood. Everything is going to be Disney related. Like I said, the cast members thing really throws me for a wild loop, because that just seems like actual simulation cult shit to a certain degree, where you will be monitored. Like, it seems like it's going to be constant surveillance from the cast members on their community. I also do think there's a non-zero chance that there will be some expectations on their residents as part of like an HOA agreement where they'll attend Disney events or Disney hosted celebrations within the community and shit like that in order to get them active in the community or something, and they'll probably spin it as like, you gotta really embrace the magic. You're living in the Disney neighborhood, damn it, so come to all of our events. Why are you here if you don't want to be? You know, get over here, come to the events, in order to try and get them on the hook to start spending more money on Disney-related shit and continue the brainwashing. If you're already living in the Disney neighborhood, if you paid to be there, you're already pretty brainwashed, but this is like another level. This is a completely different level where you are just completely submerged in Disney and Disney only, cut off from the rest of the world. Also, worth noting real quick, Disney has tried something similar before with a place called Celebration, which is like, it's pretty similar to what they're pitching here with Story Living by Disney, but it completely failed. Celebration completely failed. It was a disaster for them, and I think they no longer have Celebration as like a Disney thing anymore. I'm not entirely sure, it's all kind of messy, but it was a failure on Disney's part to do this in the past. But they're trying again. They're saying, you know what? What about Second Breakfast? That was so good, I want to try it a second time. And they're going with Story Living this time. But they've broadened the scope, and they want to create all of these amenities for the neighborhood. And to me, it all just seems like control. Like, they just want to control all of your spending, then make sure it all goes back into Disney's pockets. This shit is scary. Also, I read something from Celebration back when it was still Disney's, where apparently the HOA was so fucking evil that they had some kind of clause where they could legally tell you that you have to get rid of your pets if they're deemed a nuisance or something. I only read a little bit about that from Google, so take that with a grain of salt. That could be all anecdotal and completely incorrect. But I wouldn't be surprised if Disney really did have something like that. And I wouldn't be surprised to have something like that in Story Living by Disney when they do build this. I really do think it'll probably be one of the most awful places to live. Truly. Even as like a Disney adult, if you're a huge fan of Disney, I think living there would make you fucking hate Disney too. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. Alright, now we need to come in off the sidelines here, off the bench, in order to participate in a game of goofiness. The Logan Paul vs. Dylan Dennis situation has finally reached the bare minimum silliness threshold that summons me. So these two performed the ritual and made the proper silly sacrifice, and here I am. For those that don't know, Logan Paul is fighting Dylan Dennis pretty soon, and in order to hype up their fight, they've been beefing with each other online. And usually this is very lame. In the influencer boxing space, this is all just very see-through marketing, formulaic garbage where two people who don't actually dislike each other pretend that they do in order for the bigger paycheck. So they start farming controversy and make really lazy attempts at it. Be like, hey, stupid face, can't wait to punch you and spit on you in the ring on this date, 'cause I hate you. You're tacky and I hate you. Like, that's usually the level of this controversy, the drama beforehand to try and make it like a grudge match or bad blood. It's very uninteresting. makes me go yawn. That's a snooze fest. This time around with Logan Paul and Dylan Dennis, though, it's been a bit different. This is a circus show fight between two clowns that the internet has laughed at and disliked for years. They're both scammers, by the way. I want to make this clear up front and center since most people seem to have forgotten that Dylan Dennis is also a notorious scammer. So there's a whole video from CoffeeZilla on this about how he's more than willing to just exploit all of his fans for money off of knowingly promoting fraudulent products. And of course, Logan Paul is notorious for scamming his fans as well through Crypto0, of which he still has refused to refund their money, even though he said he would do that many, many months ago. This is a core component of what I want to talk about today, because Dylan Dennis has been able to wipe some of that clown makeup off in the court of public opinion. He's got a lot of new fans as a result of all of this, because he employed an innovative new strategy for shit-talking. He's been posting pictures of Logan Paul's fiancée with other men, and then he'll have captions with it like, it's a picture of a Renaissance painting, and he's like, "Hey Logan, is that your wife over there with another guy? She's a time-traveling succubus. Your wife went back to the 14th century just to fuck this other man to get away from you." Like, and people are eating it up. People are going crazy for it. He's gained like 400,000 followers over the last couple weeks, hundreds of millions of impressions. And like a phoenix rising from the ashes of his dead joke of a career, he was reborn. Dylan Dennis found salvation. In the wise words of Qui-Gon Jinn, there's always a bigger shit. And Dennis found it with Logan Paul. He found a bigger piece of shit than himself. He couldn't have made a better wish if he had fairy godparents. This was an unbelievable blessing that fell in his lap because everybody hates Logan Paul. So the community wanted to rally behind Dylan Dennis, who was hopping in the kitchen and fucking cooking him. He was serving up beef, and the entire internet was consuming that meat more aggressively than Luffy in One Piece. And they were loving it. So now his whole public image has been saved thanks to Logan Paul being just the easiest punching bag ever. And not many people knew who Dylan Dennis was before this, unless you were already deep in the fighting community, and in that case, you were probably already in on the joke, because apparently he wasn't well liked in the space. I guess he had a reputation of ducking fights, and then even if he'd take them, he'd lose. So, like, most people just didn't even know anything about him. They just saw him posting all these pictures with his fiancée with other men and dunking on him, and Logan Paul just rolling over, belly up, just taking all of it. He hasn't even tried shit-talking back at all. He's just been reduced to this personal urinal cake for Dylan Dennis to piss on. Like, it's not even a competition. Like, he's not even engaging in any of the trolling. So Dylan Dennis has just won over the entire community's support against Logan. Which brings us to today, where they had their big press conference where always these things are drummed up and fake in order to, again, get more hype and sell more tickets. But Dylan Dennis is very good at getting under people's skin, so it really feels like he's crawled under Logan Paul and he's using him like a fucking fleshlight from the inside out. So he showed up to this event wearing this. Obviously a reference to Logan Paul's infamous Suicide Forest video. Still to date, one of the most deplorable videos a big content creator has ever proudly posted online, where he filmed and mocked a dead body in a Japanese suicide forest. And the press conference really goes how you expect. Logan Paul eventually throws a piece of cake at Dylan Dennis, and he's like, "Oh, Buster, now you crossed the line. Why, I'll come over there and beat the devil out of you." You know, it's nothing we haven't seen a million times before, all completely fucking manufactured. So that's not exactly what I want to mention next. It's just the same standard formula you've seen at these press conferences. Tables get flipped, everyone's heated, but everyone's getting held back. You gotta wait for the fight, buy your tickets very quickly so you can see all this pent-up aggression unleashed in the ring quickly. This is authentic. You know, that kind of shit. But there was something that was said that I had to laugh very hard at. I can't play the clip because I don't want to risk DMCA, so I'll just paint a picture with words here and describe it. Logan Paul brings up a bet that he proposed where he'd wager $1 million that he will suck the fart out of Dylan Dennis's ass. It's not even going to be a real fight. Logan Paul will beat him, but not only beat him, he will annihilate him, de-atomize him. He will clobber Dylan, and he's so confident he'll put $1 million on it right now. And a lot of people pointed out that this is a really weird bet for him to make, considering Logan Paul still has a debt that hasn't been paid to his community that he scammed with Crypto0. He made a promise to his community that he'd pay back about $1.5 million and some change to all of the victims of his scam, and he still hasn't. Yet here he is, proudly puffing his chest up and saying that he'll wager $1 million on this fight? Bozo, why don't you take care of the victims of your scam that put their trust in you with their money, put their faith in you, and lost so much? Why don't you finally fulfill your promise and just pay them back instead of wager the $1 million on this? And during the press conference, Dylan Dennis goes there. Miss Frizzle opened up the doors to the school bus and invited Dylan Dennis on, and they took a trip right to confronting Logan Paul to his face about it. And he said, why don't you pay back the victims of CryptoZoo instead? And I shit you not, Logan Paul's response is, I'm working on it. No, you're not. You have so many millions upon millions of dollars. You could have paid this back 50 times over by now, but you haven't. You just keep dangling this carrot in front of their starving, salivating faces where they're still praying that they can finally get their money back because you promised you would give it back. You would pay them back. And you just keep that there, just out of reach, knowing full well that you'll probably never actually pay it back. You keep praying for a time where people will just forget and move on, but it's not coming. And what made me laugh is that it's Dylan Dennis that said it because he's obviously a scammer too. So it was a scammer calling out another scammer's scam. Dylan Dennis has exploited his community so many times, knowingly scamming them because he's making money off of it. And yet here he is trying to hop on his high horse like, how dare you? I can't... You scammed your community, you remember that, Logan? I would never. I could never even imagine. It'd be like if Chris Brown made a statement on not beating women. Like, Dylan is absolutely right. Why not just finally refund your victims of CryptoZoo like you've promised many months ago? But it's coming from Dylan Dennis, who is also a scammer that has not refunded any of the victims and just outright tells them to eat shit for it. What reality are we living in right now? It's a fucking beautiful disaster. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this real quick because I watched the press conference and that part I just couldn't help but laugh pretty hard at. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Yesterday I read an extremely sad story which was accompanied by an extremely disturbing video that's unlocked a brand new fear within me that I didn't know I had so strongly. It's like an Xbox achievement I never wanted to unlock. Now that's nothing new, that's not some unique, quirky thing that only I experienced. It's very common for people to read something or see something that, you know, gives them the heebie-jeebies and it becomes some kind of fear or phobia that they'll carry from that point forward. Sometimes it's really goofy things like a silly horror movie. Like maybe you saw the Winnie the Pooh horror film and that scene where the disgusting Winnie the Pooh costume starts drooling after seeing a pair of titties. And now maybe you're fearful of pervert Winnie the Pooh being your sleep paralysis demon or something, right? Like there's just plenty of things where you'll learn something, read something, and it becomes like this new fear. That's what happened to me yesterday. And it's about a story that I'm sure a lot of you have read about or seen the video of by now, with the 18-year-old who was on a cruise ship with his friends, and someone dared him to jump off the cruise ship, and he did. This happened a few days ago, and he still hasn't been found, and obviously most likely will not be found alive. Since reading about and watching the story, I've just thought about it a lot. So I kind of just wanted to talk about this situation because it's fucking heartbreaking. Like, my heart goes out to the family here for this loss because it's so fucking sad. The video is just beyond scary. It is fucking terrifying. He's swimming around. They've threw one of the life rings out there, but it's quite a ways away from him. And you can actually see something like breach the surface of the water, and it looks like a shark. Like it actually looks like a shark in front of him, and he's looking at something and swimming away from it. He's swimming away from the life ring, and that's, I think, and what a lot of people speculate is because it looked like a shark. Now, from what I've read, it's not uncommon for sharks to circle cruise ships just kind of collecting scraps, which I, of course, had no idea of. They sound like fucking seagulls out there, I guess. So it very well could have been a shark, but it's too blurry and it's too dark in the night to actually see for sure if it's a shark. But there was something there. And he started swimming away from the life ring, and within like 2 seconds just vanishes into the open water in the middle of the night. The video is just haunting as well. There's some callous asshole who, as the 18-year-old kid is vanishing into the open water, he just says, bye-bye. Like, that is downright evil. Keep in mind, this was off of a dare, which is crazy to think about. It's unironically what your parents used to say growing up, you know, don't follow the crowd. If your friends jump off a cliff, would you jump off a cliff? You know, that kind of garbage. But then it actually happened here. Of course, I imagine whoever dared him to jump off the ship didn't expect him to actually do it, but He did, which means that person is now partly responsible for Cameron's death. The kid's name was Cameron, and they haven't found his body yet, and they probably never will. They called off the search because they hadn't been making any progress on it, so they'll probably never find the body, and I don't think there's any chance that he'll be found alive at any point or anything like that. So this is very much a situation where that dare killed him. Such a diabolical dare, too. Even if it was meant as a joke. I dare you to jump off the cruise ship, basically saying, I dare you to commit suicide. Like, that's fucking crazy. That's so weird. You know, double dog dare you to throw your life away. Haha. It's so gross. It's a tragic situation, and the video is so fucking disturbing to see. I, of course, have always had a bit of a fear of open water, like swimming out in open water. I think every human being in the world has that kind of fear, like, built in. That's like default factory settings for human beings. But I've never really considered the possibility of a cruise ship leading to a situation like this. I've never been on a cruise before. It's not because I'm afraid of, like, boats or anything like that. It's mainly just because I don't think I would enjoy being on a cruise. But I never really stopped to process the potential danger of falling in. Like, I guess in my stupid little caveman brain, I always thought to myself, like, ooh, Charlie fall in, Charlie swim back to boat, or life ring go to Charlie and Charlie get back on boat. And honestly, I blame Yu-Gi-Oh! When Weevil throws in Yugi's Exodia pieces and Joey dives in off the boat and has no problem getting back. That must have planted the stupidity deep in my brain. But I just never really processed the potential danger of an overboard. And according to what I've read, overboards on cruise ships are very, very often fatal, especially in the middle of the night. It's extremely difficult to find someone who's gone overboard because of the current that the cruise ship creates. Usually yanks people under, pushing them very far away very quickly, and it just makes it very difficult to locate, even during the day. Let alone at night. It is so fucking rare. There's been a reported 212 overboards from 2009 to 2019, so they're not super common. I guess there's a lot of protocol in place to prevent something like that happening, but it does happen occasionally. And of the 212 overboards, 48 of those were rescued alive, so 28%. That's not a very high survival rate at all. So I just never realized just how dangerous it would be to fall off of a cruise ship. And I feel like another thing that contributes to it is people just have this perception that cruise ships move excruciatingly slow, but that's just not the reality of it. They're simply massive. Like, they are huge, so it looks like they're going slower than they are. But in the water out there, it'd be very hard to keep up with the cruise ship unless you're an Olympic caliber swimmer. It's kind of like a kaiju fight, right? Like Godzilla fighting King Ghidorah, it looks like they're kind of moving slow with a tail whip and shit, but they're just so big, that tail's probably moving at goddamn the speed of sound. It's just because it's so big, it looks slow. So, like, falling in or jumping in off of a cruise ship has to be one of the worst things that can happen, like, in general. And I haven't even mentioned the hypothermia because of how cold the water would be in the middle of the night and in the middle of the open water like that. It is probably just the worst possible situation to find yourself in. It's heartbreaking. It's a super tragic story, and unironically, it has unlocked a massive new fear within me, like just picturing that whole series of events out there and then seeing that video. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to talk about this story a little bit, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Everybody please put down your pitchforks and delete your angry tweets. Close your Reddit karma farming accounts for the hate threads. I'm here. The sheriff is back in town. I know many of you concerned civilians were worried that I had gone to the store to get milk and cigarettes and I had forgotten something very important and I wasn't coming home for it. And of course I'm talking about my $10,000 speedrun bounty challenges that I said I'd want to do monthly, every month this year. The astute observers amongst you may have noticed that it's been longer than a month since my last $10,000 speedrun challenge. And there's a good reason for this. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, this year I wanted to set out to do a $10,000 speedrun challenge on an obscure game at least once a month. And we had a good streak going, where I got it twice on time. However, the most recent one, Exodus from the Earth, was such a banger that I've spent the last month and a half, almost 2 months, just looking for a game that's nearly as good to speedrun as Exodus from the Earth. Of course, I posted the complete Summoning Salt style history of these speedrun challenges, so definitely check those bad boys out. They go hard. And I've got great news today because it's time to announce the third $10,000 speedrun bounty. We found another candidate, one that's worthy to follow up Exodus from the Earth, a sacred battleground for which only the most talented of gamer barbarians will fight and succeed. And that game is Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard. That's right, we're gonna take you back to the past to play a shitty game and eat ass. This puppy is from 1998 and is actually listed as one of the reasons why Bethesda went into a downward spiral in the late 90s because it was such a fucking commercial flop. Many of you watching this know of the Elder Scrolls series, probably one of the most well-known series in all of gaming, but I guarantee only a handful of you have ever heard of Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard. This is like the bonus Jonas Brother that no one remembers. The game just was not really played often, though the people that did play it liked it. It was actually like moderately received well. It had good reviews for the most part, but it's not a popular game by any means, and in fact, as of right now, there's only a single run for this game, and it's the current world record. So there's already an established route to follow, and it's kind of a wild one. It's a bit long too, so really buckle your seatbelt. Now I know some of you might be a little intimidated by the hour and 50+ minute route right now, but it's important to keep in mind that last time for Exodus from the Earth, the world record was an hour and 15 minutes roughly, and by the end of the speedrun challenge, the record was 20 minutes, around 20 minutes. So there's so much room for improvement on these games, and the glitches and tech that get found are amazing. Now, if you followed this series that I've been doing with the speedrun bounties, you already know the rules, but I'll go over them one more time here, of course. It's going to be 2 weeks. So at the end of 2 weeks, whoever has the fastest time wins, obviously. It's a $10,000 prize pool split across first, second, and third. And I'm also, again, doing the same thing I did last time, which was the $1,000 bonus bounty for whoever finds the most important glitch or most meta-defining trick. I like to incentivize glitch hunters, so even if you're not the most talented speedrunner, if you're like the craftiest and most creative glitch hunter and you find something that's used in the route extensively, you can win $1,000. Last time that went to the person who found the huge skip in the beginning of the game that pretty much single-handedly sliced the run in half. So there's just a lot of fun to be had here. I love doing these challenges, and it's nice to finally find another game that should be a fun one to watch. Now, per usual, your run needs to have video evidence, preferably streamed on Twitch or YouTube or something, and you submit the VOD to us to be verified. And also Kronos, whom many of you know from the previous challenges, he helps moderate the Discord as well as go through the runs, verify things, and learn everything there is to learn about these challenges. Kronos has already made a tutorial on how to set up everything for Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard and get everyone on even playing field. There's also been incredible work from the community done already for Autosplitter and everything, so all of the hard work's already been done for you. It should be a pretty seamless, easy start here if you want to participate in the challenge and the bounty. So yeah, no headache there. I'm going to put a link to the video in the description of this video, so that way you can get the tutorial and get set up. And I'm also going to put a link to the Discord where pretty much everything about this challenge will be held. That's discussions with community members, speed tech, hypothesizing routes and glitches, submitting runs, and just basically going over everything about this game and this challenge. So once again, 2 weeks starting from today, ending at midnight 2 weeks from now. Whoever has the fastest time wins. Of course, you can use any glitches and exploits you find in the game, but there will be no third-party modifications or any cheating like that. So yeah, it's time to get started. Let's hop back in the saddle here. And also, once again, I'm sorry this is so late. I really did want to do this like every month, but we really hit a diamond in the rough immediately with Exodus from the Earth. The first speedrun bounty was for Amok Runner, right? Like, that was a wacky speedrun game that was so fucking, like, awful for runners to run. Like, it was only up from there. But when we did Exodus from the Earth as our second one, I don't think we realized just how good of a speed game it'd turn out to be. And I don't like going backwards, so like Exodus from the Earth was amazing. I wouldn't want to just choose another stinker, kind of like Amok Runner's route. Like, I wanted to like just keep going up, or at least maintain the same level of quality that we saw with Exodus from the Earth. So it's just been a long time going through a ton of games, looking for anything that might have that same level potential. And then we finally found Redguard here, so I'm optimistic. Hopefully it turns into an amazing speed game. I'm hoping the route can get down to like fucking 20 minutes, just like Exodus from the Earth did. So yeah, once again, sorry for the big delay on that. And yeah, that's about it. Looking forward to watching all of your runs in this competition. So yeah. The only thing slower than the DMV is YouTube responding to a problem. When it comes to YouTube addressing a situation or fixing an issue, they take the scenic route. Most of the time it's just wildly inefficient. It feels like their strategy for handling problems or issues is just to cross their fingers, close their eyes, plug their ears, and just pray that whatever the problem is, it doesn't result in a viral tweet. Because that seems to be the only kryptonite to Superman here. That is the only time YouTube's arm is ever twisted enough to finally address or rectify something. At least that's the way it has been for a long time. I do think they are getting a bit better at it. But in the case of IShowSpeed here, with the situation that happened yesterday, I have never seen YouTube move this fast. In the 17 years I've been on the platform, I have never seen this side of YouTube. They fired on the turbo jets. They engaged the NOS boosters in order to quickly explain what's going on with the whole IShowSpeed situation. I'll go ahead and bring you up to speed on the lore, just in case you don't know what the situation is. IShowSpeed is YouTube's biggest streamer, and yesterday while streaming Five Nights at Freddy's, he really rocked out with his cock out. He got a jump scare from Chica, which resulted in him thrusting at the webcam until his dick flopped out. I tell ya, those damn Five Nights at Freddy's animatronics are so quirky that sometimes penis will just come out of nowhere. But yeah, IShowSpeed was overreacting to the jump scare for the sake of entertaining his audience, and then he took it to the next level by saying that he wants to fuck Chica, and started thrusting at the webcam, and then his wiener just ended up on stream and flashed the entire audience, which of course became a huge story online and a huge question mark as to what would happen next. A lot of people are wondering if YouTube was going to give him a strike or if they're going to outright ban his channel because nudity is against their rules. And YouTube has swiftly come out to answer this question. YouTube says that they're not going to ban him or anything like that, or even give him a strike. It'll just be business as usual. He's fine to continue moving forward on the platform as he has been. They stated that while it was a violation of their policy, the fact that Speed removed the broadcast and everything associated with it means that he was in the clear. Which to me makes me think that YouTube actually factored in that it was an accident. I highly doubt he wanted to become known as IShowMeat as a result from all of this. I don't think it was a premeditated cock jump scare. Now, I said this in the last video, but I'm going to mention it again here, and it's something everyone else has mentioned as well. IShowSpeed's main audience is on the younger side of things. There's a lot of kids that watch him. Plus, he was streaming Five Nights at Freddy's, which is a horror franchise that has a very large audience with younger viewers. So I really don't think the argument of this potentially being on purpose for the sake of attention and publicity is a strong argument. Like, I don't think there's any world where Speed actually planned to expose himself in front of this audience playing this game. Because if he did, that would be the stupidest idea ever, and he would probably be looking at a much more serious case than just a potential strike on YouTube. So I highly doubt that this was a scheme. I really don't think that this idea crossed his mind for content, like, I'm gonna throw my meat at the webcam and it's gonna generate all kinds of headlines. Like, I just really don't think that was the case. And I think YouTube gets the same impression that it wasn't on purpose, because I don't think usually they would allow this to be just a squeaky clean, you know, go forward and don't do it again type situation. Because I recall a few times in the past there have been channels that have uploaded either softcore pornography or just full-blown porn, and even though they removed the content shortly after posting it, they still either faced strikes for it or just outright termination. So the fact that they're not doing either of those in the Speed case makes me believe that they actually did have a human review of the situation here and eventually deemed that it wasn't on purpose, thus they shouldn't be super harsh with the policy enforcement here. I don't think this is the norm with their nudity policy. I don't think people are going to be able to get away with, you know, pretending that something was accidental. Like if you're doing a stream, for example, I go live right now, I take off all my clothes, I'm bare ass naked, and I start juggling my balls at the webcam before going offline. I don't think I could get away with deleting that footage and then being okay. I'm sure I would probably face a strike bare minimum because I had planned to do that and knowingly broadcast content that violates the YouTube terms. Whereas here, it doesn't seem like that was ever the plan. It seemed like what Speed wanted was an over-the-top, loud reaction that went out of control. Overall, I'm pretty surprised that it didn't even result in a strike. YouTube's not exactly a platform that's known for its leniency when it comes to their rules. They never take context in consideration when it comes to anything with their policies. They've always shown themselves to be cutthroat, no mercy, and won't even listen to your side of a situation. So I was stunned to see that this resulted in them just being like, hey, you know, it happens. Carry on. But anyway, that's the most recent update on this whole story. But I do want to give a quick mention to a really degenerate clip that I just saw floating around about Aiden Ross's response to this.
Bro, guys, stop talking about his penis. I don't give a fuck. I've seen it thousands of times. I've known Speed for years. I've seen it in person thousands of times. I don't care. I saw it and I laughed. I smiled. I don't care, bro.
IShowSpeed just turned 18. He just turned 18 this year. And Aiden is saying that he's seen his penis in person thousands of times? What the fuck, man? I don't know if he's just trying to make some kind of weird pedophile joke about himself, or if he's just being totally honest, going mask off about seeing a kid's penis thousands of times over the years that he's known him. It's just disturbing. Why would you have seen a child's penis thousands of times? It makes it seem like you were grooming him. Like, the only way Speed could stay your friend was if he kept showing you his wiener or something like that with the way you're speaking about it. It is scary. That's some frightening shit. Again, I don't know if this was supposed to be a joke, but if it was, that is a weird one to make. That's setting off all kinds of alarm bells, red buzzers blaring. That is a big old self-report there. That is a joke that you couldn't torture someone enough to make, seeing a minor's penis thousands of times. Meanwhile, Aiden's just openly stating it, admitting to it with a big old smile on his face, bouncing up and down in his seat, super giddy to share the information that he's apparently seen IShowSpeed's penis thousands of times over the years before he was 18. Creepy. Very creepy. But anyway, yeah, that's really about the whole update on the situation as of right now. That's about it. See ya. Good evening. I was feeling rather sophisticated, so I threw on a pair of these spectacles. They're not like a prescription or anything, unless that prescription is an ass beating on blue light, because these are just some blue light blocking glasses, I think. The main purpose is they're supposed to help you sleep better, and I've been having a hard time going night-night recently, so I'm giving them a whirl to see if they help at all. This isn't like a hashtag ad or anything, it's just I know most of you haven't seen me in glasses, so I wanted to explain the jump scare here, because I've learned it's always an alarming situation when I don't look exactly the same like a goddamn cartoon character. So anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to make fun of some losers, some turbo douchebags that just recently embarrassed themselves. I'm sure a lot of you have already seen the clip. I don't know if I can show the clip, so I'm just going to show an image from it and explain what happened. Yesterday was Gamescom, which is a huge gaming showcase where a lot of trailers and a lot of information come out about games that are coming up, and it's something a lot of people tune into. It's hosted by Jeff Keighley, and pretty much right off rip for the presentation, a rowdy little rascal in the audience went up on stage with his goofy glue-sniffing sidekick and did a little unholy fusion dance of cringe, just interrupting the whole thing for this.
Don't be jealous. I'm not allowed to say anything about it. Yes, exactly. All right. Well, guys. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Really disappointed. They're disappointed. That's just so disappointing. This is such a special night for so many developers.
Goober really tried to emulate Matan. I'm sure most of you remember the Bill Clinton kid from last year. After the Game of the Year award was given out, he went on to the mic and said that he wants to dedicate the award to his Reformed rabbi, Bill Clinton. And it actually, blew up his online presence as a result of that. And this absolute goofball thought he could get the same thing happen to him. So he went up on stage, tried the same thing basically, and got zero clout, and nobody laughed. It was just met with sighs and boos. Oh brother, this guy stinks. And he wasn't alone. Most people don't even realize that there was a friend of his that went up there with him. So if you freeze frame right here, and I feel like I'm getting in a fucking some kind of film Easter egg here where I have to break it down in order for you to see the hidden messages. There is another guy on stage who is not supposed to be there. He's the guy doing this pose. Like, you know, are you not entertained? And the answer was a resounding no. Nobody was. This is lame as fuck. He had the gall to put his online handles on his shirt, thinking that people would flock to it and be like, wow, that was such a good troll. But what's so good is no one even realized he was there. This man was basically invisible. I had to catch him like some kind of ghost in a photograph. I had to freeze frame because I thought I caught a glimpse of something, and it was this dumb asshole. So he tried to get, like, clout out of it even more desperately than his friend who just went up there with the Bill Clinton wants GTA 6 line. He actually put his handles here, and nobody saw it. The camera cut away too quick to see it, and even if you do pause it, it's too blurry because he was moving too fast for it to actually pick up what the words say. And just when you thought the L couldn't get any bigger here, what if I told you this isn't that one guy's first time doing it? A couple years ago, he went on a different show in Germany and basically did the same routine but without Bill Clinton. He just said, GTA 6, you know, where's GTA 6? And got water thrown on him and kicked out. It's just so pathetic. Extraordinarily desperate for just an ounce of attention. And he doesn't even get that. People just boo and move on, completely forgetting about this guy. It already happened to him once a couple years ago, so he said, you know what about second breakfast? And tries it again. This time he tried to follow the recipe that Matan laid down, but he was unable to get in the kitchen and get the same result here. He tried to copy his homework but failed. So he got no clout, no attention, nothing out of it. Just a complete waste. Legitimately just a massive waste. And his friend, even bigger waste. They need to be stricter with security here. This has to be a wake-up call. Last year was bad enough because Matan was on stage for like the entire acceptance speech. He was on stage for like 15 minutes and no one did shit. No one recognized he wasn't supposed to be there. This guy walked right up, no problem, no questions asked, and also lingered for quite some time, him and his friend. Like, that's just dangerous. That is just dangerous. The security has got to be improved at these kind of events. Otherwise, people are going to stop going to them from the industry because it's just downright not safe. You could have an absolute fucking lunatic in the crowd that goes up that's doing more than just saying Bill Clinton. Like, it's pretty crazy that they haven't taken those steps to ensure this doesn't happen again. Because now it's happened twice. Also, I just wish Jeff Keighley was a little bit more mean in a situation like this. Him telling them that it's disappointing, like he's right, it definitely is disappointing and pathetic stuff, but go a little harder. This is that kind of special, embarrassing moment that will haunt you for the rest of your life, and I just wish Jeff Keighley put that little cherry on top of the cake. Like, I would have laughed my little tookus off if Jeff Keighley just hit them with like a sarcastic, haha, good one. Just something. Because this was a flop. And just imagine Jeff Keighley driving the nail even deeper. Just in the moment, making sure that he rubs their nose in it. Like, damn, you know, I got paid a visit by the doofus committee here. You came on stage, you stunk it up with this cringe. What a waste of time. Like, I just wish he had done something to, like, really highlight to their face how embarrassing this should be for them. Now, obviously, I think these two didn't get, like, thrown in the slammer or anything. They probably just got trespassed from the venue or something, maybe. I don't even really know. But no doubt they went home super giddy to see the response, hoping that their follower numbers got pumped up or something, and this stirred a big controversy. And I can only imagine the shock and disgust that washed over them when they realized nobody fucking cared. Nobody knew who they were. People quickly made fun of them and moved on. It didn't even trend. There were just like 2 posts about it, one from Zexerto. It was just like 500 comments in total across both posts, and people couldn't even be bothered to throw tomatoes. They'd either just leave a picture of Matan and saying like, the worst copycat attempt I've ever seen, or not even that much, just something like weak and moving on. This was probably one of the worst plays for attention I've ever seen. It's got me talking about it though, but that's only because I love to roll around in the mud of silliness, and this is quite silly. They tried so fucking hard to get some kind of attention from this. One of them tried twice, and both attempts fell right on their fucking face. It just, nothing, less than nothing out of this for them. just now a little Boy Scout badge of shame that they can both remember fondly, I guess. I'm really hoping this doesn't become some new trend. This is the second time it's happened, and hopefully the last one. I think it should be buried after this last awful attempt here. I'm hoping this Bill Clinton, charging the stage meme doesn't continue past this. And I really do hope they start upping the security and actually taking security seriously at the upcoming events. That way this kind of shit doesn't even have a chance of happening at like the upcoming Game Awards or anything. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's really about it. So yeah. Was your name in the credits for Hunger Games? I actually never checked. Wait. Was it? It should be, actually. I should be in like I should be credited as District 8 Hospital Helper. Because initially I did have lines, which means I should be, well, maybe I'm not here because I didn't make Final Cut. I'd be somewhere here, right? D8, that's District 8, another patient, female patient, that wouldn't be me, male patient, could have been me, old woman, probably not me. Well, we've got a bit of a controversy on our hands here. Not only am I not here, but the kid that actually did make the Final Cut I don't think is here. The kid who said, are you here to fight? Are you here to fight with us, Katniss? And then he does the thing. His name's not here, I don't think. Unless he's listed as something else. Keep looking. Well, no, this is where we'd be. Because this is District 8. Before we get blown up. What's the criteria for being listed here, then? I guess I can't be shocked that I'm not here, since none of my shit's in the Final Cut except for my arm. But, I mean, that kid had a couple lines. So what's the criteria? You're not going to be 10 names down from Stanley. Why? They are. Fucking District 8, another patient? I would be here too. I'd be District 8 Hospital Helper or something. But you appear on the IMDb. That's fucking worthless. I'm not in the goddamn end credits here. There's probably more District 8 spots. Doesn't seem like it. I mean, Jesus, they have District 13 Systems Operator 2 here. Come on. Well, you know what? Maybe I'm listed as something more than just District 8 Hospital Helper. Maybe they're listing me as, like, District 8 Hero. So I'll be down here somewhere. After Stunts, perhaps. That's so fucked up. Yeah, actually, I never checked. At least I don't remember. According to the IMDb page, it's District 8 medic, but uncredited. Son of a bitch, those assholes. And they didn't even ask me to come back for the other Hunger Games movie that's coming out soon. The industry's so fucked up, man. I wasn't an extra, I was an integral piece of the Mockingjay Part 1 narrative. Did you check to see if you were credited ahead of the director? Oh, true, yeah, that must have been it. That's probably where it was. You should review your IMDb page on how accurate it is. I already did that like 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, or something. It's highly inaccurate. It lists me as 2 centimeters. Like, my height is listed as, like, actually 2 centimeters. It's a farce. It's an outrage. They fixed the height. Alright, you know what? Here, it's been a couple years. I'll check out the IMDb. This is still so fucked up. They did fix the height, but it lists me as 5'5" and 3/4. This is some wacky shit. Okay, let's see. What credits does it put me at? It has Deep Dive on here. A 2-episode thing we did like 3 years ago. Writer. Oh, Godslap, nice. As a TV series, nice. Optimistic. Skynet has its own IMDb page? It's so hype. Where's my acting credits? Alright, upcoming. Neither of these ever happened to my knowledge. Officer Greg, though? What the fuck is the Garden of Wonder? Oh! Wait. What? Wait, what is this? When did I co-star with George Takei? I can't even find anything on this. This seems like it's all just made up. Someone must have just shown up to set and they're like, hey, I'm Charlie. And they're like, okay, cool. We got moistcritikal on set. Hive Mind. Why am I credited in Jacksepticeye as just appearing in 2 videos? Nice. Yeah, they got everything in here. Anytime I ever appeared on like anything, even for a second. Some voice acting stuff from Lucius, yep. Helsing, yep. Star Control, yep. Anima, Team 6, yep. This is thorough. Butter Lover, Uncle Gareth, what a throwback. Hunger Games, District 8 Medic, baby. Cool. Yeah, this is pretty thorough. It even has something that not even I knew I was in. Is an acclaimed chess player taught by Grandmaster Daniel the Prophet Naroditsky. At the peak of his chess career and later became the winner of the 2020 Chess PogChamps tournament. Cool. Awesome trivia. His favorite actor is Brendan Fraser, and when White was 18 years old, he was involved in a car accident and got sued by one of the passengers. That's the kind of trivia that's fun for the whole family. Awesome. Expand on that, please. Hey, that's kind of the story in a nutshell. I was 18, I got in a little fender bender, and one of the ladies involved faked an injury and then sued me for it. Because I was very honest. I was like, hey, this accident, you know, I'll take responsibility. I wasn't paying enough attention, and I was just like making sure everyone was okay. I was like, I'm sorry, you know, I should have been paying more attention. And the lady was like, she was like my age, maybe a little older, maybe like 20 or something. She's like, oh no, it's totally fine. Like, it was a really like slow collision crash. You know, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. No biggie. Paramedics came just to check on everything. They're like, yeah, everyone's all good here. And then when my dad got to the scene, he was like, Charlie, please don't tell me that you said that you're sorry. And I was like, no, I did. I mean, it really was kind of my fault. I wasn't paying attention. And he was like, oh my God. He knew it was coming. And then that lady sued me. She had the dollar signs in her eyes the second I said I'm sorry. Who won the case? Well, she did. All in all, I think it was like $10,000 settlement. So she spent significantly more money just getting a lawyer to sue, going to a doctor to pretend that she was injured. She went to a very corrupt doctor who's well known in the area for doing ambulance chaser garbage. So she spent much more than she made. So, kind of an L for her too. It's not about the money. Yeah, it's about raising my insurance premiums. Yeah, fucking awesome. Even my insurance was like, yeah, there's not a whole lot we can do. We know she's not actually injured, but we're just going to do the minimum settlement. So I was like, whatever. Then they raised my insurance rates. Why can't you apologize? Yeah, so apparently you are never supposed to admit fault. Ever. I hit someone and apologized, but he checked his car. There was no damage, so he said don't worry about it and left. Yeah, since then, I've been in 2 little fender benders, neither of which was my fault. One of them I got rear-ended leaving the parking garage of my apartment. Dude just came up and blasted me, and he was like, oh, I'm so fucking sorry, man. Shit. He's like, we need to exchange insurance, and I just checked the back of my car, and I was like, brother, it's not that big of a deal, don't worry about it. Like, it's just not that big of an issue. It was barely even a dent. It was easy. This shit'll buff out. And then the other one was a lady rear-ended me leaving a parking lot. And then she got mad at me. Well, actually, better yet, what happened is I was about to leave the parking lot, and this lady was about to turn on to the road. And for some reason, she fucking cranks that bitch into reverse and just, like, shoves her whole ass in my face. So, like, I see it coming too, so I start reversing to get away from her. I'm like, oh my God, no. No. But she was a little faster than me, and then, yeah, little bumper tap. That was another one where it was just like, she got upset, and I was like, no, look, this is not a big deal. You did this, but I'm not mad, so just go about your day. I haven't seen a single positive thing about this game so far. Like, I assumed it probably wasn't going to be great based on all the footage of it, but the game is absolutely getting annihilated. How many gigs was it? Man, how? I haven't even started the game. How did I already get a crash? What? I'm actually just sitting in the main... That doesn't bode well. That does not bode well. Worse than Redfall? It's reviewed worse than Redfall so far, but I don't know. We haven't started it yet.
But it
Those are the flowers from Bikini Bottom.
not roses.
Well, let's see how he responds to some light.
He won't respond well to some light, I'll tell you right now, Gandalf. Alright, let's go! It's about time we get to play as Gollum.
What is your name?
There he is, little goofball. Oh, he's so kawaii. Look at those big eyes. Aww. Damn. I really thought that could be a good sequence break. Or, not a sequence break, a good skip. Sorry, Smeagol. The journey ends early. Oh, wow, way back here, huh? Yikes. Okay, not doing that again.
How they called it, the Orcs did.
So you talk to the orcs.
Man, I can hardly hear. Why are they whispering? It's like ASMR with Gollum and Gandalf. Oh, gee, what the fuck? That was a big stutter. Damn you, Mordor. Yeah, I don't know why it's running so poorly. I mean, I know why. It's just a bad PC port, I'm guessing. I've tried to not look up too much about the game, because I want to experience all of the negativity surrounding it firsthand, so I don't go in with any biases. But I do know one thing about the game, that the game is basically just a chore simulator. So all you do is do actual meaningless chores forever. That's all I know about it. And then once you're done doing your chores, you go to sleep. That's it. Big thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance tool that gives you access to a ton of tools that help you really take control of everything in your life. I brought on an expert at forgetting his passwords, Matt, and he has a lot of expenses that build up because of it, but now with Rocket Money it makes it a lot less of a headache.
Yeah, so as Charles said, I've got a ton of subscriptions that I forget to cancel and forget the passwords to all the time, so I'm always having to go through and do weird things to cancel them. But thanks to Rocket Money, it's an all-in-one finance platform that I can use to cancel my subscriptions, monitor my credit cards. I can use it to set monthly budgets for myself, so it's something we've used as a team as well with our credit cards. So once again, thanks a lot to Rocket Money for sponsoring the video. So go join more than 3.4 million users on Rocket Money by signing up at rocketmoney.com/moist. Or just clicking the link in the description.
Oh boy. No, let us go! Okay. Idiots! This is a full price game. Well, it's $50, not 60, or not 70, or 60, I guess. So it's got that going for it. Pardon? What? Who discovered me? Huh? Who? What? Do they have a UAV online or something? What? No one alerted. Man, tailing missions fucking suck. Oh, I can actually attack?
Take this one first.
Come here, coward! Gotcha. You're next, Bubba. Is he gonna trip and fall? Oh, no, I see. He's gonna get swarmed. Nope, he tripped and okay. What a plan. Why they make him look so silly? He's just a silly little guy. What would Tolkien think about this? He's probably super upset that he's dead and unable to play it. He's looking down right now from heaven like, dag nabbit, would have loved to play this game. Doing me proud. Okay. I actually get to make choices here. I say we go full goblin golem here. Let's kill it. Oh! Her eyeballs looked like the LimeWire logo. Those were cool eyes. Okay.
He won't.
Let's do Gollum again.
That stinks.
That was a Gollum line, just it stinks. Okay. Enough said, I guess. Follow me. Clean. Oh, it's Q, not E. Outplayed! Did they just put them? I thought they were just gonna run all the way to the pin themselves. Oh, they just might. What are they doing? Ah. First Rings of Power, now this. They're just shitting all over Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I mean, you know. They're not on a hot streak, that's for sure. But just wait until the Lord of the Rings dating simulator comes out. That's when we'll finally start getting back into the glory days.
Take it back. Make Oxys do all the work instead. Don't listen, my love.
How does the game feel to control?
That's it. Now back to the Mine Master.
Like, clunky is probably not the right word, because it's not super clunky, it just feels very stiff. So now we go and call it a day. All I've done is get insulted and do a couple of really trivial chores. What a big day, I'm beat. Did you pre-order for 5 of Gollum's iconic emotes and poses?
I've seen people
No, that's cool.
all night staring out that
Wow.
window.
Man, this game's making me real sleepy. Holy shit. What the fuck? That's like hypnotizing.
I hear you're quite the climber.
Water, please.
Can you shut up? I'm trying to have a conversation with my friend. Close call. I almost went straight down. Probably would have died from fall damage. Ah, there it is.
That must be the cracker.
Yeah! That was hype. Oh, I thought this was a cutscene. Are you actually going to finish this game? We'll see. If it stays like this, no shot. I am struggling to stay awake right now for it. So there's no way if it stays like this I'll be able to finish it. It's just this for like 12 hours. Oh god, okay.
I smell incompetence. Aye, but who's a looking at Sklimmerip? And now he wants bread for crawling through some dirt. Take it then. Nobody.
Oh my god.
Unjust. Back upstairs with you.
Okay. I'm struggling. I'm fucking struggling. I'm struggling. Hold on. I gotta stretch.
Just one stone each day, so the guards wouldn't notice.
Why?
What do you think?
What happened?
That was a cool line.
One day he slipped.
Why don't you move?
That's what I'm fucking saying. Can we kick in the afterburners here? A little turbo drive? This is very slow. Oh no, it just crashed, didn't it? I shouldn't have complained. Oh. That's on me. That's my fault. It hurt me. It hurt its feelings. It's been 72 minutes? Oh man, time's moving so weird in here. Time flies when you're having fun, yeah. That's a good point, yeah, this game's a lot like One Piece. It starts to get good after like 100 hours. So we just gotta give it a chance to shine. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, oh shit. I don't think they'd be getting as much hate if the game wasn't related to Lord of the Rings. I disagree. The game's just really fucking boring. But yeah, I don't think people would be weighing the property against the quality of the game. They'd just be like, man, this game is fucking boring. Yeah. Man, the Master of Stealth strikes again. What the fuck is this? That's a cool effect. Huh. Must be like deceptively dark in these shadows here. Just the wind. Must have just been the wind. Brother, go investigate it. What are you doing? Oh, shit. Oh, of course that's the one he investigates. Oh, shit. Unlucky, I didn't know there was anyone up here. Oh, hey, hey, hey! That was brutal. Oh, I'm stuck. Why is this blocked? What did I do that alerted you? What the fuck? Help! Help!
That one, yes. How do we get there?
What are we doing? What are we doing? What is this? I don't even know what the fucking story is, I'm gonna be honest. I dozed off during one of those cutscenes, but I don't think I missed that much. What the fuck? Why are we doing this? We're going to Grand. Okay. Nope, just the wind. Oh fuck, he's not buying it. I'm stuck. No shot, he knows how to get down here.
That's too easy.
What's that?
Oh fuck. Ah.
Pass me the bottle.
Just the wind. Just the wind. Oh god. If I could have just squeezed my way through there.
Stop!
I'm not moving, brother. If that guy will come to me, maybe then I can just shoot the gap. Move a little closer. Going for it. Oh, God. Oh. That worked out. Damn, that was clean.
Who wants to sleep? Just a little further, sweet one. Just a little.
Let's go! Excellent work, Gollum. Great tenacity. What the What was that? Get out of my head, Sauron.
Make them squeal. Make them choke. Make them burn.
Holy shit, shut the fuck up! Jesus Christ! Yeah, it's like Forspoken. Alright, we made the bomb. Huge, 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 huge.
Now in goes the redstone.
Stock teapot sound, love that. Oh, this way. Yeah, that's just on me. Holy fuck, that was hype.
No, not us. Yes. You.
They have caught me red-handed 3 times now and they're not killing me.
We wasn't there.
Why do they keep just like capturing me?
Into your soul. No, she promised to let Smeagol live. No, I promised you'd be free.
It's just like at a Pirates of the Caribbean. I am a man of my word. It was you who failed to specify when or where. And he strands them on the island. Man, I've been quoting the fuck out of Pirates of the Caribbean recently. I don't know what it is. I haven't seen that movie in years. Do you kill the orc now?
Glorious end. Listen to me. If you ever betray one of my people, as much as a mere syllable of a name, we are enemies, you and I.
No shit. I would expect that, man. But my apologies. No. I'm sorry, so sorry.
He doesn't want the frail man to have a glorious end.
I am sorry. You did well today.
That was a drastic change of attitude.
They've taken our bread.
No, I already got the spoilers on what this is. They have a bird breeding mini game. So I get to breed birds. Which is fucking hype! Feeder 1 deployed. Is the story at least interesting? Not really. I'm going to be honest. I've dozed off a couple times, so I'm sure I've missed some tidbits of lore. But yeah, I mean overall, not very interesting. Right now the best thing I can say about the game is at least it's not $70. It's $50. Which is still expensive for this. This is not AAA quality.
Make peoples work for us.
No. I thought that would land me on the thing. Let me up. Oh. Let me up. Let me up! Hello, Io. You heard I was playing Lord of the Rings Gollum and had to see for yourself if it lives up to the hype?
Nice bread with juicy
I
maggots.
get you. I know. What if I told you it exceeded the hype? Would you believe me?
You can't. Is useful, and
I have actually betrayed you 3 times and you have caught me all 3 times. Why do you keep using me?
Clearly something vital.
You would not believe how hard it is to find good help. I've done nothing for them. All I have done is steal from them, and they've caught me every time.
And if it cannot be yours, then whose head shall it be?
Yours.
He wants us to give him names, or it's a test.
I'll just keep blaming the orc. Fuck that guy.
Adam. Staunchness. That's a word I haven't heard in a while. Say your prayer, little man.
What'd you say to me? Little? Why, I oughta.
Knows us.
In the cage.
Man, these guys may be big assholes that torture people and beat them and kill them, but, you know, they like animals. They like the little birds, so they're not all that bad.
It will love and serve you for the rest of its life. You can go back to your cell.
Sounds good. Cute. So why the fuck are we breeding birds in here? What could possibly be the reason for that? New friend!
Desert man.
I don't like this.
Where's the next one? Oh, I just sent him. Oh, there it is. Oh, fuck! No, my friend! I'm so sorry. That's just bad guidance. That's on me. That's on me. I didn't know where to send you.
What's it waiting for?
Probably have to send you over there first, so you don't alert him.
Looks like a good face. Go, go.
On my way.
Man, this guy's got some real jets on him.
Go, go.
Yes.
And then, I guess just send him to the lever.
Over there, see?
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, no, go, 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 fuck. Sorry. Oh, God, I hit him with that stutter step. Oh, what? Okay. Don't worry, they went in there and got hit with a petrification beam or something. I don't really know.
Good. Now he
Narcoleptic, I guess.
There are more.
It will have to wait, Elith.
Yeah, shut up.
Go on.
Stupid.
What else do you remember?
I'm his favorite kid now. I'll lie again.
Big ugly claws it had, like a thief.
Are you a gamer? Me too. And as a gamer, I have intricate, deep knowledge of all of our strengths and weaknesses. And no matter how hard you work, there will always be one weakness that I'm going to exploit right now. A single word that can induce vomiting in even the strongest, most seasoned of gaming barbarians. And that word is Fextra Life. It was tough even getting that one out. If you've ever played a new game, you've probably Googled something about it, and among the first links on the search results is Fextra Life. And it is such a scourge. Nobody goes to Fextra Life on purpose. It's like falling into the back rooms. It's this thing that unfortunately happens all too often when a new game comes out and you want some information or a guide on it, so you just Google it, and you click the first link, and all of a sudden you accidentally just paid a visit to Fextra Life. And it is such a tragic betrayal. It feels worse than finding out your partner's cheated on you. Fextra Life is a wiki on pretty much anything new that's come out, but they also indulge in some very shady practices that I want to talk about today. But just to talk about the website itself, I and very many others are not huge fans of this site. I personally have never really found anything of value there. It really seems like Fextra Life is so consumed with the idea of being first to guides on games that they don't bother to make sure that it's right or good. So if you go to like the Elden Ring section on Fextra Life, and trust me, I did when the game was still new and I was looking things up, some of what they presented there was just legitimately wrong or incomplete. So you just get like halfway through and it's like, okay, what now? Oh, it's not here on Fextra Life. Because it seems like all they care about is just being first. and taking advantage of that wave of new people that are just really trying to get information. You would honestly have better luck finding quality guides in a YouTube comment section than on Fextralife. So I don't really like this site that much, but that's not even what we're here to talk about. It just being a subpar wiki site isn't exactly the most interesting topic. I'd like to speak about the slimier, greasier side of this organization, because they're no stranger to scandals here. They see controversy and they fucking tap dance on it. They go a bit wacko mode. They have, for many years, been accused of certain things on Reddit, the land of the updoots, most recently with Baldur's Gate 3. They have actually just been blacklisted from a subreddit called Baldur's Gate 3 Builds because they were suspected of vote manipulation, downvoting links to the community wiki, and using bots to keep Fextralife on top while throwing more things that compete with them into the garbage, flushing that shit right down the toilet. And this isn't the first time they've been accused of using bots for similar purposes. A while back, the Dark Souls community also had some very strong accusations against Fextralife for other manipulative tactics used by them on the community posts and subreddit. So Fextralife is just negatively viewed by pretty much everyone, even outside of just the quality of their wiki pages, also heavily criticized for the way they conduct themselves and the way they try and keep Fextralife on top, artificially, supposedly. Now, the Fextralife owner has responded to all of the conversation and hoopla going on right now about them. The biggest one, and the one that I'm mainly going to be focused on, is the cooking of the books with their Twitch numbers. That's a big topic that's been around for many years, and they do talk about this here. But just to piggyback on the back of this Reddit accusation, they're coming forward and saying that, nope, that's a bunch of horseradish. Not real, not true, that's not us. We didn't use bots, and in fact, they even said, I didn't know Reddit bots were a thing, which is complete hogwash. What do you mean you didn't know Reddit bots were a thing? Yes, you did. Everybody knows that. It's totally fine to come defend yourself against the accusations and point out, logical inconsistencies or the evidence isn't strong enough. But why tell a bold-faced lie like that in your defense? I'm so innocent, I've never even heard of bots, I think you called them. The only bot I know is the Autobots. We don't even know what this is. We're so innocent. That's the weirdest defense attempt. Why would you say that? Bots are a thing on every platform everywhere, and everyone knows it. Bots are a thing on Twitch as well, which Fextralife is no stranger to, since Fextralife is basically botting all of their Twitch viewer numbers thanks to their embedding video practice that they use. I'm sure bots isn't the preferred nomenclature for Fextralife when it comes to their viewer numbers. They might use something a little more bubbly, a little more PR friendly, like less than sentient spectators, or perhaps blissfully unaware viewers of the Fextralife stream. But this has been a controversial hot topic for quite a few years now. This comes up at least once or twice a year. If you have ever gone on Twitch during a new big game release, within the first or second on that page is Fextralife. They have an average of 30k viewers when a game is new, and if they're playing an older game, they'll still average 10k plus. But if you ever click on their stream, you're gonna smell something a little fishy in there. It gets a bit stinky in the swamp, because there is no chat activity. Maybe 2 or 3 people chatting to each other in a 30,000 person stream, which is very odd. 30k is huge. They are among one of the biggest channels when it comes to concurrent viewers, at least when new games are present, and no one's talking. 30,000 viewers on their stream, but their chat is a goddamn ghost town. It's an absolute barren wasteland. You'd find more life in Chernobyl than you would in a Fextralife 30,000 plus viewer stream. So how is that possible? It has to do with a very controversial practice they engage in called embedding, where they embed their Twitch stream on their wiki site. And not just on the front page, on every single page of their site. So, let's say you open the Elden Ring Fextralife page. You'll see that the stream is in the top left. They're currently offline as of me making this video, but when they're online, it would be right there. And now let's say you want to go deeper, you're looking at build guides or something. If you go to one of those pages, the stream is also embedded there. It's on every single page of Fextralife, their stream is embedded, meaning no matter where you go, you will count as a viewer for their Twitch stream.
Sitting here, 30,000 viewers. The chat slower than fucking a 200 viewer streamer. This is pathetic. Twitch doesn't give a fuck, yeah. And that's the thing, is like, how are we really gonna get mad at them? They're just playing the game. They're not breaking any rules. So as you can see right here, inside of their wiki here, they have the stream embedded in this tiny little box. And this tiny little box here is why they have 31,000 viewers.
Now, I have seen conflicting reports where if you open multiple Fextra tabs, you will count as multiple viewers since it's embedded on each one, but I haven't seen like 100% concrete confirmation that that's how Twitch would calculate that, but there is a bit of evidence to suggest that it might. So I just want to put that out there as a possibility. Take it with a grain of salt. That is something that's been being discussed as well, because since it is embedded on every page, a lot of people like me open many tabs, so I might have like 3 different Fextra tabs open, and that's 3 different embed sources. So I guess it could count as 3, but again, I'm not sure 100% if that's true. But what is true is you do count as a viewer when you are on Fextra no matter what page you're on. You are absolutely not watching the stream. I have no doubt there is literally 0 sentient human beings with a fucking pulse that are watching the Fextra stream on the Fextra website, because it's a tiny little box that just hides away in the top left, and no one's going to be watching it on that. It'd be like watching it on a Game Boy Color. Like, it's fucking worthless. No one's doing that. It's there just to gamify those numbers and pump that shit up. Like, absolutely skyrocket their viewership numbers on Twitch while adding no real organic viewers to it, and obviously no one in the chat. Now, another thing, most people, like me, will keep these tabs open for a long period of time. So even if Fextra Life's offline right now, if I just keep this tab open, when they go online, I'm counted as a viewer even if I'm not home. Like, even if I forget the tab's open, I'm still counted in their viewership numbers. And to prove just how prevalent this is with viewers that are just accidentally watching Fextra Life because they have the tab open somewhere, a streamer named Quinn went into their offline stream after Fextra Life had concluded and just did a command that showed how many viewers were still there even though the stream wasn't going on. Now, this is something that does exist on normal Twitch streams with normal people watching them. There is something called like an offline community where if a streamer goes offline, there's pockets of people that'll hang around and just talk to each other in the offline chat, but not very many. It's a small number compared to the overall viewership. But for Fextra Life, it's almost their entire fucking viewership is still in their stream even when they're offline. Meaning, it's just people that have a Fextra Life wiki tab opened somewhere, not actually a viewer of their stream.
Surely my anguish and despair will ring on someone's ear.
23,000 current chatters. Okay, dude. All right, I'm a day streamer, boys. I guess this is what a 23,000 person chat looks like, guys. It's not a. You're disgusting. If you insinuate that there's not 23,642 people right here, right now, you are fucking disgusting for implying to these view bots and they're not actually there. Okay. Literally 23,000 people in his offline chat. Come on.
Yeah, it's pretty outrageous. So the offline chat was over 23,000 current chatters. So meaning that's 23,000 people in the stream right there, and not a single message. And also, there's no such thing as an offline chat that has 23,000 people in it. Not even the biggest streamers in the world have anywhere close to that as an offline chat number. That is people that are just on the Fextra Life wiki with tabs open. They're not actually watching the Fextra Life streams. It's fucking ridiculous. Now, it is important to note, Fextra Life is not the only stream that takes advantage of this embed protocol. Like, they're not the only ones that employ this tactic, but they are the ones that are the most egregious because they paste it on every single page on their wiki, and there's tons of pages you can't avoid it. And obviously, whatever they're streaming isn't going to be relevant to every single page on their wiki site. It's people that aren't actually watching the stream. It is no different, really, than viewbotting, which is an argument people have been making for years. And naturally, this discussion always inevitably ends up with asking the question, why doesn't Twitch stop it? And the answer's super simple. Why the fuck would they? This only helps Twitch. These big numbers are great for Twitch. This looks fantastic for them. There is no downside to allowing streamers to embed their streams everywhere else. It's a free advertisement for Twitch, free numbers that help everything on their platform. Like, Twitch has no incentive to shut that down at all. Even though it's very clear that 23,642 people aren't actually in the Fextra Life offline chat or watching their streams, it doesn't matter, because it only serves to help Twitch. So why would they put the kibosh on something like that? They allow it, and Fextra Life isn't breaking any rules. A lot of people have said, don't hate the player, hate the game, and they're kind of right. Fextra Life is not breaking any rules. They are legally viewbotting their streams, and have been for a very long time, proudly. So this has obviously been controversial for a while because, as you might imagine, this doesn't help other streamers, because Fextra Life will always take either the #1 spot or the #2 spot in a brand new game release, and they're not actually having people watch them. It's fake, phony numbers because of the way they embed their streams on their site. So it takes those spots away from streamers that deserve it more, who actually do have communities that watch their streams. They no longer have those slots that Fextra Life takes up. So obviously it makes a lot of streamers, when a new game comes out, mad because they can't compete with Fextra Life viewbotting, fundamentally. It's been that way for a long time, and I don't see it changing, but a lot of people are talking about it again, so I thought it'd be an interesting topic to discuss again, especially considering this time around the owner has spoken about it. So this is their response to all of the viewbotting allegations. They state that a viewbot is when you use artificial and non-existing browsers to inflate views on Twitch, and that does try to fool advertisers because A, it plays an ad, and B, nobody is watching. Real quick before continuing, they're getting a bit lost in semantics here as opposed to making real arguments on how what they're doing is different. Fextra Life streams often have sponsors, and sometimes very big sponsors. I imagine they sell their streams with their concurrent viewer average, which is like between 10 and 30,000 viewers. It's huge. But most companies probably aren't going to really look into that, so they're going to assume their ad is being seen by 10 to 30,000 people. It's not. As is very clearly illustrated, 23,000 of those people aren't actually even in the stream. They're on Fextra Life with the stream pulled up muted in some tab, not even aware that it's going on. So these companies aren't actually getting their ads placed in front of 30,000 viewers. They're getting it placed in front of, I have no idea, maybe a few hundred, maybe 1,000. There's really no way of knowing, because there's no real activity in their stream to judge it on or anything remotely like that. So it really isn't different than a viewbot. When you do play an ad on Fextra Life, nobody is watching. Same way as if you would play an ad during a stream that is just completely viewbotted in the traditional sense. Nobody is watching the Fextra Life ad that the company has paid for, even though there's 30,000 viewers. I would love to see the back end of a return on a Fextra Life sponsorship, because I imagine it has to be unbelievably low since most of the viewers are from the embedded Twitch streams. So it is misleading to advertisers, which is another criticism a lot of people have put forth, and I think it's very valid to say that, because again, most of the viewers are not actually watching the Fextra Life stream. They then say embedding is an advertisement of the stream to real people on real browsers on an external website. Like any integration, the objective is to get people to click and go to Twitch. No advertisements are played on the embedded unit, generating zero revenue. Embeds are part of the intended code of Twitch and are intentional features that anyone can use, and many content creators besides us do. These are real people that we have worked tirelessly to build up into our community. What community? You tirelessly built up an imaginary community. The Fextra Life community you refer to is more made up than the Tooth Fairy. There is nobody in your Twitch streams. Nobody. Like, I can't tell if they're being intentionally delusional here, or if they actually think that what they're doing is somehow totally, the same as just building up a normal community. It's not. Your embedded Twitch streams are not driving your Fextra Life wiki readers to your Twitch stream. There is no call to action to it that I've ever seen. It just automatically is playing whenever you're on any page on Fextra Life. How the fuck can you possibly make an argument saying that what you're doing is just an advertisement to get those people on your wiki to the streams? Because it's not. The streams aren't even relevant to what your readers are reading. What's being streamed is completely separate from whatever they're on your site to read about. There's no chance that the two could even connect most of the time, unless of course it is a new release like Armored Core. Then I'm sure there is some crossover where someone went to Armored Core Fextra Life got some bad information but saw you were streaming and was like, okay, maybe I'll check it out. That's possible, but that's clearly not the goal. If that was the goal, you would only embed your streams on the newest releases because they'd be relevant to each other, as opposed to just having it embedded on every single page where it makes no sense. Why would an Armored Core 6 Fextra Life stream be playing on my Dark Souls 3 Fextra Life wiki? And how the fuck would you possibly think that I'm on Dark Souls 3 wiki but might want to watch Fextra Life streaming Armored Core 6? It's just, that is a nonsensical statement to try and say that your embeds are only there to try and get people from your actual wiki to your streams. That's not the goal. The goal is just to artificially inflate your numbers because it's automatically playing and they count as viewers. What embedding does for me is make my website audience aware I'm a person, I'm streaming, and I can show them games that I think they'd be interested in. Again, that argument doesn't work when the website is all about game information. It's not a personality-driven site. They're not going to Fextra Life hoping that they'll see that Fextra Life is also live on Twitch. They're going there because they're looking for guides and information on the game that they are currently playing. That doesn't make any sense. What embedding does for Twitch is give them free advertising for their platform and an ongoing conversion from our website to Twitch. These new people were not on Twitch otherwise, and they're still not on Twitch. They're not going there. They're not going to Twitch. You can tell because there's no one in your chat. I don't know why they keep trying to say that. Yes, it is a free advertisement for Twitch. It's free numbers for their metrics, absolutely. But they're not actually getting new people to Twitch that weren't already endemic to Twitch. They're not bringing new viewers there. They're just idly on the Fextra Life wiki and it counts as a view on Twitch. And then they say they hopefully come back and become part of the Twitch ecosystem. It doesn't happen. Our embed is by no means a secret. It's very visible. In fact, it's the best possible spot on our website, and there's even a command for it on our channel. And as part of the channel rules, the idea that it's a fraud is also absurd. Our sponsors are aware of the embed, and it's a great deal for them to be able to promote their content on both Twitch and to our site users at the same time, particularly in the prime location that the embed has on our website. So this is very interesting to me. The sponsors are aware of the embedding. That's great. Are they also aware that the vast majority of your Twitch metrics come from that embedding? And are they also aware that that means it's muted? That means that their sponsorship package, the ad read, all of it, the vast majority of those numbers that it's being put in front of aren't even aware it's going on because it's muted and it's not visible. It's a very tiny box. Do the sponsors know that? I certainly hope so, because that would be very shady if you didn't make the sponsors aware that their ad read is going to be muted for the vast majority of the audience, and it's not going to be seen by them either because the box is too small and the viewers aren't actually on Twitch. I would hope you'd make them very well aware of all of the shortcomings of doing an ad with Fextra Life, since most of the viewer numbers come from a fucking tiny embed on a completely separate site that, again, is also muted. So hopefully you have made all of your partners aware of that. The owner does continue going on to other criticisms people have put forth against Fextra Life, such as AI-driven content or it being lazy, stuff like that. But that wasn't the focus of what I wanted to talk about today. The statement is still very much up if you want to see how they defend themselves against other claims. But these were the main things I wanted to talk about in regards to this situation, because this is a conversation that comes up at least once or twice a year. And it is a very interesting one about embedding, view botting. It is an interesting topic that I just wanted to talk about a bit, since a lot of other people are also discussing it, and I think it's something worth going over. So that's really about it. See ya. Good afternoon, you blasphemous sinners. We're gonna take you to church now, the Church of Good News, to repent for your sins with a holy little smile.
Amen, brother.
So I want to go right into the first story because this is one that kind of blew my little reptile brain. We just got a new physics update to our understanding of the universe. We got a little patch notes. It was discovered for the first time ever that space isn't exactly static and empty, or rather isn't exactly static. There's gravitational waves that are constantly in a push and pull, so it's kind of akin to choppy waters of the ocean with all these gravitational waves. The astronomers recently confirmed this, which actually helps confirm Albert Einstein's theory of relativity. It's incredible how accurate that man has been on everything ever, and he never wore socks either, if you knew that.
That might be part of it.
It had to be a large part of it, but it's really impressive stuff. It probably isn't going to change our day-to-day life, but it really helps further our understanding of the universe, because Again, that's huge.
Yeah, I saw they said they've been hunting these waves
Mhm.
for over a decade now.
Yep, and they can finally confirm it with compelling evidence.
Which, can you imagine dedicating your life to something for over 10 years and then being right and finding it? That's good news. That's like the story of Moby Dick. That's their white whale, and they caught it.
We finally did. I think it's very interesting, and I'm excited to see what else we can learn about the space around us. Hopefully the next one is dark matter.
What do you want to find out about dark matter?
That we can use it in some way. If I remember correctly, now this could just be totally wrong, and I'm willing to admit that.
It could be.
If I remember correctly, a single like pencil tip of dark matter creates a big enough explosion, like 10x a nuclear bomb.
I feel like we don't want to learn to harness that.
But imagine if we did.
You don't have to imagine it. You know exactly what would happen. We would weaponize it and use it.
We'd use it for really fast internet speeds. Dark matter routers.
Gaming on 5 billion gigs per second.
Then you could finally download Ark Survival Evolved in less than 3 days.
Oh my God, you're so right. Wow. The future is bright
Thanks to
and dark.
To the gravitational waves, baby.
Yep. So coming back to you from outer space, we've got some news about Mars. A 3D printed Mars simulation habitat that's about 1,700 square feet had the 4 volunteers go in, and they're going to be locked in there for a year. So this is going to be used to simulate life on Mars, so we can run tests without them having to actually leave the planet. And they're going to just be reporting, I believe there's a flight engineer, a medical officer, a science officer, and the commander. So over the course of their year here, there's going to be a communication delay with headquarters that goes from 5 minutes all the way up to 20 minutes to simulate them leaving the planet and getting further and further away and having to become more and more autonomous as it happens. So the hope is we learn some things so they can actually go to Mars one day and know what the hell they're doing. So that kind of sounds like a nightmare to me. I'm gonna be honest.
That sounds horrific, but very important for our understanding of life
It
elsewhere.
It is very
I'm a
good.
little surprised they don't have like a personal chef to cook some yummies for them on this long
Well, I don't think they
isolation.
would going to Mars either.
An astronaut chef, I think, would be integral.
That is true. You got the engineer, the
You're gonna need
medical
good
officer.
nutrients.
I mean, I guess if you really think about it, they get bags and they they
but
just
imagine
have
if you had a
food.
personal chef to take those ingredients and make something incredible out of it.
They really rehydrate those foods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's an untapped market.
I think you're right. We should train to be astronaut chefs.
We could open our own like space restaurant, and maybe then we'd finally get some extraterrestrial visitors. Like, I want
Yeah.
to try this cuisine.
Nobody visits here because they go, this food stinks.
They got Waffle House here? No, thank you.
Yeah,
I'll
I don't
go
want to get in a
elsewhere.
fight. I want food.
I keep thinking of gravitational waves now. So like the ripple effect that causes
Mhm.
the gravitational waves is absolutely nuts too, because it has to do a lot with like black holes and shit. Totally unrelated to the Mars
Yeah,
thing. We
no,
can
I
move
mean,
on.
not really. They're going to have to fly through it.
So the gravitational waves push and pull the space-time continuum itself, if you can believe that.
Oh, all right, we're going real deep.
Yeah, I was reading about that, and I was like, this sounds like actually out of a movie, and I don't know how much of it I believe anymore.
Yeah, that level of science, Mars is great. We're moving on.
Mars
That-
it's no gravitational waves.
Yeah, that level of science is where I get to where I'm like, you start blurring the lines of science fiction and reality, and it's like, it makes no sense.
Did you read about how they read the waves?
It was a big antenna, right?
It's basically a big tuning fork. That
Really?
They stick out because they measure the distance, like when the waves hit one bar and then the time it takes to hit the other bar.
Oh, wow.
So they basically, it's just a massive like series of antennas that it travels.
That's
Well,
so cool.
and like that shit literally sounds like the plot of a Rick and Morty episode
It
where
really
Rick's
does.
like, I'm gonna send out the tuning fork into space and listen to
Morty,
space music.
I'm gonna have to sleep real quick.
Yep.
Cover me while I
and then
sleep.
it just tuning fork comes out and it like starts playing like fucking Green Day in the ship, and it's just like, it's fucking
You
Rick and
glorbed in
Morty.
my trick hole again, Morty. This is one of those touching moments that makes you realize we're not so different after all from our animal counterparts. It turns out dolphins actually use baby talk when their calves are around. So they'll bring up their voice is probably the wrong word, but they'll bring up their speech. Yeah, they'll bring up their speech a few octaves to make it a little higher pitched for the babies. So like how we talk to babies down here, dolphins do underwater as well. This is known as parentese, or infant-directed speech, which is a cool word for it. And it's also been observed in other animals as well, but most notably dolphins is the newest one they've observed it in.
That list says monkeys, gorillas, and zebra finches. Like, everybody just knows what the hell a zebra finch is.
Yeah, it's a bird.
I figured it was a bird. But yeah, so give us a little example. I know you listen to it. Like, you're. All right, yeah, let's hear
I want to hear it real quick.
Ugh.
Oh, yeah, never mind. I'll do the sound for you.
Yeah, you're a mama dolphin and you see your little baby.
You want to go swim in the ocean? Oh, you go for a little swim. You go for a little swim.
That was spot on.
Yeah.
If I was your baby dolphin, I'd be so hyped up. Right
You'd be really excited.
Yeah, that was really good, and you can hear. Oh,
there it is. Oh, I thought that was just me.
I was like,
again.
oh my God, they're answering.
Yeah, that's what I sound like.
Legit, you translate that to English? It's just Charlie.
It's what I was saying, probably.
Wow.
You want to grab a little pufferfish? Get a little smoky pufferfish?
Do you think dolphins like pufferfish?
Oh, they do. They get high off of them.
Oh,
yeah,
I forgot about
that's right.
that.
They like bite on pufferfish because it's like like some kind of neurotoxin, and they just like get high.
That's crazy. Yeah. As a mother dolphin, you're encouraging your baby dolphin to go do drugs.
Yeah,
now.
but they don't
Ocean drugs.
They don't have like laws in the ocean.
That's true. You're in
survival of the fittest
maritime
down there.
Law at that point.
International waters.
International waters. You can
smoke pufferfish all day and night.
We should try smoking a pufferfish.
I would never.
No, it legitimately would just kill us.
We'd die.
You just died. And now I've got some great news for all mosquito haters out there. Belize is now malaria-free. They're the 42nd country to become malaria-free, and they are the 4th in the Americas, 2nd in Central America. They, back in 1994, when yours truly, were you born in 1994? When we were born. They had 10,000 cases, and now they brought it all the way down to 0. They've been declared by the World Health Organization completely malaria-free. So that's just a huge, huge win for all of us everywhere, because malaria and mosquitoes suck. So just big congrats to Belize. You did it.
Work.
This is great. Get your party hats out and go run around with well, there's probably still mosquitoes. They just don't have malaria.
Yeah, which is a good thing. Malaria is no good, so good to see it's gone.
Why do we still have malaria if they do not?
Do we?
Do we?
I think we're...
I was going to say, I didn't think we were on that list. Yeah, they are also one of 3 in 2023 to get it. It's Azerbaijan and Tajikistan. So really, what the hell are we doing that we are not malaria-free yet? That's baffling.
We've had so many cool experiments to try and kill mosquitoes off entirely. I remember a cool one was we were turning mosquitoes in celibate.
Oh.
Or, sorry, incel. Like, we were turning them celibate. Like, they wouldn't reproduce anymore, so that way in a few generations they'd die off. But I guess that we haven't seen the fruits of those labors yet.
I love, once a year you'll see the signs up around here, well, around everywhere, with the little fish with the ninja mask on. They call them ninja fish, and you can go get one for free. I'm not making this up. This is not an Aaron story. You go get the fish and you put them in like water near your house, and they eat mosquitoes.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Dragonflies also.
A mosquito that has malaria.
There's only one type that has it?
It's the
That sick bastard.
Yeah.
Anopheles.
Anopheles. Wow.
And yeah, it was found in Sarasota County.
It was in Sarasota. That's where the dolphins were baby talking.
Oh boy.
I'm not saying I'm positive, but I think there's a correlation.
We don't have enough data yet.
Yeah, we'll get on that. We'll send Aaron. But anyways, yeah, congrats to Belize. You're killing it. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll try to catch up. It's that happy time of year again, and no, it's not Christmas. It's time to tell you about moistglobal.com. Tell them what I've got here, Chuck.
You've got a great Moist Esports jersey right there, Matt. Comfortable fit, knows how to breathe, and knows how to look good.
Breathable, comfy, perfect. You go to moistglobal.com, you pick up this bad boy, you pick up a hoodie, you pick up sweatpants, slides, headbands, we've got it all. So
that is right.
Yeah, go to moistglobal.com.
That's great news.
155 discs, it would take me a day, like an entire day.
Yeah, but with a dog, you have to keep in mind, doesn't have two hands, only
True.
one mouth, has to go there and back, very inefficient. This probably took a couple months.
The story makes it sound like it was in like a short period of time in a day.
No, it seems like a mission. I think
like she brings the dog. Okay.
when she walks her dog, often Daisy will then go into the woods, get maybe 2 or 3 frisbee golf discs, and then.
I was much more thinking like the way it sounded was like Daisy went into the woods and then came out with a fuck ton of discs, and her owner was like, "Holy shit! Like that's 155."
She'd need to rent a U-Haul for that.
True. Well, great job, Daisy,
Good
and
work,
I hope
Daisy.
all of those discs sell.
Amen.
Now this is another animal story that hits very close to home because this chimpanzee never got to leave their home for 28 years. A chimpanzee named Vanilla was rehomed from a wildlife sanctuary in LA and got moved to a place in Florida after the LA facility shut down. And this chimpanzee got to see the sky for the first time in her entire life. We actually have a video showing you how absolutely adorable this moment was. It was sad, you know, that she didn't get to see the world for a while, but now she got to go out and see it, and she's excited.
Not to fact check you live, but it says from a New York lab.
Oh, what's all that about the LA thing? Well, we'll go back. Oh. That's actually adorable. Oh.
That's so sweet.
Oh my god. This might be the cutest one we've covered yet.
Yeah, this is
I
adorable.
can't handle that. I'm gonna cry.
And immediately getting into the shade because the sun hurts.
Yeah, it does. It does. So there's some bad there too. So yeah, well, somebody look real quick. I think you're right. I was like, why would it leave an LA?
Yeah, why would it leave a sanctuary?
But yeah, as you saw there, Vanilla and Shake got rehomed. They were 2 of the last 7 chimpanzees to get rehomed from this facility. Shake ran right outside. Shake was excited. Vanilla was apprehensive. She sat in the door and was like, I'm not really sure. And then as you saw, Dwight, the alpha male, was like, no, you're good, come out, jumped right out. Just adorable.
That was adorable.
But yeah, was it, so it's from a New York, yeah, redact everything I said about the LA thing, made no sense. From a New York-based lab, rehomed to Florida.
Hey, and a really topical piece of last-second good news. This morning, as of recording, the one of one Magic the Gathering Lord of the Rings card was found. This card had a $2 million bounty on it issued by Dave and Adams for the first person that found it. And whoever found it took it to PSA, it got graded and apparently authenticated and got graded a 9.
Of course, there's one in the world and it's a 9.
Yeah. There's a lot of criticism over taking it to PSA over Beckett because not only do you have to pay $10,000 to PSA to grade a card that's valued over $250K.
How did they get it graded so fast, too?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The speed is also a little suspicious, but also Beckett had offered to do a special Lord of the Rings grading for whoever found it, and for some reason they didn't choose.
I know this is good news, so it's good news for the person who's going to
It's good news for the person that found it. This is life-changing.
Bad news for us because we wanted to find it.
Did want to find it.
But also, yeah, that seems weird as shit. Why would you not? Maybe they just didn't even see the thing about Beckett?
Maybe they didn't know about
I just can't
Beckett.
imagine you know about PSA but not Beckett.
Yeah, especially after like this kind of publicity around the card. But yeah, so it has been apparently authenticated, but I do want to at least put out a little wiggler here that there's a chance that it could be counterfeit. From what I recall, there was at least one instance where a card did get graded that was fake.
Throw it out there. It's counterfeit.
Maybe. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it could be. It's a one of one, meaning that they had nothing to compare it to. But I imagine if they authenticated it, they had to go to Wizards, right?
If Wizards
didn't
but like
look at
what
it.
we were expecting, where Wizards would hold the card to sell more boxes.
Yeah.
Imagine they did, and this was found, but Wizards knows how much shit they'll get if they say that's not the real card, and they're just like, fuck.
Yeah, how do you know that's not the real card? Well,
because like the real card's in my office right now.
It's still in my office.
Oh
yeah.
man, They're in a pickle. I know this is all just us making things up, but man, are they in a pickle.
It's a speculative pickle on our head theory.
Yeah, as I like to say on the legal side, that card is as fake as I legally can say as a joke.
Good news though for the.
Yeah, I hope you cash in. I hope you get your
I hope
money.
you cash
Please
in.
sell the card.
You gotta sell it.
There's a lot of people who'll be like, I'm keeping this and hanging it on my wall. You may do that. Just sell the damn thing.
I don't think there's many people that would turn down $2 million for a Magic the
Would you sell
Gathering
it?
card. Well, we were gonna hold it
That's
ransom
true.
for more money.
It would have been,
which you're welcome to do, by
yeah,
the way.
if you want to give it to
watching.
us, what, we'll pay half price?
We'll take like a finder's fee. He's the opposite. We'll take
pay
a
you
like
a finder's
a hostage
fee.
fee to let us conduct the ransom negotiations.
All right. Now I want it.
Hey, it's that magical moment of the good news segment where we win you a lot of money through the lottery. Here's this week's Powerball winners coming right up.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm catching a big one.
You know, if the guy would have just played our numbers, or girl, he wouldn't have needed that Lord of the Rings card to sell.
That's true, because your first Powerball number is what, Matt?
66.
All right. I'm going back into the money pool. Oh, that's a big duck.
It's crazy that we give out such good content for free. We actually make you money. 25.
Mm-hmm. Make sure to play these, sports fans.
What do you think the next one's going to be?
It's going to be an 8.
Really? Yep. That's an 8. Oh, it's a 50. You know what I'm feeling on this one?
Huh.
12.
12. That's like catching a giant tuna. Whoop. Here we go.
Why?
He's on the line. Why is it like catching a giant tuna?
Yeah.
I don't know.
44.
Man, hey, far be it from me to question our scientific method, but these are some high numbers.
We are simply the vessel that God reaches through to pull out these numbers.
True. Ain't that the truth? All right.
Some would call us angels.
Yep, last one.
36.
And now your Powerball number. Where's those special ducks?
That was genocide.
I'm going into a different pond.
Nice. Fish on.
All right. Your Powerball number?
2.
All right.
All right, here, hold your mic. So we go smallest to biggest, right?
Yep.
I gotcha. All right, read them for them.
25, 36, 44, 50, 66,
and 2.
Man, that's going to be a crazy Powerball drawing this week when 10 million people win it.
Yeah, they're all going to get $1.
Yeah.
And it'll be great.
It'll be a big split, and you're
I
welcome.
really cannot wait for that to happen.
It's going to happen. I'm
It
feeling
will.
good.
I agree.
All right. And here's Aaron with the Grimace Shake.
Hey Patriots, it's Grimace's birthday, so I'm back to review another special sandwich from a very special restaurant for a very special boy. This is the Grimace meal. I got the purple shirt on, just special for him. It's a Big Mac, some fries, and a big yucky purple shake, just like him. I don't really love that because it makes me feel like I'm eating the big guy, and I don't want that. No, I didn't come here to beat around the bush. Let's get right into what we were really looking for. Speedrunning this one, the Grimace milkshake. Got a good color, a little bit uneven in the dispersal of the syrup, but it looks good. I don't know what it's supposed to taste like. Maybe an elderflower, elderberry, lavender sort of flavor, very herbal. Now, what are you doing in there, Flavor? Now, what's that? What are you doing in there, Flavor? You're acting up a little bit. What are you doing in there? It's supposed to be reminiscent of cereal milk or frosting. That's definitely true. Well, that's remarkable. That's actually a really fucking good milkshake. It's probably going to give you like 2,000 calories and like fart cancer, but not bad. Good job. I don't know if Grimace made that himself, but I like to think so. 2 thumbs up. Good birthday. Happy birthday, Grimace.
I remember the days when I was a young, naive little gremlin, still believing in things like the tooth fairy and the boogeyman and chocolate milk coming from brown cows, which, by the way, according to a survey conducted by the U.S. Dairy Innovation Center, about 7% of Americans still believe that chocolate milk comes from brown cows, which comes out to about 16.4 million Americans believing that. Of course, take that information with a grain of salt. I don't know how that data was collected, but I certainly wouldn't be surprised if it's accurate. Go on the platform formerly known as Twitter for more than 5 minutes, and you'll realize that we have truly entered the stupid dimension. We are all citizens of Doofusville, and we're only getting more and more new neighbors coming in here. But what's causing all of this? It's like the Space Jam basketballs out there sapping away all of our intelligence. There's an idiot virus spreading, and it's infecting the minds of so many. Where's it coming from? I'll tell you, goddammit. It's the darn internet, the cyberspace. They tried to warn us about Y2K, but we didn't listen. While it may not have been the end of the world, it was the end of all rational thought. What I want to talk about today is a story involving an 11-year-old who followed a YouTube fake kidnapping challenge prank and got herself arrested. And this is a very serious offense. It's a fucking felony that this child believed was just a good, fun prank because they watched it on YouTube. So I want to talk about that story and then expand the scope a little bit bigger to internet trends and internet content genres that are legitimately just poisoning people's minds and setting them up for failure for the rest of their life. Since kids have unfiltered access to the internet because most parents don't want to do their job of being a parent anymore, they just put that responsibility on the internet to raise their kids. The onus of raising a child is now on the internet to make sure that it's perfectly curated so a kid can just endlessly scroll through the iPad while their parents do something else and they expect the kid to grow up to be some successful, well-adjusted person, which I don't think is going to be the case. Which is just a sad situation all around. I don't even blame the kids. It's not their fault that their parents are absent and just sitting them in front of a screen for hours upon hours every day. But anyway, let me go ahead and get into the actual story here, and then we'll dive in a bit more.
The 11-year-old girl in this police body cam video is in a whole lot of trouble. She made a fake phone call to 911 saying her friend had been kidnapped. She later told cops she thought it would be funny. Well, they didn't laugh, admonishing her to never do this again.
The classic fake kidnapping prank. I can't believe the cops weren't laughing. Humorless, I tell you. Soulless, in fact. So, the fake kidnapping prank is a timeless classic on the internet. YouTube pranksters have been letting that one rip for many years now. For those that don't know, if the name wasn't a dead giveaway, you fake a kidnapping. Now, what a lot of kids don't realize is those pranksters that are doing that are faking the fake kidnapping. Everyone's usually in on it. The whole prank is fake. Most pranks online on TikTok and YouTube are faked for views, but children don't know that. Kids will believe pretty much anything they see or are told by someone that's older than them. You know, like St. Nicholas wiggling his ass down the chimney to deliver presents, you know? Like, kids aren't thinking that hard about what they're consuming online. So when they see a prank like that, they think that it's real and just like a good ha-ha, you know, side-splitting comedy thing, so this 11-year-old saw it and thought it would be a fun prank to do on their own.
She's accused of faking a kidnapping.
I'm not gonna do this again. She thought it was funny and it was a joke and she couldn't get in trouble for it.
Police say the girl texted 911 to say that her friend had been abducted by a stranger in a white van.
Obviously, upon receiving texts about a kidnapping, the department responded, and it was all a complete fabrication. It was all a fib, a lie, a ruse. Which is really detrimental to like the entire community there because it's wasting valuable resources from the department. Should an actual emergency come through and they already have like fucking 20 patrol cars deep looking for this kidnapping victim that doesn't exist, you've got yourself a problem. Now people that are in desperate need of help might not get it because the department's already occupied taking care of this fake situation. It's something you just don't fuck with, really.
The girl who gave a fake name said she was following the van on the interstate in another vehicle. For the next 30 minutes, she gave updates on the supposed kidnapping. He is tying her up, went one text. He's armed with a gun, said another. Hurry up, please.
You can talk to your parents.
They say she fessed up. She stated that she got the idea to prank 911 through a YouTube challenge and thought it would be funny.
So she was texting the officers with a play-by-play like she was John Madden here, going through the situation on like this high-speed pursuit, none of which was real, of course. And then when the officers tracked down the phone number that put in all of these texts, that's when they realized that it was all just a complete fucking lie. And the 11-year-old fessed up to the crime and said that she got the idea from a YouTube challenge. I've said for years, like a broken record, how awful most pranksters online are. Not just in terms of the content being turbo shit, but also just because it really will raise a generation of kids that think that that's acceptable and good and okay. Like, for a little while, I was also naive, thinking like, okay, maybe this isn't going to be something that people will try and emulate. There was a period of time where I thought to myself that, you know, most people have to know these pranks are fake, so they're probably not going to bother doing this unless they're trying to be an internet douchebag as well. But I've really changed my stance on that thanks to TikTok proving me wrong so often, where pranksters that are faking pranks or these trends that go viral really do have, like, young people following them and either hurting someone or getting themselves hurt or just doing really degenerate, awful things. It's become very clear that the internet content that children are consuming does have a very big impact on how they view the world and reality and what they find to be acceptable and okay, and just it does have a real effect on the direction that they might take in life, especially now with the obsession for attention. Everyone is vying for internet clout. And a lot of kids growing up want to be YouTubers. That's like one of the main dream jobs that children want. And when they see prank channels getting huge views, they will try and emulate it and have tried to emulate it, and a lot of them never realizing that it's fake. So there's been many cases of them getting themselves or someone else hurt by trying to follow along with their favorite prank channels that they watched growing up. It's just an awful fucking cycle. I understand every internet prankster isn't a terrible person doing horrible things. I know this isn't every internet prankster, but you are eating some cinnamon toast cope if you don't think it's the majority of them. The vast majority of internet pranksters are like the orb of confusion from SpongeBob. When SpongeBob flips that bitch on and it just makes everyone around them dumber, that's most internet pranksters. Just this presence that makes everyone dumber for just even being exposed to it.
Her father was really upset.
You're going to take this as a lesson at 11 years old that if you do something stupid in the future, you're going to enjoy those cuffs.
I'm not going to do this again.
Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood.
We had a massive police response. What happens if we crash into somebody and somebody loses their life?
The dad seems to really understand the gravity of the situation. He's not making any excuses for the behavior, at least not in this very short clip here. But he is right. This will be a lesson. And actually, I've mentioned this on stream before. This is a lesson I also learned when I was young, but not because of any prankster or any challenge that I followed when I was a kid. There was a point where we went to a pool for a field trip and there was a payphone nearby and we were just doing like fake calls to our friends and saying silly things. It was all make-believe. But what I didn't realize is 911's free on a payphone, so I dialed 911 and immediately started going into like silly things and making claims about the pool being like haunted or on fire or something. And they did show up. And boy, let me tell you, I felt fucking horrible. That was... My jaw has never hit the floor harder than when the police actually showed up with a fire truck. That was a huge lesson to me. I didn't mean to dial a false report, and I certainly would have never done that on purpose or as some kind of joke. I was dumb and had no idea that 911 was a free call. Point is, the dad is right. This will serve as an invaluable lesson, I imagine, and hopefully she'll never do any kind of shit like this again, and hopefully anyone else that sees this story will realize that it's just completely unacceptable and that pranks shouldn't just be, you know, taken at face value and followed along with at home.
The child was charged with making a false police report, which is a felony, and misuse of 911. That's a misdemeanor.
So it does actually sound like they are charging her with a felony and misdemeanor for this situation here. So this is a very big deal. That's a lot of trouble to get in over a YouTube challenge. Now, interestingly enough, this isn't the only fake kidnapping that happened even just over the last 2 weeks. A massive case of a fake kidnapping. I talked about it on stream, but I haven't talked about it in a video. I was waiting for like the whole thing to kind of wrap up, but I'll just go ahead and mention it here because it's very much in line with what happened with this. There's a woman named Carly Russell who led police on a wild goose chase about a kidnapping that never happened. She stated that she saw a toddler on like the side of the interstate and then like pulled over to try and, you know, help save the toddler, and then ended up getting kidnapped for a couple days. And it turned out to be all just complete baloney. Just absolute horseradish. Nothing about it was true. She even admitted it was all a lie. But she hasn't been charged yet. So I'm wondering when those charges are going to come, especially now since the precedent is being set that any kind of like false reports, especially something that requires a massive department response like a fucking kidnapping, is going to be a, you know, no punches pulled kind of situation. Like, they're charging the 11-year-old here, so I imagine she's also going to get charges as well. It's just a matter of time. But this is just a fucking crazy situation we're in, where so often now these YouTube challenges and pranks and trends are getting people hurt, killed, or ruining their lives. It's fucking sad. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit. That's it. See ya. How far would you go for something you love? This is the inspirational story of a hotel manager who risked it all for the sake of their passion. They pursued their passion with such intensity and determination that they would do anything necessary to get just a brief, fleeting moment of satisfaction from it, at the expense of one of their guests. This is the story about how a hotel manager broke into one of the guest rooms to suck on their toes. He loved toes so much that he was willing to go to jail again for sucking on them. There's a crazy plot twist to this story beyond just the actual suckling of those dogs, but it gets very ridiculous very quickly and goes in some unexpected directions. So I hope you're ready for a wild tale of something that just happened the last couple days in Nashville. And yeah, I heard about the hotel manager that was sucking guest toes. When chat brought it up the other night, I thought that was just exceptional service. But it turns out he was just sucking their toes while they were asleep. Nashville hotel manager charged after allegedly sucking on sleeping guest toes. A sort of nightmare. I actually asked this question the other day to Matt and Danny and Chase. Do you think if you whisper into someone's ear as they're sleeping for long enough and often enough, you could actually influence the dreams they have? I wonder if the people that were getting their toes sucked while sleeping, if they had like related dreams about it. It just makes you pee. What? How? Like if I whispered, let's say I wrote down like an entire movie plot and I just whisper all of it to someone as they're sleeping and just keep repeating it. Would that have any effect on their dreams? Would they start reenacting my movie plot in their dream? I wonder. One day I'll try and myth bust that. Manager of a downtown Nashville, Tennessee Hilton has been charged with aggravated burglary and assault after allegedly sucking on a male guest's toes while he was sleeping. Oh, was it just one person, or was he like a serial sucker? David Patrick Neal was arrested Friday after hotel guest Peter awoke at 5 a.m. to find the night manager indulging his apparent foot fetish. He's since filed a lawsuit against the hotel alleging sexual assault. Neal cloned the key to Brennan's room and entered during the early morning hours without knocking or announcing himself. What did he think was going to happen? You would absolutely wake up to someone, like, suckling your tootsies. Especially if you're ticklish. That'd be panic-inducing. I mean, it's panic-inducing regardless to have this creepy fucking weirdo at the end of your bed just sucking your toes. Brennan reportedly screamed when he found Neal sucking on his toes and immediately recognized him as one of the 2 hotel staff members who had been in his room the previous day to help him with his TV. Oh, this was premeditated suckling. He was plotting. And he didn't even wear a mask or anything. He didn't even hide his face. I would have expected him to come in with like a ski mask or something. He looks like someone who sucks toes. Yeah, it looks like his like life juice. That's what's been fueling him for the last, like, 10 years. Just a little bit of toe grease. Brennan filed a complaint with police following the incident, and Neil reportedly told officers that he entered Brennan's room because he smelled smoke and wanted to check on him for his safety. Neil did not report a smoke smell to hotel security, and no one else smelled any smoke. Well, it doesn't really explain away the toe incident. Like, I smelled smoke, so I had to investigate thoroughly, so I put each and every one of his little piggies in my mouth. And wouldn't you know it, no smoke. Where's my medal? I'm a hero. Them toes were on fire. He was trying to suck the smoke out of his toes. What a hero. Yeah, like a snake in its venom or something. We just don't understand his ways. He might have very well prevented a fire, and we wouldn't know it. We're too busy judging him. All my life, you just have that sense of security and that sense of peace, right? It's not like you're camping and you have to keep one eye open, Brennan told the local outlet. You have that security that's yours, and when you close your eyes, you feel like you're safe and you're protected, and it was a complete violation. The last thing you would expect at a hotel is someone to sneak in the middle of the night and go to work on your feet. I was just so shocked, Brennan said. It was, who are you? Why are you in my room? It was almost like a dream, a sort of nightmare. It just didn't make sense. Why is this person touching me? Upon further investigation, Brennan and his attorney, Michael, with Rocky Law Firm, found that Neil had a lengthy rap sheet that included a voluntary manslaughter conviction for shooting his roommate during a fight in 1996. That took a crazy turn. It almost sounds like Brennan got off easy with just a little bit of a happy ending on his toes. Wow. How is this voluntary? This feels like just murder, right? Well, I guess voluntary manslaughter might be the charge for like a heat of passion kill. But killing his roommate during an argument or a fight? Jesus. Multiple charges of forgery, drinking and driving, a manslaughter conviction as well, which served prison time. When Hilton hired this person, they had to have known. They had to have done background checks to know. And the fact that they would put somebody like that in a position where they have the ability to clone keys and have the ability to get into a guest's room. That's a great point. How the fuck did he land such a position at Hilton with a history of forgery, drinking and driving, and a fucking manslaughter charge for killing his roommate in an argument? Or a fight. This guy must have actually been sucking the toes of the person conducting the job interview. There's no other explanation. There's no way. Like, that's not an easy position to land, right? I imagine at a Hilton. That's still a pretty reputable place. Brennan reportedly suffered post-traumatic stress and struggled to get to sleep in the wake of the alleged toe-sucking incident. The safety and security of our guests and team members is our highest priority. We're working closely with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department, and as part of company policy, we do not comment on ongoing investigations. I am excited for the time they do, and apologize for the toe-sucking incident. Yeah, I mean, if that happened to me, you bet your sweet bippy I would not be staying at any hotels ever again. I'd just sleep in the car. But then even there, I'm not safe. Just have someone break into the car and just immediately start going to town on my feet. If this happened to you, would you prefer if it was a stranger or someone you knew? Oh, that's tough. I don't know. There's pros and cons to both. If it was a stranger, at least I'd never see them again and press charges, go through the whole song and dance. But if it's someone I know, then there's like that wrestling with guilt. Like, man, I've been friends with this guy for how long? And he did this? Do I press charges? No, I definitely press charges. This is fucking weird, but you know, you have that back and forth. So I'd say maybe a stranger. But then there's always going to be that lingering thought in the back of your head, like, what if he did more to me? Like, I was sleeping on my stomach that night, and I woke up and my ass was a little itchy. Like, I was a little sore. Could he have? No. But maybe. Like, there's still so much wiggle room for what-ifs with a stranger. So I don't know, man. That's tough. Plus, my feet are super ticklish as well. Have you watched Cleopatra on Netflix? No, I know it's the lowest rated show, like, ever on Rotten Tomatoes, but it seems, like, really uninteresting. Like, not fun bad or anything, just, like, actually uninteresting. Assassin, the First List. Oh, man. You gotta sign in with my age here. Wait just a patty flippin' minute. We might have some potential. This looks interesting.
Where every step we take brings us closer to our destiny.
Text-to-speech has been such a blessing for shit asset flips on Steam.
Or endings in life, only an infinite loop of
Alright. For only $30. I mean, they're giving it away. I'll run it. Jesus Christ. these games, man. They're getting so bold with the price they charge for this. It's crazy. It's crazy. I already know it's going to be like 40 gigabytes too. Just pure shamelessness. Oh my god, 25. Finding shit no one's ever heard of or ever played before. I am going to say with a high level of confidence, I am the first person to have ever played and beaten Dark Days Devil Hunt. Which means I'm also the speedrun world record holder for that game. And now I plan to do the same for Assassin, the first list. No, it's not a Bitcoin miner. Not this game. Also, I'm pretty sure the models they're using for this are the same one from the hentai shooter we played like 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure this exact guy is in there. Can't remember the name of that one though, the waifu shooter. This is the Hitman UI. Like how wait, they're going with multiplayer at some point in here? That's crazy. Let me check the leaderboards. Interesting. Time to top those. Let's ride. This is actually Hitman. Target name is Osama bin Laden. Oh, man. Okay, so we're on SEAL Team 6, I guess. Oh, okay. So we're playing historically accurate games. Well, someone's got to do it for the USA. It might as well be me. Let's ride. What a start. This is a very big first mission here. The stakes are high. Here I come. I don't know the controls, but I'll figure them out, I guess. It's a little dark. Oh shit. Stop it. I don't... oh my god. They're well trained. No, silly. The target name was Ozma bin Laden. That's Osama's third cousin. Oh, wait, you're right. It is Ozma. It's Ozma bin Laden. My mistake. His name must have been trademarked. Yeah, I didn't notice. Okay, one down. Two down. Alright. No! What? It's so dark, I can't fucking see.
I am not going to leave you alive.
Alright. I'm almost out of ammo, so I'll grab this.
You motherfucker.
Okay. That was pretty cool. Damn, that slide's crazy. Stop, don't crouch. Get up. Oh god. This slide goes nuts. You motherfucker. Oh! Oh, he has no idea. Why? Oh god. Okay, okay, I wasn't close enough for the stealth kill, I guess. Interesting. Okay. Understood. I'm gonna be honest, this difficulty felt like they did more damage than this difficulty. But we'll try it again. Okay, now I know I need to, like, actually rim him out in order to get the stealth kill. What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god. Okay. I give up on stealth. You have to get way too close. It immediately triggers them. Is that a guy? Oh, it is. What is happening? Oh my god. Oh my god, this guy's scary. Oh my, what is this? I could also do cutscene 1 or cutscene 2 at some point when I get far enough, I guess. Let's try Destination 2. How do I... I'm also very confident this is the only mission in the game. I just want to see Ozma. I don't see myself beating the mission, but I at least just want to look at Ozma. I've tried playing it stealthy, which doesn't work. I've tried going guns loud, but they kill me in like 4 shots. We're running out of options. That guy's just sliding around. Thought no one would notice.
You motherfucker.
Oh god, who saw me? Oh fuck, oh god. Oh no. Oh no. There's so many. There is so many. Even if this... Let's assume for a brief moment the stealth functionality actually worked. How are you supposed to stealth this? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 dudes congested in one area here. Jesus Christ. Like, no... Sam Fisher couldn't stealth his way through that. Oh my god, I can't go around any further. I'm gonna try and cut through this building. I'll sneak. That's worthless. That's worth... I'm just fucked now. Oh my god. I crouched and he immediately heard me. I guess my knees popped or something. I have 10 shots in total. Entering PP. Alright, that's big. So I get to kill 10 people. I'm gonna try and get this guy. What? Oh god. Oh. Okay. No, misclick. Grenade. Nice.
What a crap.
What is he saying? What a crap? Ah, it's so dark. Ah, more, huh? No! Okay. The super soldier. That's probably enough. Somewhere in South America, aliens have made contact. Visitors have not come in peace to planet Earth. Open world third-person shooter game. Single-player video game. Compatible with Windows 8, 8.1, 10, and 11. The game locations are inspired by real places in South America. Alright, how can I say no to UFO the Ranch? Alright, let's see what these extraterrestrial visitors want from our humble planet. Bad Light County and a bad attitude. Yep. Is there no options? Huh. Well, I guess when it comes to UFOs, you really don't have any options anyway. That's probably the message. Goddamn aliens stealing our frames. Man, she is chugging. These cutscenes are pretty cool. It's just driving on a straight road. And then turning left into this dirt road or turning right into a gas station so far. The aliens! No! Get off of our planet, scoundrels. They'll never see us here. Don't do it! If you get the tractor beam out, I swear to God! That's at least 3 stars, Bubba. Wow, one of those is so fucking far away. That is despicable. 950? On foot? Oh god. You dirty what the fuck? You dirty bastards. Reloading. That was the instant transmission sound effect from Dragon Ball. They're well trained in our culture. Damn, that poor guy actually did come in peace. He didn't shoot a single bullet at me. Or laser beam, rather, I guess. This is awesome. I like that they made the map as big as fucking possible. That way it takes extremely long to do even the most basic shit. So you can never refund it, because it'll take you 2 hours just to get to the first thing. But at least it's a non-stop thrill ride on the way there. I bet it's gonna make me run all the way back before going to get the next shit. Yep. Yep, it is. That's extraordinary. Well, I'm not doing that. That's probably enough of UFO Ranch. Wow. Why can't I get this timing even a little bit? Like, this one feels good, but it's too late. But then I go too early half the time. Where is the porridge that's just right? Let's try here. Yeah, there we go. You still doing Cork off Perfect Waifu? No, I'm retiring Cork entirely. Perfect Waifu, we still go Pirate Hat.
Education breeds confidence. Confidence breeds hope. Hope.
Whoa, that's never happened. That was sad. That's probably never happened in the history of running this game. Let's see how the first waifu launch of the night goes. Man, I'm not even gonna reach it. Holy. Can I bail out anywhere? Not really. Oh. Oh. What is happening? Did this game get like a hotfix tonight? Why is he not grabbing that anymore? That's 2 times tonight, and that's never happened before until tonight. What is going on? He is straight up refusing to grab that. When I've never had that issue. What? What is going on? Wow. Actually perfect. Do I need to wait for Dragon from here, though? I don't know. I will just to be safe. I don't know if I need to or not. I've actually never hit that. Because he goes around, and I'm not doing the speedrun route, so I think he hits me if I go for it. Yeah, he definitely would have. Because I'm just going to do normal route since I haven't practiced this, and I think I actually might still be able to sub-hour. This was with like 3 catastrophic failures too, and it's actually still in the cards potentially. I full fell 3 times. Oh shit! I don't make that. Yes, I do, because I'm fucking clutch. This might be a little tough though. Nope.
We are in the this world to give
No,
you
no,
experience
no,
and
no.
experience
Fuck.
to move forward.
I got the last
So the
little
meaning of
dinky
life is in
hitbox
life
on that. Fuck.
Wow, that's cool.
God damn, this is gonna be like a 1 hour, 1 minute run. Fuck, what a shame. Even with all of these catastrophic failures, still very easily could have been sub-hour. And this was such a sloppy run, like an absolutely ridiculously sloppy run, so I think sub 45's in the cards, to be honest. Like I said, I had so many full falls in this one and still got just over an hour. We take that. First run was 2 hours, 54 minutes. Second run is an hour. That's substantial improvement.
We've come a long way.
This is on track for sub 40. Not really. Thanks to the resub cup. Well, if I hit everything perfectly, maybe, but that's just unlikely. He's got about, like, this angle. He goes back and forth a few times. And then hits it. That's... I'm not even gonna make it. I don't understand, man. Ugh. That's the second time that I don't even make it off that. I'm hitting the right spot on the bed, too. 10:57. Just remember that. We'll add it to whatever this is. When I put my fingers back on the keyboard after stretching, I accidentally hit the timer pause key. Just add 11 minutes to whatever I finish this with. So legitimately this was a sub 13 Earth, which is actually, I think, my best time. I got every single trick first try. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, just climb it! You little asshole. Alright. God, this pace is actually so fucking good too. It is a shame that it's sullied a bit by me accidentally restarting timer. Just add 11 minutes to what... What are you doing? Climb it! Just add 11 minutes. This is by far my cleanest run here, though. That is a 15:30 Jesus hand. Perfect waifu. This run is so nasty. This is a sub 20. I prefer my setup for waifu, it just feels better. What just happened? What hitbox did I land on there? Huh? I jumped and then hit something on the way down. What? Oh. What a throw. What a fucking throw. What? That's new. Well, I get to practice waifu, I guess. Perfect waifu. Man, my waifu setup is so good. Like, actually so good. I've first tried everything here except for the easiest fucking trick in the run. And I hit 2 perfect back-to-back waifus to keep this pace, which is crazy.
Many things were terrifying at night and became a
God,
laughing
we're on
matter
such good
when
fucking
daylight
pace.
came.
I'm not going cheese. There is no reason to even risk it. I can do cheese, I've done cheese, but I'm not gonna fucking risk it here, not for this. Oh, tragic. Clipped by the wing. Right when he gets to the corner and makes the sound. Right now. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the strat. Then I get over his wing hitbox. Sub 4. Whoa! What? Wait, that's never happened! Wait, what? Huh? I've never even seen that happen. Wait, how? How did he wiggle me off? I didn't even do anything. That hitbox has never once kicked me off. My hands were off the keyboard. All I had was a hand on a mouse. What the fuck, man? Well, I get to practice my new dragon setup, I guess. That was crazy. Whoa! What is going on? Something had to have just happened to the game during all that. I've never been kicked off Dragon once I'm on top of his hitbox. And then I just fall through solid floor walking. The game had some kind of crazy fucking hiccup there. Was this one of those moments where like a solar flare just changed the value in the hex code? Voice crack. Like with the tick-tock clock from Mario 64. Veritasium has a whole video on it, and I think I was just a victim of another one. I wonder if it's gonna kick me off again. Oh, it's really fucking trying. Okay. What is going on? Holy shit. There's nothing I can do to save this. If I try and move, I fall off. If I do anything, I fall off here. So, all I can do is just put it in the Lord's hands now. There's nothing I can do here. If I fall off, I fall off. I'm completely powerless here. A single movement throws me off. So, we'll see. Oh my god, that was clean. Holy shit, that was so clean. I still think I have to wait for Dragon to go around or I'm gonna get clipped. I still think I have to. Or I can try the speedrun route. Which is this, which I know I won't get hit in. Oh my god, I'm not doing that ever again. I almost fell. If I still sub-hour after all of, like, this cacophony of disaster and sadness, I will be elated. And a little disappointed that this is my sub-hour, if it is. Horse tried to kick me off. Not on my watch. Not today. No, sir. No, sir. The jockey is in.
We are in this world to gain experience, and in order to gain experience, we need to move forward. So the meaning of life is in life itself. Well...
Yeah, I'm smelling something real stinky. Yeah. Woo! Alright. No, timer's wrong. Right now we're at 51:52. Well, a little less than that, like... Because it was 10:57 when I accidentally slapped my pause button. So, add 10:57 to whatever I've got right here. Timer's off. It's still sub-hour and it's still better than Lud. Let's fucking go. That was with... Actually... 52 minutes. Wow. That was actually with 3 different fucking dragon failures. No, 4. Because I missed the first rotation, I think, right? 4 dragon failures, plus the fall through solid floor. Still sub-hour.
We've come a long way.
So icy. This actually could have been a sub 35 run. If I had hit Dragon on the first one, it would have been a sub 35 fucking run. This was so crazy. Everything was perfect except Dragon. Shit, man, that was a crazy run. Things are insane. Oof. Wasn't paying enough attention, I guess. Nope, can't make it. Wires. I didn't get far enough up. That's alright. It's still faster than my PB. I have been lights out with this. I haven't missed that once tonight. Woo! Alright, nice. Actually ahead of PB time. I was at 10:57 at elevator here. Or leaving elevator here. So we're making up ground on what was an incredible run. Yep. This is my magnum opus Earth run. Actually, everything perfect except windmill. Windmill went wires instead of to, roof. 12-minute Earth. Now, we just gotta perform admirably on everything else. I am very good at everything up till Dragon, though. I'm very consistent on everything up till Dragon. Dragon is just the hardest trick in the run. For
Ask,
everybody.
and it will be given to you. Seek,
But I
and
like
you will
my new
find.
Dragon setup.
Knock, and it will be open to you.
Okay. My waifu setup was absolutely lights out on my PB. I had to hit it perfectly twice and still got it. So let's see if I'm still locked into the mainframe. Nope. Damn! Shit. I wasn't sharp enough on the angle. Okay. We're still, saving time on PB. I was 23 chip last time, I think. And that was with 2 perfect waifus, so we're still saving time. Stop climbing! You're wasting my time. No! No, 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 no! Can I still make it? Can I still make it? Can I still make it? Okay. Oh, I didn't get the jump off, but we still made it. Okay. That would have been like an actual big time loss that I'd be upset about. Oh my god, just let me up. Oh my god, please. This isn't where I wanted to be. But it's where I have to settle for right now. Oh my god, this pace, this pace, this pace! This fucking pace, I'm not going cheese. I just don't want to risk it. I'm very confident in my cheese, but I'm not risking it. It's not worth risking. Not with this pace. I really like my cheese, but it's not worth it. Sub 25. Leaving Bifrost Bridge. Out of Asgard. Holy shit, this pace. What the fuck? I'm on a different playing field. I'm in a new dimension. I've tapped into the Speed Force. We're going for it. We're going one rotation dragon. Let's get it. Let's fucking get it. Time to get stinky.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your
Nope,
own
I'm already too
savior
slow.
while you can.
Why did he start so early? Going for it anyway, we're full sending. Not even close. Fuck, man! Was I slow or did he start early? Come on now. Don't kick me off. Don't kick me off. This is a really good position. Don't kick me off. Don't kick me off. Okay, I think we're set. I think that's the only spot it can kick you off if you have a bad spot. Alright. Now we just have to execute at a high level. Does he full send after Dragon? Or does he wait for Dragon to go by? Tell me now. I need to know now. He full sends. Okay, then I'll do the same. No! Oh, what a... You can't teach that clutch factor. I'm born with it. Go, 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 go. Full send. No, no, no. Time loss. Stop climbing everything! What are you doing with the pig? Get off his ass! Perfect yoga balls. Oh no, I can't make it. I can't beat Moon Moon. But that's alright, that's alright. We can still have a great run here. No, I shouldn't have done that. I should have played it safe. Okay, I got greedy. I got greedy. I got greedy. I had stars in my eyes. I am so fucking clutch, it's unreal. What? Oh my god, what am I made out of? Is there even human DNA left in me, or is it all just gamer?
We are in this world to gain experience.
Woo, baby! What a run!
Is in life itself. Well, that's cool.
Just barely missed Moon Moon here. But what a fucking run regardless. Holy shit. I am a weapon. I am an actual speedrunning weapon. MK Ultra was designed to try and find a specimen as powerful as me and they failed. You had to wait for millions of years of fine-tuned evolution to reach something like this. Wow! Wow! Thanks to the Prime Skizzy and the resub Gauge. Yes! Fucking huge run! And there is still so much room for improvement. I fucked up waifu. I fucked up waifu skip and I didn't get dragon in first rotation. I can absolutely sub 30 this shit. God damn it. Why I oughta. So nasty. The sauce is too tasty with me. Just slow roll a victory lap here. Oh. 36 minutes according to the game. Holy shit. And to think, just yesterday I was celebrating a 2-hour 54-minute completion. How cringe. What a little homunculus I was yesterday. To think that that was worthy of a celebration.
As a reward, you get a spaceship. Now you are the pilot.
Everything about that run was perfect except my waifu and missing first dragon. And my waifu setup is usually deadly consistent. I always go to her elbow, I always give that shit a little tickle. It's just that time I got very dreadfully unlucky. Oh, yoga balls too. I don't really count the yoga balls though. Fucking up there is not a huge time loss, I don't care that much. But yeah, I did miss yoga balls first as well. I'm number 141 on the leaderboard. You love to hear that. Top 150 already? Destined for greatness. Woo! And you just knocked Lud off the leaderboard. Hey, skill issue. Gotta work on it. Gotta clean it up. Squeaky wheel gets the grease. I got my first completion yesterday, and I'm already chipping it down to 37-minute runs. Let's just call it like it is. We'll be honest with each other a little heart to heart. No reason to pull any punches. There's a lot of weirdos in Twitch chat. I might even be talking about you specifically. Maybe you're one of the goofballs I'm referring to. And unfortunately today, one of these weirdos crossed a line and became a criminal. A streamer by the name of Just Foxy had her car lit on fire by an arsonist who was a stalker of hers from Twitch chat. This deranged imbecile drove 700 miles to this streamer's house to try and meet her, I suppose, and then eventually set her car on fire. Brother, I wouldn't drive 700 miles to drink from the fountain of youth. This is crazy shit. This is unhinged behavior, obviously. I believe this is a case of a parasocial, obsessed fan. At least that's the impression I get from the story, because this kind of thing has unfortunately happened before in the past. It's horrifying.
I watched him put a brick on my car, on the hood, and some pot. And he lit something sticking out of it and walked away casually, like he didn't do anything. The next clip after that was the front end of my car engulfed in flames. The firefighters came very quickly, and I'm very thankful for that, because the fire spread to the fence and burnt the side of my house as well, which my mom and animals were inside of.
Now, Just Foxy does have security cameras around her house, and she was able to capture the entire incident. So this was a big say cheese moment, because she caught this guy in 4K for the Criminal Cringe compilation, and according to her, he was also arrested. But she hasn't posted anything about the individual or the arrest yet, because clearly it's an ongoing and very sensitive case. But she did post the CCTV footage from the event, so I'll go ahead and show you the raw footage of it. Goober alert, goober alert. He tries to put on like a disguise here, so he's got a mask and a hat pulled down real low, but it's pretty inefficient because it still looks like he's got some patchy ass mutton chops there. So I'm pretty excited to see his mugshot to see what he looks like, though I can already wager a guess that it's not pleasant. So this little worm sets up the arson cupcake and lights the birthday candle and waddles away, and it engulfs the car in flames. This does not appear to be his first rodeo with arson. He was very casual about the whole thing. It also appears that this was premeditated. He traveled 700 miles with this as his primary goal, to light her shit on fire. because this doesn't appear to be a contraption that he just MacGyvered together with like fucking sticks, glue, and spit. This appears like he traveled with all the materials he'd need to commit arson, though I'm not an expert, I'm just speculating. Obviously, this whole thing is pretty traumatic, not only for just Foxy, but her family. I mean, like she mentioned, the flames did spread to the house, and the mom and animals were in the house at the time that all of this went down. So, just a really scary situation overall.
I just never thought that when I started streaming back in 2015 that something like this would ever happen to me.
It is super sad. It is something that most people aren't going to think about when they start streaming, because I imagine most people, myself included, go into a stream assuming that everyone that's watching them is just there to be entertained and nothing further. Everyone's, you know, mentally stable. There's not going to be any kind of fishy business or anything weird afoot. But unfortunately, it's just becoming more and more common for viewers to form this parasocial relationship with the content and the creators that they enjoy watching. And I think that plays a large part into a situation like this, where that parasocial relationship becomes an obsession, and then it becomes a stalker, and then it becomes this. And it's fucking scary. By no means is it just Foxy's fault. Unfortunately, this has happened a couple of times in the past. Like Amaranth, a little while back, had a stalker in a similar situation where the stalker drove fucking, you know, tons of miles to her house and lit her trash on fire to try and burn down her house. Literally just like fucking cremate the place she lives. Somehow that would work in his favor so they could live happily ever after or some shit. It's deranged. It's scary. Amaranth also had another stalker that sold all of his worldly possessions on the other side of the world, literally gave away all of his corporeal belongings, so that way he could move closer to Amaranth so he could stalk her more efficiently. It's fucking scary. There are people like that, unfortunately, on Twitch, and I feel like a lot of people outside of the streaming space don't really understand that. So I want to tackle a couple of conspiracies that have sprouted up from this whole situation, because somehow Twitter brainrot found a new way of shocking me with the stupidity. There were a lot of people claiming that this is all baloney. This is a bunch of nonsense mumbo jumbo. She's faking everything. There were people just outright denying that the CCTV footage was even real. They were literally covering their eyes and plugging their ears, like acting as though the CCTV footage doesn't exist of the guy literally burning her car down. So I don't even know where to start. You are too far gone if you think that this is somehow CGI or deepfaked. That's ridiculous. And then the next big conspiracy theory is that it's all an insurance scam from Just Foxy, which is a crazy take. Because for the insurance scam to have worked here, she would have shot herself in the foot by filming it, because now there is a person there. There is a person in the footage, and that person has been arrested, according to Just Foxy. And if this was all an insurance scam, that guy would squeal. He would absolutely be like, she paid me to do it, this is all just an insurance scam. Like, everything would crumble. It would be a terrible insurance scam idea to film your own insurance scam, which is why insurance scammers usually don't want the video evidence. Like, that's usually what unwinds and untangles a scam like that. So that would be a crazy plot twist if somehow this was all an insurance scam, because there would be so many things wrong with that theory. And then the other thing I keep seeing from people, which absolutely shows me the majority of the internet is actually 9 years old now, is them saying like, why does she care? She's got insurance. She'll just get the car right back, or, you know, things like that. What do you mean? Does insurance also cover the trauma of having a complete stranger go and set your shit on fire in the middle of the night and nearly kill your mom and dog as well? Like, what are you talking about? Even if insurance does cover the cost of the car, that doesn't take away the entire situation. That doesn't just erase the memories like a neuralizer from Men in Black. Like, that doesn't solve the situation. What the fuck? Like, you'd probably cry if somebody, like, came over and took a fucking Cheeto out of your bag of Cheetos that you're eating right now. Like, it doesn't make any sense to try and write off this whole situation. Like, who cares? Insurance is there for a reason. It's so fucking stupid. People are so desperate for everything to be an argument, or so desperate to feel special and intelligent, like I'm the only galaxy brain that was big enough to piece together the real puzzle behind the scenes. This is not a clear-cut case of arson like everyone seems to think. It goes much deeper than that. And then vomiting out the dumbest fucking ideas ever. It's just infuriating because on the video she posted about it, the comment section is an absolute mess. Pyrocynical made a video about this just recently, and he pointed out a lot of the comments, so I went to check, and there's even more now. Like, the video is heavily disliked with her just sharing her experience with this very awful event that happened to her. And there's so many people just saying she deserved it for being on Twitch, or it's all just a lie, it's ridiculous, you know, you won't fool me. It's so fucking dumb. There is no such thing as innocent until proven guilty here. I don't think she's guilty of some kind of conspiratorial giant insurance scam. That would be nuts. Like, all of it just is so ridiculous. I don't know how we got to this point where everyone wants to make everything a problem. Like, no, we can't agree that your car being set on fire and your house almost burning down is a bad thing. In fact, here's why it's a good thing and you deserved it. Like, what the fuck? Like, how terminally online and ill can you be to actually have that take? But yeah, horrible situation. I wanted to talk about it a little bit. This apparently happened like a week or so ago, and she just now released the information about it because she's been dealing with the aftermath of the situation. So I'm excited to see more details from the arrest because I really want to see the guy's mugshot. I'm very excited for that. And yeah, that's really about it. Terrible shit all around, and that's it. So yeah. I'm sure a lot of you have seen all of the FaZe drama that's been going on Twitter over the last couple days, and FaZe is something I've talked about quite a bit over the last year because it's been an absolute circus. From their stock absolutely flatlining to the point now where it's basically just a sad joke. Just look at this graph, it puts a tear in your eyes. It's more tragic than the ending to Marley and Me. It's just been crazy to see them circle the drain like this and have this wild fall from grace. Because they're one of the very few gaming-focused brands that branched out into the mainstream. Like, most people have probably heard of FaZe at some point in their life, even people that aren't associated with gaming. So they really did blow up in a big way, and now there's like a war going on between like the founders of FaZe versus the corporate suits that now control FaZe, and it's all just been bubbling over and becoming this massive shitstorm, and everyone's getting covered in the filth. It's getting stinky. Now, the first domino that fell in this FaZe soap opera is the OGs came forward like FaZe Rain and Banks, and started criticizing the brand overall, talking about how it's become soulless and lame and just generally horrible. The main talking point is how the founders have lost control of the company to these zombies in suits that just don't understand the space. And they also show no respect to the founders that brought it there in the first place. They overrule them, they have no real decision-making power, thus the direction FaZe has been going over the last few years has been a negative one. And most people can probably agree with that. FaZe hasn't exactly been hitting home runs recently over the last couple years. So the founders have been talking about how disappointed they are with FaZe in its current state. And then FaZe Rain recently has just been leaking tons of information, like internal stuff, financials. He's been leaking more than the faucet in my college dorm room. He has been going hog wild with tons of information. And most recently, he was focusing on their numbers, like their actual numbers with their spend as well as what they're making. He made a video going over their financials, talking about how much they spend on certain games in the esports space, as well as the lack of return they see from it, even disclosing Nick Merck's salary for being on FaZe, which is like $1 million a year, and he just goes over how much they're spending and how they're not seeing any of that money. It's just fucking vanishing into thin air and just like literally bleeding them dry on finances. According to a lot of his numbers here, they're spending over $700,000 a month on like esports stuff. That's crazy, and they're not seeing any money come back into the company, which isn't exactly an eyebrow raiser. This is something everyone speculated for a long time because it's become very clear to actually every single person with eyes that the entire esports scene just doesn't make any money. What's wrong, Io? I don't know why the esports scene is so shit for generating profit. I have no idea. I don't have the answers. What's wrong? I've upset Io mentioning this. Because it is heartbreaking. Like, esports is a scene that you get in for passion, and you see a lot of orgs start to close their doors because they just can't stay afloat. It's very expensive, and you don't make anything. So Rain was going over their numbers, which I do believe because like the information he's been leaking has so far been confirmed accurate. And he's just talking about like how much money they're losing, and it's a lot. Over 700,000 clams, over 700,000 pristine doubloons is a ton of cash. That's nuts. To convert that to Robux, I wouldn't even know where to start. You'd need like fucking 50 zeros at the end of that number. It's a lot of money. that they are pissing away and not getting anything back from. So he started revealing these numbers. More OGs came forward to talk about how upsetting it is to see the direction that the brand has gone and that it's completely lost its identity. The people at the top of the food chain don't understand the culture, so it's trash. All of these statements from the OGs then led to this like Marvel civil war within FaZe, where you had the OGs versus the people at the top and also new generation FaZe members. So a lot of the audience was on the OG side and a lot of the audience on the new side. And it's just been this constant clashing. And yesterday, it really festered into something pretty foul. So just to give context here, it started with this tweet from FaZe Clan where they said, "We want more women in FaZe Clan." To which FaZe Rain replied saying, "Spoiler alert, it's Grace, and the only reason I heard was because she was on one episode of Stranger Things." He's referring to Grace Van Dien, who is a streamer named Bluefy and also was in Stranger Things. So it turns out he was 100% right, because yesterday FaZe announced that Grace Van Dien is joining the FaZe family. Now, this all led to a lot of hubbub, a lot of discussion, and a lot of controversy. And with a very public fallout between the OG FaZe founders and current FaZe, people were already on edge. It also really didn't help with the FaZe tweet about wanting more women in the organization, because that got the community excited, thinking that FaZe was about to make a big signing from someone who's been grinding in the scene for a long time, working hard for an opportunity like joining FaZe. And then turns out they had already made their decision when they had made that tweet. So that was kind of a bad look, and it didn't do anything good for Grace because it put her in an uncomfortable position where the community was upset that she got the opportunity being a relatively new streamer. They thought that they had signed her just because she's a celebrity. So some members of the community got upset at Grace directly, which I think is super misguided. There's plenty to critique about FaZe signings and business decisions, but Grace didn't do anything wrong here. She does stream often and then had this opportunity to join a huge org. Yes, being an actress did obviously help her get this opportunity for sure, but at the very least she seems excited about it and does actively stream, which is already more than you can say for half of their celebrity signings. Like Snoop Dogg, for example. They paid him a fat load of money, as well as stock, in FaZe in order for him to be on board the FaZe family. And all he ever did was take a single photo with them, and then the word FaZe never left his lips again. He must have been hit by a Men in Black neuralizer that erased his memory of FaZe Clan entirely, because he never did anything with them, in spite of getting all of this money and this stock. And it wasn't just him. They've done this for multiple other celebrities too. Like Kyler Murray, who I'm pretty sure all of you watching didn't even know was part of FaZe Clan at any point. I didn't until I watched Ludwig's Mogul Mail on it. I had no idea Kyler Murray signed with FaZe, but he did. Kyler Murray never even mentioned FaZe Clan a single time. Not once. After joining. But in this case, Grace is an active streamer, thus will be presenting the FaZe brand to her audience, and she seems extremely excited about doing things in collaboration with FaZe, which is infinitely more than any celebrity that FaZe has signed recently. So I really feel that the anger directed towards Grace is just a little weird. The focus should instead be placed on how out of touch FaZe has become with the decisions they make. For example, this was also mentioned in Ludwig's Mogul Mail, but it's something I've talked about as well, where FaZe had that whole super expensive reality show where, you know, who wants to be the next FaZe member? So you want to be a FaZe superstar, do ya? Well, hop on board the Polar Express here for this FaZe show. And they put so much money into it, and only like 6 people ever watched it. Like, they dumped money into this completely geriatric, dumb ideas like that reality show that no one cares about, no one gets excited for. And all of their YouTube content is beyond dead. And no matter how much mouth-to-mouth they give it, they can't revive it. They can't get that heartbeat back. No matter how much they try, because they just don't know what they're doing or what direction to take FaZe. It's become very corporate and most people don't vibe with it anymore. And it's also led to new FaZe members fighting with the old FaZe members. So they're like actually butting heads and, you know, throwing down in the Twitter replies against each other. So it's just been so much fighting and drama with FaZe because the founders lost control of the company and the direction it's gone has only further decayed the brand to the point where it's at, 55-cent stock price and kind of just like a joke in the industry outside of some of their esports teams. Like, they are still doing really well in the games they're in for the most part. Not entirely all of them, but a large chunk of them, their esports teams are still top of the line. So it's just a shame to see how bad things are behind closed doors at FaZe. And now those doors aren't even fucking closed anymore. Those doors have been kicked open. The entire public is being exposed to all of the dirty laundry of FaZe, and all of it's happening publicly. I am still shocked FaZe Rain was even able to release all of the information he has without getting sued. I would have thought they would have had so many NDAs out the wazoo on FaZe Rain. But he's just been revealing everything. So I'm starting to believe they probably just forgot about him and all of the founders, so they never even bothered to NDA them. So he'll probably just continue to share shit without repercussion. So I'm pretty excited to see what else he starts bringing to the public eye with FaZe. But anyway, I kind of wanted to talk about all of this because I just find it so fascinating and generally sad to see the state of FaZe. Like I said, it was one of the few gaming brands that broke into the mainstream and had like a very wide appeal to people even outside of the space, which is nothing shy of impressive. So to see what it's become is just wild, and to see how it continues to unfold is shocking. And I wanted to talk about it a little bit. I don't know how it recovers, I really don't. Like, even if it does get back into the hands of the OGs, I still don't exactly know how they right the ship right now. I don't know how they fix all the damage that's been done to the brand. They'd probably have to start over, like, at the very bare bones level and build it all again. Because it's just been so tarnished. And they've lost so much money as well. I just don't know exactly how you fix it. But anyway, I just wanted to go over it all. That's about it. See ya. Hey, welcome back to another happy news segment, amazing news. We're basically the frown elimination force here to assassinate your bad mood with positive stuff. I'm joined, of course, by Matt, bubbly as ever.
Yep, great to be here, Chuck. I was just telling him before the show, while looking through the news, there was so much negativity that I'm happy to have a segment where we can bring you smiles and laughter and have your, as Aaron would say, mouth grinning ear to ear.
Amen, Matt. The first story is one that's actually kind of controversial, but not really. It's about a man named Brian Johnson. He's a tech multi-millionaire. He sold one of his companies a while back for like 800 million, just absolute oodles of doubloons. And since then, he's dedicated his life and all of his money to trying to find the cure to aging. So he recently went through a multi-generational blood transmission, tri-generational blood swapping treatment. So basically taking his teenage son's plasma, taking his plasma, and then getting his dad as well, and they just kept swapping blood back and forth. And he's got a whole team of doctors with him that are constantly monitoring him. He calls himself the most monitored man on the planet. His research is super interesting, albeit a little divisive, because he's a bit of an oddball. He's a wacky kind of guy. He's got some interesting theories.
He's quirky.
He's very quirky.
He's a quirky guy.
But overall, I think it's a net positive thing that he's spending, I think, over $2 million a year researching anti-aging methods, as well as all kinds of cutting-edge science and treatments, just to see what works. He's trying to pursue the fountain of youth.
Yeah, weird parts, but I agree. He's doing good as long as he shares the research.
Yeah, and he's got a company that apparently posts everything that he learns and discovers for free for people to access.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
So that's pretty cool if that's true.
Yep.
He could be lying, though.
He could.
I don't know him personally.
All of this could be a lie. I don't know the doctors.
He could be like an actual fucking vampire.
Yeah, I do think he looks like a vampire. That's what I was saying. Yeah. A humane society in Kansas set out with a goal to raise $2,000 for things like vaccinations, food, and microchipping for their animals, and they did it in a very unique way. They took a note from everybody selling feet pics and making millions of dollars online, and they promised for every $100 donated, they would post feet pics or toe bean pics of their animals, like their cats, dogs, and a few other exotic animals. This crushed their initial goal of $2,000. They raised $8,000 by the end of it, and we got pictures of falcon feet, cat feet, dog paws, penguin feet, everything you could want is there, and the internet's losing their minds over it. So overall, it was a huge success, and they ended up raising more than they ever set out to.
Yeah, it sounds super adorable. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, and take a look at a few of the pictures of the feet that you could buy.
Oh, they're still selling it? It wasn't like a one-time
thing? I
thing?
don't know, that you could have bought. Yeah. Look at the feet. There you go.
Now it's time to drag you kicking and screaming into the future. A cyclist named Gert Van Oskum suffered an accident 12 years ago that left him paralyzed, but thanks to advancements in modern medical technology, he's been able to start to walk again thanks to the brain-spine interface, the BSI, which has remained stable for a year, allowing Gert Jan Oskum to stand, walk, climb stairs, and traverse complex terrains, according to a study published Wednesday in the journal Nature. In the latest study, the research team restored communication between Oskum's brain and spinal cord with a digital bridge. Oskum participated in 40 sessions of neural rehabilitation throughout the study, and he said he's now able to walk at least 100 meters or more at once, depending on the day. Now, according to one of the researchers at the Institute, they said, "We've captured the thoughts of Gert Jan Oskum and translated these thoughts into a stimulation of the spinal cord to reestablish voluntary movements." That's fucking awesome.
What it sounded like when I was reading through it is literally like that digital bridge. It's like they've got one part in the brain and one part in the spine talking to each other and like controlling its movements.
Well, Chase said it best. It really does sound like what Doc Ock made in Spider-Man 2.
But yeah, no, that's absolutely crazy tech, and it
Yeah.
does say that the next step is to miniaturize the hardware so that it can be more functional like throughout the day. But that's crazy results.
Yeah, it's huge.
And I'm excited to see where that goes.
Yeah, congratulations to the research team out there, and that's awesome for Gert Jan Oskum as well. It's amazing. Here's a story to make you go, aw. Platypus population was thought to have been vanquished due to a chemical spill, but they've now been relocated to the Royal National Park in Sydney. It's been about 50 years since they thought they had left, disappeared, but now they're home, baby. They're bringing it back.
And I'm glad they are.
We're all glad they are.
So yeah, now you can watch this little video of them being released back into the water of their Sydney Royal National Park.
Welcome home, little guy.
That's actually adorable.
Yeah, it's super cute.
I love the video. It was just him scurrying and he disappeared forever. Oh.
Look how excited he is.
I would be too if I was stuck in a waterway for 60 years.
50 years.
50 years.
They're
I
all
don't know
wishing
that I've
him well.
ever seen a platypus before.
I've only seen it in cartoons.
Yeah, I've seen Perry. So summer's here. I've been feeling the heat. How about you?
Oh, yeah.
It's been rough, but you know one thing you're not going to have to worry about anymore? Shark attacks. A sophisticated app has used artificial intelligence to help forecast shark attacks and where they're going to happen with an 89% accuracy rating. All right, so the risk of a shark attack is 1 in every 3.7 million swimmers, which I will say is even better news than this app being made. You basically have nothing to worry about. So you have zero reason to be scared of shark attacks. And this app is going to help you have even less of a reason. And on top of that, the project is crowdfunded and sending portions of profits, I think it's 5% of profits, to ocean cleanup efforts. But yeah, I really do think the biggest takeaway from this story, that's a great use of AI amidst all the bad horror stories coming out.
I do wonder if that's like shark attack deaths or just general shark attacks.
Doesn't that seem really low?
Because that does seem shockingly low. I know it's rare to get attacked by a shark, but I mean...
But no, I would still say that is wonderful news.
That they're not common.
Yeah, very uncommon. Great work with the AI. Finally, somebody's using it for something other than like porn and stealing artwork.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
I think sharks are more afraid of you than you are of them.
I'd have to agree with that.
Or that could be alligators, one of the two.
Do we?
I actually, this isn't, we're going off book
I'm
here.
ready.
We're going rogue. I watched a video about a man who got his arm ripped off by an alligator after peeing into a lake behind a bar a couple days ago. And there just happened to be like a couple of good Samaritans around there that administered like a tourniquet. One of them just had like a rubber tourniquet that he like pulled out of his magic bag of tricks. So he was able to like stop the bleeding, which obviously saved his life. Medical professionals came, saved him. And then they interviewed him the following day. He's like, yeah, I don't remember anything, but, you know, I lost an arm, but I still got my life, which is cool.
The image popping in my head, because I'm assuming the way you explained it, it's like bar, lake behind the bar, so he's peeing. An alligator snuck up on him.
Yeah, no, like it was,
and took off his arm.
That was Sam Fisher of that pond for sure. He said like he lost his balance and fell in, and then the next thing he knew, he was waking up in that hospital bed.
Okay, so maybe he fell in, and that's when he
That must have been.
It didn't like Pink Panther up to him and
No,
pop
I don't
it
think
right
so.
off.
But the good news is that he's been very high spirits. The right people were there in order to tourniquet him and save him. So yeah, that's good news. We have another great news segment for you. Burger King just released a Spider-Man burger, and other good news, a lot of Burger Kings recently shut down. So that's something to celebrate.
A lot of them.
A lot of Burger
that
Kings.
is, I mean, think of the hearts of the human population. Yep. They're all getting healthier. And what's this? We go live now to our field reporter, Aaron, who's live on the scene.
Putting his life on the line?
Yeah, God.
Hey Patriots, I'm here at Burger King. I'm trying out the all-new Spider-Verse Whopper that I've heard so much about. I know typically for these sorts of things, you just fucking get them how they come, however they want it. I was not gonna let Burger King do that to me. The last thing I was gonna do is put a Burger King vegetable in my body. This is more of a wake than it is like a food review. It's like a funeral procession for the palate more than anything. I just finished a nice workout and I'm sitting here in my fucking blistering hot car. There's nothing here on this planet I would have wanted to put less in my body than this bad boy right here. This shit tastes like actual dog ass. It doesn't even want to stay in the bun. It's hatching like a skate. If I hold it like this, it's hatching escape plants as we speak. As far as Burger King goes, that wasn't the worst. It's still a bad burger. It's still I didn't want it in my body. My body doesn't like it. But overall, pretty fucking good burg for Burger King. I find it hard to fathom that Sony Pictures couldn't have found a better restaurant for this.
Well, no surprise from Burger King on the quality of that burger there. I'm just happy to hear it's not the worst thing they've ever made, or we would have needed a coffin for Aaron.
Yeah, and that's a sweaty guy, let me tell you.
That is a hot, he's taking the hot car challenge.
Yeah, I'm proud of him. Thanks, Aaron.
Hey, welcome to Chelsea's Cute Creature Corner.
This is Stadine.
Hey.
She's mic'd up, you're fine.
Oh, she's like made out of chrome.
Yeah, so this is Stadine. She is a rosy boa, which is one of the two boas that are native to the U.S., the other one being the rubber boa, and both of those boas are found in the western part of the U.S. and Baja California, Mexico.
Nice.
She is considered a coastal boa because of her, or rosy boa because of her modeling, but usually you can kind of see they have 3 lines that run down their body, and that's how you can tell what they are.
Yeah, I don't really know anything about snakes. All I know is that those little bastards convinced Eve to eat that apple in the Garden of Eden and lost their legs for it.
Well, this is not the same kind of snake. She's a boa, so she's a constrictor. A cool fact about boas too is that they don't lay eggs. They have live births. These particular snakes birth 2 to 10 snakes, and their gestation period is about 4 months. Thadine in particular apparently is very slow. Slower than normal. They are one of the slower snakes. She's 10 years old, but she's also a little bit slow in the head, I've heard. Takes her a minute to kind of find her rats in her cage.
You and me both, Thadine.
She looks nice.
But yeah, would you like to hold her? She might try and like play with your hair a little bit.
No, she can. I'll give her.
They don't bite.
I'll give her one of these.
Just don't boop her snoot.
Yeah,
there you go. So they don't bite. Yeah, super docile. Usually the only reason why they would bite is because they think that you're food, which is one of the reasons why you wash your hands before you hold them, and also just to make sure you don't give them any diseases. You want to hold her?
Somebody's got
You can feel how strong she is. She's super slow moving.
I'm not worried about like getting yuckied out or anything. I don't want to hurt her.
And she'll probably kind of go through your hand a little bit. She likes to move forward.
Wait, stay with me, Chelsea. Yeah. Stay with me.
You
got to support her head here.
She's supporting
she'll support her own head.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is pretty cool. They are boa constrictors, so they constrict, which actually kills by blood pressure and not suffocation, like a lot of people think.
Oh, that's cool.
Any chance you'd put my hat on me that you made for me?
Oh, yeah.
We've been planning this segment for a while.
Yeah, look at that. That's some good news.
Oh, wow.
She thinks you're his mommy.
And the good thing is she did just poop 2 days ago, so she won't poop on you. That's kind of the only thing you'd have to worry about.
Does she only shit like once a week?
They poop after they eat, and they eat every 3 to 4 weeks once they're adults. Sometimes they'll eat a little bit more. She's a cool, very friendly beginner pet. They are a little bit difficult to find, but you can find them online. Just make sure if you do get animals, you're getting them from reputable breeders and not taking them from the wild. We don't need to do that. Yeah, but you can feel how strong she is.
Thaddean, what do you have to say about this?
She might try to bite that, actually.
Yep,
She might think the way her tongue is going, she probably thought that was food. They're not, like I said, these aren't particularly the smartest snakes, and apparently Thaddean is really not smart at all when it comes to her speed.
Thanks for stopping into the studio, Nadine. Thaddean. Jesus, that's crazy.
This is why we can't have critters in here.
She's got a weird name. She's got one of those like French names.
Yeah, that one's a hard one to pronounce. I don't.
Well, that about almost concludes our stories for today, but just want to wish some very happy birthdays to some special butterflies out there.
Good friends of ours.
Mike Myers.
Yep. Happy birthday. Keep on keeping on.
The Love Guru.
Yep. The one and only. What else do you do?
Wayne's World.
Wayne's World.
Austin Powers.
That's the one.
Shrek.
Wow. Wow. Not that one. And then, of course, the other one and only Roman Reigns, who I'll call you back later on making the move to the MWL. Sorry, we've been a little busy, but we're excited to have you.
Lots of paperwork, but he'll be here in the studio one day.
Yeah, please don't sue us, Vince. It was a joke. So, yeah, that's great news. Good news, everybody.
That's all the good news for this week.
Yep. Everything else is bad, so we'll see you in a couple weeks.
Did you hear about the microchips in the cheese? I'm gonna have to check that out right now. Goddamn government cheese. This company is implanting microchips in its cheese. Oh wait, this is a real thing. Oh my god, wait. This isn't a conspiracy. There's a company that's actually microchipping their Parmesan. I thought this was going to be like one of those 15-minute city agendas. Bill Gates is controlling my mind via microchips through COVID. They're actually microchipping their cheese. One of the world's most famous cheese is also one of the most counterfeited dairy products on the planet. Competing manufacturers have for years produced cheaper imitations of Italy's Parmigiano Reggiano, a favored topping for pasta and salad. Now the producers of Parmigiano Reggiano say they have innovated a way to prevent any pretenders from ripping off their product. Is there only one company in the world that makes Parmesan? Who do they have like a patent on it? Like who owns it? There's an entire page dedicated to it called The History of Parmesan. Italy issued a decree that placed exclusive control over the production and sale of this cheese in the hands of Parmigiano Reggiano Cheese Consorzio. Oh, what in the world? I had no idea the Parmesan lore went so deep. It's even crowned the undisputed King of Cheese. This is an incredible story. This is like the Game of Thrones, but for cheese. I'm gonna have to go through that entire history breakdown of Parmesan. There's probably wars fought over it, like Helen of Troy. They weren't actually battling for Helen. She just happened to have Parmesan. They were going to war for that shit. Good God. All right, let's read about these microchips, though. Parmigiano Reggiano Consortium, the PRC, association that oversees production of the cheese, says it has been putting microchips in its product as a part of a technological trial which would allow consumers to trace Parmesan cheese back to its place of origin. Who's doing that? What sane, normal human being is gonna try and trace back their Parmesan? Like, I'm not gonna go to a Italian restaurant, like with my buddies, and they get like spaghetti, they start sprinkling the Parmesan. I'm not gonna like slap the waiter's hand down and be like, wait a minute, let me see the microchip. I need to trace this back to make sure it's coming from the PRC. Otherwise, I'm having this establishment shut down. I'll have the Parmesan police force come after you. Like, I could maybe see it being on a company side, like if a restaurant's ordering Parmesan, giving them the option to see if it's like authentic coming from the approved place of origin. but just a normal consumer, I don't think anyone's gonna get suspicious and want to double check. Like, let me ensure my Parmesan came from the right spot. Under special protections designated by the European Union, Parmigiano Reggiano is the only kind of cheese which can be called Parmesan within Europe, and it must be made in a small part of northern Italy, including in the provinces of Parma and Reggio Emilia. I saw that. In my massive dissertation that I pulled up for a moment there on the history of Parmesan, I did see about, like, it needing to come from a certain space and nowhere else. But I didn't realize it was a title that could only be bestowed upon, like, this cheese from this particular region. I thought it was just a type of cheese that anyone can make. PRC are hopeful that their new technology will help to enforce that protected status. Their microchips are about the size of a grain of salt and have been inserted into the labels found on the rind of about 120,000 wheels of Parmigiano Reggiano. The chips work as a scannable food tag with a QR code label. I'm going to start tracing my Parmesan. I'm going to go to my local grocers, and I'm just going to trace all of their Parmesan. I'm going to be a hall monitor for this shit now. I'm going to be like a secret agent working for them. This feels so weird. Like, I just can't imagine there's a ton of cheese snobs that are going to double check to make sure they're getting authentic Parmesan. Produced in the right places of Parma and Reggio. In an email statement sent on Friday, Nicola Bertinelli, president of Consorzio Parmigiano Reggiano, told CBS News that by being the first to incorporate these secure digital labels onto our cheese wheels, we can continue to ensure customer safety. Since the establishment of our consortium in 1934, we have worked to convey the value of our product globally and distinguish it from similar sounding products on the market that did not meet our strict requirements for production and area of origin. They speak about this like it's the goddamn Citadel in Mass Effect. Since the establishment of our consortium in 1934, Nicola, it's cheese. I really just don't think there's a ton of people that give a fuck. Now, I guess I didn't realize how serious business cheese was. I'm curious. Let me see what my local grocer has for Parmesan, because there's definitely different brands, right? Like, there's not just one Parmesan brand. Oh, this is big news, too. If you just type in Parmesan, there's news stories out the wazoo about the microchips. The headlines are a little misleading. Classic fear-mongering, I guess. The microchips aren't actually in the cheese. Apparently it's in the label. So you're not going to consume the microchip unless it somehow bleeds into the cheese from the label. And if that's the case, then Parma, whatever, the PRC have got some big problems on their hand. Yeah, there's so many different brands here. There's no way they all come from the same place. And they all call themselves Parmesan. A secret cheese invasion. I don't know, man. This is very odd. In the United States, Parmigiano Reggiano does not have protected status, and American manufacturers in states like Wisconsin make different forms of Parmesan. Okay. I see. Man, they must be pissed about that. They have got to be so upset. And this is the worst time in the world to be using the word microchip. Parmigiano Reggiano, like the official PRC producers, they have chosen the worst possible marketing strategy by saying they're microchipping their cheese. People are freaking out about microchips existing in their goddamn water supply. Toilet bowls with government surveillance. Saying that we microchip our cheese for your safety, that you're scaring people. You're fucking scaring people. They need a new head of their marketing department, because that is a big L. They're struggling with that one. Big Parma. Yeah, I mean, this is serious business. This is Big Parma. Outside of the United States, the Parmigiano Reggiano Consortium successfully blocked the U.S. food giant Kraft Heinz from registering the name Kraft Parmesan cheese as a trademark in Ecuador in 2022. Parmesan is different than Parmigiano Reggiano. They age differently and made in different places and taste different. There's a name for a cheese sommelier, right? They have their own name, and it's a really cool one. Hold on. Because maybe it's time that I try and get into the high cheese society. So that way I wouldn't even need the microchip. I'd be able to taste where it was aged. In a fine oak barrel while listening to Mozart. Cheese has its own cutthroat version of the Court of Masters sommelier. In hopes of gaining cheese certification, he sits for the American Cheese Society, ACS, Technical Aesthetic Sensory Tasting Evaluation Test. taste. This is codenamed Kids Next Door type shit. I like that. In 2018, only 30 applicants passed the taste test. If that weren't daunting enough, the American Cheese Society also offers the title Certified Cheese Professional, CCP, which means that an individual has acquired thorough knowledge and level of expertise that is demanded within the cheese industry. Those who pass both earn a lengthy array of letters after their names. The ACS, the CCP, the ACS, CCSE. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm writing this down. I want me and the team to try and pass the Cheese Society taste test. Where a person's individual palate is subjective, the process of evaluating cheese is not so much. It's not personal preference, but knowing if that cheese is within the parameters of the style it is and what the cheesemaker intended, says Shari Allen, ACS CCP, ACS CCSE, and cheese educator. A cheese educator? Oh my god. We're in the future. Is that a major you can take in college, you think? That'd be hype. The test is rigorous. One part of the exam entails identifying 10 vials of milk on scent alone. It's all about aroma, explains Evan Brown, ACS CCP, ACS CCSE. Do you think they write this down? Like when they're just signing papers or something, when you put your name and title? Do you think they have the chutzpah to write down all of these? Knowing that no one's going to check? What could be so difficult about a cheese test? For one, a grading sheet might have 60 possible descriptors and a cheese might only seem to need 1 or 2 to describe flaws or attributes. Others might register on over a dozen descriptor scales. And to top it all off, it was like a multiple choice test with 60 choices for each question and each choice needing an intensity score between 1 and 5 and no guidance about how many right answers there could be. This picture goes hard. A mere 20 minutes ago, I was ignorant to how deep and serious the world of cheese was. It's like the John Wick universe, but for cheese. It's always so inspiring to see someone never give up in the face of adversity, to push forward and achieve great things. Like Rocky, or Will Smith in I, Robot, when he was telling people like, hey, these robots are a little fishy. And they said, hey pal, you just blowing from stupid town? And then turns out he was right and he still protected us anyway. Point is, this is the backbone to so many of the best stories ever told in books, movies, TV shows, and anime. It's like one of the 10 commandments of anime for every protagonist, just that never quitting attitude. But in the real world, when companies in particular adopt this never give up mentality, it's pretty embarrassing and pathetic. In particular when it comes to Meta. Or, as you know them, Facebook, because nobody really knows this fucking clown company is anything other than Facebook. Meta's been on a bit of a cold streak recently, with the most recent embarrassing blunder being the Metaverse. More like Meta reimburse everyone who bought into that scam. Being sold as like the way of the future, nowadays it's just a barren, empty wasteland of broken dreams and broken promises. The goofballs just made a virtual reality experience more primitive than Roblox and Second Life. It's just shameful. But they didn't give up. They didn't quit. They said, you know what? That was so good, we're gonna do it a second time. What about second breakfast? So they're trying another venture here, and it's actually opening to pretty big success. And it's what we're talking about today. Threads, a Twitter competitor. Twitter's had its own series of missteps, quite a few blunders. They've given up Scholar's Mate a few times here, and it looks like Meta's trying to strike while the iron's hot, so they released their own Twitter competitor called Threads. When looking it up, I saw this headline: Meta's Twitter competitor for friendly conversation launches early. And this feels like the worst article ever written to promote something. Calling it a place for friendly conversation makes it sound like Weenie Hut Jr., where you're not allowed to go in there unless you're wearing elbow and knee pads. Not that I like Twitter. I think, and I've been very vocal about this, I think Twitter fucking sucks. I don't think the world was ready for a platform like that, and it is just the absolute worst thing for a human being's mental health. And now for the first time, we're being cursed with a platform that threatens Twitter's stranglehold on brain rot. This is like that scene out of Godzilla where he says, let them fight. We now have 2 kaijus going to war over poisoning your mind, basically. So you have Twitter, which is no stranger to horrible decisions, and now you have Meta with Threads, which is no stranger to horrible decisions. Obviously, Meta's mainly going to be using this for more data harvesting, I imagine, since that's kind of their bread and butter behind their business models. But this is a big deal because Twitter now has actual competition in the space. And it doesn't seem like they like this ball game very much because apparently Twitter is threatening to sue Meta for Threads right now, saying that it stole their trade secrets. I don't know what Krabby Patty secret formula they think they cooked up there, but Twitter itself was already derivative of some of the old message boards from way back in the day. It just kind of became streamlined on Twitter, and everything just got so concentrated on the internet as a whole that everyone flocked to Twitter for the experience. I don't know exactly if they have a strong case against Meta here for Threads, so I guess we'll just have to see how that whole soap opera plays out. But honestly, the biggest thing about this announcement that I see nobody talking about for some reason is the fact that Meta maliciously calculated today as their launch day because they knew that I was dropping our Plague Seeker animation. They wanted to take the wind out of our sails knowing that Plague Seeker was going to hog all of the internet's attention for today, so they had to drop Threads in order to take the wind out of our sails, which is foul play from Meta, but I'd expect nothing less from fucking Zuckerbot. So don't let them win. Go watch the Plague Seeker animation. We worked very hard on that. But anyway, I don't want to get too lost in the sauce here at the buffet, so before the steam keeps pouring out of my ears, let's focus on Threads. I have always been extremely vocal about how important competition is, and more now than ever since everything is getting so concentrated on the internet where pretty much all discussions are happening on either Twitter or Reddit and like nowhere else these days. I always think competition is a great thing. But that being said, Twitter sucks shit through a crazy straw, and I am not thrilled about making another Twitter account on something called Threads. I don't need a Twitter 1.5. I already don't like current Twitter, so why would I come around for the sequel here? I don't need too fast to Twitter, so I'm not going to make a Threads account, but I'm glad that it exists, and I hope it does become successful, so that way Twitter doesn't have a stranglehold on brain rot anymore. They can now share the neural load, and maybe, now we're just spitballing utopias. Maybe Threads actually does become a great social media platform somehow, and Twitter can just kind of be like this quarantine zone for, wild, wacky nonsense. It could just be like the fucking loony bin, right? Then I'd make the switch to Threads. But for now, I don't need another Twitter, so I'm not going to be signing up for it. I'm not exactly, scratching at my neck for more of that experience. But like I said, competition is great, and I do hope Threads can at least threaten Twitter enough so that way both can improve. So that way you're not stuck with constant dog shit changes that make the user experience worse. The most important thing to remember about competition, that it is always the best thing for consumers. You want competition. This isn't me trying to hypnotize you. I'm telling you a fact. You want competition. You don't want one entity to have all of the power when it comes to a market share like this. So it's good. But I don't like Twitter, so I'm not making a Threads account for more Twitter. But I'm out here rooting for it, even though it is one of Meta's. But at least now you get the choice. Do you want to stay on Twitter, or do you want to go to fucking Mark Zuckerberg's booby here and suckle on that for the Twitter experience? You get choices now. And since I don't have a Threads account, I've just been reading people's personal accounts of the site. Apparently they're not allowing like pornographic material, and they're also like censoring people, like individuals. I don't know how true these claims are right now because I'm getting conflicting information from different sources. And if both of these claims are true, the censorship is a big L, but not having it constantly feeding you pornographic material, I actually think is a good thing. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I was talking about this on stream last night. I never stopped to think about just how weird it was that Twitter's a platform that you have to be 13 or older to sign up for, and it just has porn plastered all over the place. And it's super common, especially in replies. And this is a platform that is, again, 13, which is below the legal age for porn consumption, which is 18. And it just wasn't even something I even thought about until a couple people on Twitter started mentioning it, and I was like, huh, that's an interesting point. And the majority of the time, it's not age-gated at all. You just immediately get fed the content with no, like, safeguard in place or anything. You'll read a goofy tweet that you're giggling about, such as the timeless classic, dude walked into the pee store and said, "Is this the poop store?" It's like, brother, look around. And you're, busting a gut laughing at it, having an old belly laugh, and then you scroll into the reply section to see who else is laughing with you, and then bang, just a full picture of a gaping, leaking butthole and an OnlyFans link. And it's like, what the fuck? So yeah, I'm not exactly going to be crying about the lack of porn on Threads if that is the decision they decide to make. But I did look up some complaints that a couple of articles have noted, so I'm just going to go through those real quick, because again, I'm not making an account on Threads right now, so I don't know firsthand what the experience is like. According to this article, you can't set Threads to view only posts from accounts you follow, which again, this just feels like they rushed it out and just didn't bother putting this in yet, but will be coming shortly if I had to guess, because this is a pretty obvious one that they'd need to have set up. There's also no web interface, but you can read the threads on the website, but you can't post them or interact with them in any way. And apparently you can't delete your Threads profile without deleting your Instagram, which seems like a pretty big oversight, but it seems like something a lot of people will have an issue with down the line. According to the quote here, you can deactivate it, but you can't delete it without, also annihilating your Instagram account. Also, there's no search functionality right now in Threads. It only lets you find user accounts, so they do say that they'll be adding more features to help discovery, obviously. That's very clear. This is just a rushed job getting it out, so it doesn't have all the features at the moment. And then the other thing is that it's not currently available in the EU, which I imagine it will be shortly. But yeah, anyway, like I said, even if I'm not making a Threads account right now, I am happy that there is competition in the space, and hopefully it can be a legitimate competitor to Twitter. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.